stick it away from the machine sideways. If you have the route up to in, tipped. The in route up top more. And it's there. It's not down. It's hard to say it's on. In a quick game, sometimes I'll say it's on the offensive line. That guy just drops out. Not going to get home. Drops back into the lane. Connects to that ball. It's just rough. Back. If you want for nothing, I'm sure you runs over each other. Especially if you can. Second.
What's going on, everybody? How are we doing? Are we doing great? I sure hope we're doing great. I am so excited to get into what's going on within the context of this stream. This is a fun one. Finally, we've not only got a big time Bears victory, but moreover, we actually get to cheer for the dadgum team going forward because anybody out there who has ever thought to themselves, gee, wouldn't it be awfully nice if the Bears lost a couple games, fit up their draft position in this, that, or the other kind of way? Well, guess what? The Bears are knocking on the door of a not even all that unrealistic playoff hunt. And with that in mind, why would we not just throw in and support the team? I'm serious. Like, why would we not just ride this thing out and see where it lands? Because my favorite part about where this Bears team is right now is that we get to put Matt Eberflus on trial in the most natural way possible, right? Matt, win out. Matt, win out. And if they do that, then the Bears might just make the playoffs. If the Bears make the playoffs, I don't really care about my philosophical disagreements I don't really care with philosophical disagreements with Matt Eberflus. You earned it, bro. Especially if the way the defense is playing. I mean, it is something else. I cannot wait to watch this defense with you guys. It is a funny little mix of everything that we've seen already this year and a bunch of new stuff on third downs that they've been working on over the course of the last couple weeks that makes all the difference. And it is so fun to watch through this tape. And then on offense, honestly, a bizarrely messy game for a game where they scored 28 points and played clean. I think it is I think it's going to be fun watching through the offense because there's a bunch of good in it, but there's also a bunch of messy in it. Like, this was, in my opinion, the perfect game to encapsulate Justin Fields. I know that's what a lot of people said. Adam Hogue called it the roller coaster, right? But you saw all the things that make Fields outstanding. You see some of the things that have been a little frustrating, and they're all wrapped up into one game where the Bears come out and win, which is pretty great to talk about. And so if you are pushing forward with Justin Fields, this is the kind of game that you should expect. Because, the other thing worth talking about is, let's see, Lenny, then you might just need to turn me up just because it sounds as if everybody else can hear me, but I get what you're talking about. Like, I think personally that there's a million ways that we can go with this. Moreover, I think the next 4 weeks are going to be a little more impactful for Fields' future. If only, hey, I'll just talk about this at the top of the show. Just this. I'll give you this little hint on at least where I wonder if things are going with Justin Fields. This is the ideal defense for Fields to play against. A man-heavy defense like this is going to give him all kinds of rushing lanes. And Lenny, I'm so sorry. I'm really not trying to dunk on you, I promise. And more just that I at least pre-checked the audio settings as much as I could. So sorry. Anyways, I think that this man-type defense opens up running lanes and creates a lot of looks that are relatively friendly for Justin, but that's not to take anything away from him. Jay Sanders, I know you're in here. This is a day where I think Justin Fields deserves all kinds of credit for all kinds of the things that he did well, because he did. And a lot of the things that he can do differently from what every other quarterback in the league can do. And there are still some things that are going to get highlighted, and we're all going to strap in together. You're going to either agree, you may disagree with the way that I see it, but moreover, we're going to watch the tape, and I always think that that's so much fun, right? But overall, I don't think that there is a bad way for this thing to shake out in Chicago right now, okay? Bears are 5-8, right? The Bears are 5-8, and I think it's worth remembering that sometimes, that they aren't technically good, right? But the roster as a whole feels like it's playing better than nearly any roster has in Chicago since 2018. And even before that, it was 2013, 2014 before they had, it was 2013, maybe 2014 before they were any better than this. It's fun to see this team is coming together the way that they are. And all of it, in my opinion, is happening around the quarterback. We're seeing offensive line, we're seeing defensive line, we're seeing DBs, and a lot of them. We're seeing quality linebacker play. Tremaine Edmonds is the worst linebacker of the starting three, and that's just something I did not expect. And it's all credit to what Jack Sanborn is doing. You're going to see 57 flash left and right. I mean, then you talk about DJ Moore, who's been everything and more that the Chicago Bears could have asked him to be. You're looking at a player who, I've made this joke like 3 times. I'm going to make it again. A player playing guard for the Bears. Thank you so much, Alex. I appreciate you. That's $10 to the midnight timer. I appreciate you guys. You have no idea how much that means. Anyways, let's keep going. So there's a player playing guard for the Bears whose name I cannot mention, nor or I would curse him, that has been healthy to the point of, I mean, it's just everything we could have hoped for, right? Like Braxton Jones is playing at peak level, what we would have hoped for. Darnell Wright is a whole year ahead of schedule, maybe a half year ahead of schedule, but all the same, there are so many things to be upbeat about on this Bears roster that Joe Calzano, if that wasn't clear, I don't think it's as simple as you have to trade down or else you won't have a stacked roster. I don't think it's as simple as you draft a quarterback and you're definitely a super sweet roster. But if you took the number 1 overall pick away from the Chicago Bears, I would still be very upbeat about what they could add in this offseason, where they're going to have probably $100 million after they cut Cody Whitehair and Be Still My Beating Heart, cut Eddie Jackson, and then they go into a draft where, regardless of all their wins, they might still end up with a top 10 pick. The moment they end up with a top 10 pick, they're going to get quite a bit better, because that player, whether it's a wide receiver, whether it's a defensive lineman, whether it's probably not going to be a safety, and a whole lot of the other positions of value have already been booked up. So you're going to end up with a sweet defensive lineman, a sweet offensive lineman, probably not, or a sweet receiver. And if that player works out, your team is getting there, like legitimately getting towards that San Francisco 49ers level already. You got to remember how many of those players on the 49ers are really good, but also, thanks again, Alex Carson, they weren't drafted in the first round. 3 first-rounders would be awesome, don't get me wrong, but a certain somebody is also playing his way to the point where his trade value is rising. It's all I'm really trying to say is that both paths forward, the draft a QB path and the stick with QB1 path, are both looking better than ever, in large part because QB1 is doing enough to get Twitter excited. And when you get Twitter excited, you probably got some GM with a heart crush on Fields excited in some other faraway organization as well. That's at least what I'm thinking, right? Maybe I'm ridiculous, but you got to remember that every time Justin inspires a new Bears fan, he probably inspires another GM, which just makes the problem better. I'm serious. Like, the better Justin plays, the more that either he's worth committing to, or he is somebody that you could potentially trade for a first-round pick. And if you had 2 first-round picks in this draft, you could add some sick talent. I mean, I'll only say it once, right? That's the thing. Joe, what you just mentioned is absolutely the biggest question. Can you trade Justin Fields and not wreck your locker room? I tend to think the best way forward, if you were going to trade Fields, is probably going to be a new head coach. So you turn over the roster in total and completely purge the regime. I feel like Eberflus plus a new rookie quarterback would just be unusual. Could it work? Maybe. Would it definitely work? Who's to say? I mean, truly, Joe, that's the other piece of this. You don't know whether either of it's going to work. Like, with Fields, without Fields. But anyways, people came here for a tape study. We got 91 excited viewers and counting here ready for a tape study. I think it's about time that we turn on. Let's see if I can get this working the first time. Come on. Nope. See? Screwed it up. All right, so that is this one down, and there we go. So let's talk through some tape, baby. All right, so I got to put this here, then I put that down there. Oh, good. Everything's all out of order, just like I like it. Bada boom, we're back at the start of the game. Let's do this. All right, so boo, we have two first already. No, I hear you, G Station. Let's see. So we're gonna start talking with the Bears defense because I think it's super cool. And yes, Bunnery, I did, and I needed it. But so let's see, Draco, you mentioned hopefully the Patriots fall in love with Caleb, always possible. Dorsey would be an interesting choice. Main thing to remember with Dorsey is that you're gonna have to wholesale change the offense. That's not explicitly a bad thing, but it wouldn't surprise me, especially if you're keeping Matt Eberflus, if the Bears are going to look for a Shanny-minded offensive coordinator that just uses different language. Well, not quite. Speaks the same language, has different ideas, right? So I don't know if that's going to be like a Shane Waldron. Obviously, he's coaching for another team, so that's not impossible, right? But it's more to say that some other Shanny-touched person could come in and take a Shanahan style offensive line and a Shanahan style structure and rearrange the pieces, as opposed to somebody like Dorsey, who I legitimately think would come in and basically turn it into like a spread coast offense, which is not explicitly bad. I mean, there are pieces to that could totally work, but it would be enough of a shift that I don't know if you're going to make that without a lot of growing pains, right? But so anyways, gosh, you guys are asking such good questions that I want to I absolutely want to go into more offensive stuff, but we've got to start with the defense. Everybody agrees that it's all really good, right? But let's talk about it, okay? So first things first, with play number one, I love the fact that the Bears are doing simple things as they just start with, I know the formation kind of makes this work. Like, here we are in what is a basic cover 2, cover 4 look. And on the first play of the game, the Lions are going to run it. They're going to run it at Unique Ngakoue, and Montez Sweat makes a play, right? But so you got number 98 over here, who's going to basically play both sides. I don't know exactly what he's stopping for, to be honest with you. That I guess he's stopping in theory for the Gibbs reverse, but I would be pretty blown away if he was going to get out there that fast. Handoff goes up the middle, and watch him just snare David Montgomery. Yes, it's a 5-yard gain, and I completely understand. Oh, what I'm more thinking, Grant, is if he thinks he's going to get out there on the fly motion, I would be blown away, just because that would be some athleticism. It's amazing enough that he takes 2 steps, grabs David Montgomery from there. Look at the close. Like, here's Demo. Sure, he's going a little towards him, but he's mostly upfield. And those long arms snare him anyways, bring him down for a quick gain of only 5. We'll take it, right? Next play of the game. Come on. If you follow me on Twitter, you know who I think is a huge part of making it. But how fun is it watching individual guys win matchups? Quite like, all right, I want to get to the cam review where I think really shows it. Good old Andrew Billings, baby. Like, watch him just smoke number 74. Don't we love it? Boom. Right there. And it's a wind back run. It doesn't actually matter given what Detroit's trying to do, because Detroit is basically, let me see, is this, I don't know if they would call this counter or wind back specifically, but you can see the offensive line is just trying to kick out the defensive line so that everybody can wind back to the left, which is why we actually have to highlight, would you believe it, Unique Ngakoue, for crying out loud. Like, he's the one who gets in, beats the tight end 89 right there, and then juts forward. And CJ, I'm with you that you could call it counter, but I've normally seen counter run with such an explicit counter step. I couldn't tell you. But anyways, Andrew gets into the rushing lane, slows down David Montgomery. Unique pumps him back up past Andrew Billings. And at that point, he's created so much space that it's Jack Sanborn, who we mentioned in the lead, who's able to slip underneath the block of number 60, go drive out for a partial run stop. Love it. I mean, Eric, he's just all over the place. If you're talking about Yannick, absolutely. Like, I love watching number 97 play football. He throws his whole body in there. And then 3rd and 10, Let me see. This was the whole game, honestly. Like, I love this play. I love this play in general. Like, you want to talk about good defense, better play? Watch Tyreek Stevenson contest Sam Laporta here and tell me that this isn't just a great NFL battle as I pull it back to where it was. 2nd and 5. There we go. We'll go slow motion. Lions are just running a dig over the middle. And the big thing, Jibby, that I've seen is tight ends will often body these corners. But in this case, I thought Tyreek did a great job of forcing a perfect throw, nearly perfect throw anyways, and a nearly perfect catch just to get 1 first down. 3rd and 3, and the throw you're going to have to make looks like this. Look to the left. You're going to have to pump it past the outstretched arms of a corner, which, don't get me wrong, he does it here. But if you have to do this 5 times a drive to score points, you're not going to score many more than 13 points. Obviously, it helps when you're able to very quickly neutralize Amon-Ra St. Brown, which is what the Bears are at least partially able to do. But you get, Jason, you're here. You get a nice throw straight through the gut of the zone. Absolutely gorgeous play by Jared Goff. But if you'd made a mistake, if you'd left the ball a little inside, a little outside, you're not going to get there. And that's all this Bears defense is trying to do. Make you work for it. It's old school bend, don't break. Old school bend, don't break. Joseph, how you doing? And that's what's so funny about this. There's a lot of pieces of this Bears defense that weren't super duper exotic. Like, this is just cover 3. I mean, it's not even anything different than we've seen, right? This is Brisker going into the flat, getting picked a little bit right here by the defender. I'm going to see if I can get better at the part where I switch colors. Like, defender's going to pick him just a little bit, but the players are playing better. And against this Lions team, they were basically just begging you, okay, throw it into the middle. See how that works for you. And the Lions weren't able to do it with regularity, especially on early downs. They wanted to attack the flats, and the Bears were happy to rally tackle. Brisker did a really good job, by the way, of being massive, like just a big person, right? Like here, the tight end, 87, is trying to set a pick for him. Brisker doesn't lose near as much momentum as you would expect him to. That extra 15 pounds that you can tell he carries came up big on all kinds of plays where he's able to, in this case, slow down the throw to the flat, even if just a little bit, and set up a tackle by TJ Edwards. The rally thing, it worked in this case. Like, not to mention, John, Jaquan Brisker is one of the rare safeties that doesn't give up 2 to 3 yards when he's making a tackle. Like, if I'm going to compliment Brisker for anything, it's that when this guy fits the hole, the run stops. I mean, he doesn't move. He's thick, guys. Like, he's a surprisingly talented pass rusher. I would argue Brisker at times is a better nitro linebacker, box safety, right? Than he is a true NFL modern safety, but that can have its uses, especially when you go up against a team, like this unit right here that was just dying to run the ball because they had no faith in their quarterback. At least the game is called like that, to throw it consistently. And on that kind of play, you're going to need that nitro linebacker to come up big for you. Felt to me like Brisker did. See, it's just cover 3. I mean, left and right. The Bears ran cover 3. You're going to see a stunning amount of true to form cover 3. And here they play it fine, but Graham Glasgow, the reserve safety, has to trip Andrew Billings, and the Bears pick up 10 yards, and suddenly the Bears have him going backwards. I was actually surprised they called this a trip. Like, the referee must have been staring right at it because it totally looked incidental early on, but you slow it down, there is a kicking motion. I mean, the NHL would call it a trip. I guess the NFL can too. And look at the speed. I know anytime number 97 does anything, of course, Robert's going to talk about it, but this guy must be 340, 345, and he just hops up, swim, he's gone, man. Like, it is fun. That's not a rollout. Like, the offensive line is not playing this like it's a rollout. Andrew Billings just moves Jared Goff, draws the penalty, and suddenly the Bears have him right where they want him, right? Nice little front bump. And the rest is, as we know, history. Second to 21. Joseph, I don't know how the ref caught it, but I'm glad he did. Bears give up 10 on the next one. Montez Sweat has a nice little rush here, by the way, if memory serves. Outside to inside pressure, which you got to hand it to these Bears. Really do. Like, I can't tell you whether it's just some Matt Eberflus effect or whatever, but it feels like Montez Sweat has helped this Bears team make sure that somebody pressures the quarterback just a little on most downs. And I can't tell you what that has done for their ability to live inside these quarterbacks' heads. They're speeding up throw timers, they're rally tackling, and a lot of it is because on nearly every play, Jared Goff has to be worried somebody is about to get in my face. Here's number 98, who's obviously the leader of the bunch. Feels like the Bears are playing cover 4 behind it, but the ball comes out so fast it barely matters, and suddenly you got a 3rd and 10. Dark Wolf, they did add Phil Snow. We really liked the hire. I really liked the hire at the very least, but he is a defensive analyst. It's hard to tell exactly like what he's doing, but like Joe's saying, for crying out loud, his hiring coincides with the Bears defense turning around and being extremely good. So you just got to tip the hat. But like you're saying, Grant, he's so long that he's so long that he needs a solid 2-3 fewer steps to score a quarterback hit. Absolutely. I mean, he raises his arm, Grant, and the quarterback sees it. And I can't help but think that that flash of color means even more than sometimes we acknowledge. So then here's the 3rd and 10 that everybody has seen. We don't have to go over it for forever, right? But man, it is fun to watch this young group of DBs play a set of receivers just like this, right? Keep your eyes on all 3 of them if you can. You're going to get that Miami Dolphins short motion right here. And then what they're trying to do is put Kyler Gordon in a bind. He's going to walk up to the line of scrimmage. He's playing press. And the moment he sees that short motion, he basically signals to Jalen Johnson, hey, if this guy goes vertical, you got him. And if this guy goes vertical, you got him. They take a quick look. He heads vertical enough, just that little motion. So then Kyler's going to take him in man coverage, locks him up. Love the physicality. We've talked a lot on this channel about how Kyler needs to get in guys' chests and reroute them. That is exactly what he did to Khalif Raymond right here. And by the time 11 turns his head, we are down and sacked, baby. But even better, this is another one of the parts that I think has gone underrated because, of course, I'm going to talk about my guy, Tyreek Stevenson. Look at the speed of Tyreek to get out over the cloud and just catch up to his man. Simple stuff, obviously. It's not like it's crazy, but his burst at his size is one of the main reasons I am so excited about him going forward. There's going to be a day where it's going to truly click for Tyreek Stevenson. You can tell because he's got gas in those feet and he's got physicality in those hands. He's a rookie. He's learning. He had some really good reps today. He had some really bad reps today, but this was a really good rep. Helps out. The Bears also do a great job up front. Let's get to the other angle. I like the other angle better. When you take a look at this formation, what do you see, right? You see one linebacker walked up on the line of scrimmage. You see another linebacker sitting in potential blitz position. And this is another thing that the Bears have done that reminds me a lot of what Mike Zimmer did for forever in Minnesota. But because the Bears are starting to blitz these guys so often, you've got guys like Graham Glasgow and Jared Goff that absolutely have to honor it. Like, absolutely have to honor it. And so one thing this does, like somebody asked earlier, why is Sweat playing better here? This is part of why, right? Because when you put TJ Edwards on the edge, and especially when he bluffs a rush, you're going to make the tackle because the Lions are playing empty. You're going to make that tackle kick out and play him, and even if only for a moment. And suddenly, Sweat's got a one-on-one, right? Like, the Bears are doing a much better job of featuring Montez Sweat than the Commanders did. And that's partially because the Commanders consider themselves an ensemble. No need to feature anybody. If anything, feature Jerron Payne or feature Jonathan Allen. Feature these guys on the interior because we can. right? With the Bears, they are featuring Montez Sweat, and he has a nice little rep against 74. But the real secret, I mean, you guys mentioned it beforehand, you forgot about Yannick Ngakoue, right? Blows off the line, gets in 68's chest, walks him all the way back to Goff, and cleans up. Beautiful. And a lot of that happens because the running back can't help. He's got a blitzing assignment. The tackle can't help. He's thinking about a blitzing assignment. Montez Sweat is able to push the pocket just in, it's all about creating one-on-ones. That's really all it is. You're taking these pass rushers and you are creating one-on-ones. And because of that, you end up where you can get your best guys into positions where they might actually win instead of allowing other teams to chip away at your best pass rusher's ability to do anything, right? But so let's keep going. Bears line up in, you guessed it. I mean, you go ahead. Go ahead. Type what defense you think this is. The Bears weren't playing, or the Bears weren't pretending they weren't running cover three for the majority of the game. They would bump their linebackers around. Like they would basically push guys up onto the up onto the line so that they could threaten different run looks. In this case, you've got a condensed set. These condensed sets are really, really easy to run wide on. We've seen the Bears do that all year. And one of the best ways to try to take that away is to get guys on the outside so that you can basically try to fence in the run so that it hits between the tackles, right? But like you're saying, Jimmy, corners are off the line. The Eberflus defense has been as much player development as it has been anything else. And you get plays like these. I mean, what did the Lions do? They just run it 94, right? They're going to take Raheem Green and they're going to say, I raise you a running play. And they get past, what is that? Gervon Dexter, who pitches inside just a little bit. Let me see. Let's see it from the other angle. I thought the Lions did a great job here. Like, they motion 88 in or 89 in. They just do a good job getting a hat on a hat on a hat. And then who's going to go get Maine? Oh, he is. Basically just your standard, I guess you could call it, relatively grindy run. Brisker does a good job pursuing on this play. I'll let you see it live right here. He sees the problem coming, goes over and hits him. And that's really been the difference so far. Like, the Bears had one of their worst days defending the run, partially because they allowed a couple of gashes like this, but they were able to cut the gash off at 6 to 7 yards rather than letting it get a first down on you. Oh, no, that's not even 6 to 7 yards. That's 4. That's barely a successful run, if it's successful at all. And the fact that the Bears were able to force the Lions to chew out yardage slowly but surely is part of what made the difference. Like, it's really cool to see. The Bears are basically just going to make you work for it. And like Joe said, there's no sense blowing this off. They did this against a really good team. Now, of course, as I say that, they get gashed in the run game for one of their worst run gashes of the day. Now, the Lions did in this case, I mean, they just block everybody. Like, eventually you can't play, not can't maybe a strong set of words, but the fact that you've got Sweat off the field on the second drive of the game with Gervon Dexter next to him and Brisker over the top might be something that you don't want to do forever. But I wouldn't also be surprised if the Bears were just shocked that the Lions continue to run the ball because they've been so good at playing against it. They get what they want from a motion perspective. The Bears are obviously tuned up to stop something on the strong side, but the weak side run hits. You got to live with those. Dexter does the backside 3-text job and he penetrates. They have Justin Jones do this all the time. I'm not saying it's always that simple, but I see Justin do it. I assume Gervon's got to do it, or Gervon's always going to do it too. In this case, I guess you could say that, yeah, Edwards tries to go underneath this block, but I always can't help but think that when some people say that, this is just totally just my opinion, Ben, that when you've got an offensive lineman that's about to control you like that, I don't really know if you can go over over the block. Yeah, I'd love for him to, but that's a hard thing to do. If you wanted to see something positive, now granted, this is really if you want to dig deep into the context, I'd like to highlight Zach Pickens over here. who slaps the arm and basically controls his man. Offensive lineman might kind of call it a win, but it's a nice little physical showing. And Ben, that's the thing. I'm not trying to say Lance Briggs doesn't know, right? I'm saying Lance Briggs is a Hall of Famer. TJ Edwards is a really good former UDFA. But I more than anything, I only say that because when the offensive lineman gets position on you, it sure seems like it's hard for the backer to do much about it. You've the best way to get over it is to have already gotten over it. 73 gets a great jump. Like if this was a Bears offensive lineman, I would be really excited about that jump that 73 gets coming off the line. But yeah, Gash absolutely opens up because they take Edwards out. This was where the Bears, I felt like, did a good job. Now, granted, I can't remember what happens on this second drive, but the Bears generally did a really good job of giving ground to the 50 and then starting to drop the anchor a little bit. I don't know quite what changed. They catch a little break there. Flag comes out. They call it a false start. No, this is that delay of game. That super goofy delay of game, which is hilarious looking back. I get why they thought they had the time, but so funny they didn't. 15 or first and 15. Watch the motions and see if you can't look for patterns. Because right here, it sure seems like they're trying to get a couple more answers from what the Bears are doing. Bears line up in what looks like it could easily be cover 2, roll into cover 3 because that's just what they're going to do, and force a throw underneath that TJ Edwards makes a great play on. Edwards also looks to me like he does a really good job because the Bears are hunting for this, I imagine. Like the Lions are going to try to isolate TJ Edwards, but what Edwards is doing on a lot of these cover 3 drops, it's like truly so standard cover 3. It's nearly funny, but they're trying to take away this post dig as much as they can. That's like the Lions' route. How do they kill teams? This one, right? And Stevenson's doing what he can to drive on it, but if that throw comes in straight over Edwards' head, then, like, as in if he wasn't there, you're probably open. But Edwards does a nice job squeezing that and still driving back. Honestly, it's just a sweet play in coverage. Like, check this out from the other angle. Edwards basically drops into the passing lane with an eye on Amon-Ra. And then as he sees Goff switch his feet the other way, he drives towards Amon-Ra and ultimately tips the pass away. Gorgeous, gorgeous athletic play. Do we think there's a risk in eventually having to spend a lot on the defense to get the scheme to work? I mean, Spectre, there's a risk in everything. Like as you're developing players and you're trying to cook up these beautiful schemes, it's always going to be a challenge whether or not you're going to be able to have enough players to make the scheme work and whether just one more player is enough to create that sweat effect where suddenly honestly, like a bottom 7 defense turns into a top 5 defense. I mean, if you really think about it, the turnaround that has happened on this Bears defense is nearly every coordinator's dream. I mean, this is what all of them are going to talk about left and right when they go, oh, just give me that one more player, and then we're going to be that unit. I mean, truly, it worked here. Partially because now they're just winning a bunch of matchups. Kudos to Brisker again. Like this is that just a sniffer, if you will, that he's got for the ball. Let's see, the way the wide receiver ducks that tackle is crazy. Which tackle? But he just avoids the block and sets him down. That's the thing, King Omni. I think it's as simple as you grab yourself a defensive end in free agency and find a replacement safety for Eddie Jackson. But that's my 2 cents on how you handle the situation. Here they're going to go take 11 out of the backfield, kick up Jahmyr Gibbs. That brings Brisker down over here. This is a 3rd down, isn't it? This is what's really mattered. You can tell when the Bears aren't, or you can tell the Bears have very specific packages for what they're doing on 3rd down, because you can recognize that they're not in their usual alignment. Truly. I mean, you get 4 down on the line, most first and second downs. It's like they're a defense that's waiting for their opportunity to show a little bit, right? And then on third downs, they're throwing crazy pressure looks at the Lions. Here we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the line with Kyler Gordon still, like, I wouldn't call him in the box, but close, right? I'm sorry. Did Todd Bowles start coaching the Bears? This is sweet. Now, as Carson Timberlake knows, this play is the swing pass to Jahmyr Gibbs, and they take advantage of the fact that all the Bears send 7 of the 8 rushers, and there's just nobody out here to stop a screen pass. It's great that Gibbs doesn't catch this, because, man, if he had, you need Jalen Johnson to come up huge for you in this circumstance, or for Eddie Jackson to fight over the top. Is it a certain touchdown? It felt that way on the broadcast on the All 22. I think it's actually a little tougher, just because if Gibbs catches this and even honestly like takes one more step forward, Jalen's going to push his way back up the field, or like Jalen's going to force him to push his way back up the field. And then if Eddie can just get over, you might get TJ Edwards stopping the ball carrier. You don't know, but sucks when you drop the ball, right? It did feel like an Orlovsky touchdown. I'm with you, Ben. It's probably a touchdown. That feels extremely dangerous. And if the jerseys were flipped, we'd say the same thing. And it doesn't help anything that as the play kind of continues, Jackson gets mashed, right? So as this lane opens up, you go, oh boy. Oh, that could have been dangerous. But like you're saying, Joseph, you could argue the fate of the NFC North is the fate of the NFC North shifted a little bit on that specific play. Isn't it, King? It's all players making plays. Then on fourth down, this is where I think Eberflus has really improved. So they nearly get baked by a screenplay where they sent nearly the whole house, and that quick swing nearly scores on them. Can I say nearly one more time? Boy, oh boy, rough one, Robert. So then what do? They run the same blitz again, fearlessly. Right? You're going to get TJ Edwards popping out again. You're going to get everybody else just charging the mound, baby. And who gets home? If you guessed 2022 leading pass rusher, Jaquan Brisker, you'd be right. And it's wild watching this because the Bears basically are forcing, if you will, obviously, Jalen Johnson and Eddie Jackson just play this phenomenally. But it is as if, to me, the Bears only really thought that this trip set from the Lions was going to threaten them in 3 ways. Something on the outside, so like, obviously you got to cover over here, and then a quick slant from somebody, because that's all they cover. TJ Edwards is watching for the slant the whole way. What do they get? They get a half-field read. I mean, you want to talk about making life hard for Goff. If you were going to say maybe Jared Goff isn't all that great, a fourth down, like true field erasure is wild to me. And Jalen Johnson couldn't play it better. The route spacing's kind of gross. I mean, I think if you watch this channel enough, you've probably seen that when you run something this deep, like this is 5-6 yards deep, and you're only running the corner route, or the second dig, I guess you could call it on a levels concept, about 10 yards deeper. I mean, I love it when Jalen Johnson picks off a pass. He did not have to move much. Good job by 33 for midpointing this thing. But Goff really doesn't get him to commit to the underneath throw. And by the time he lets it go, it's easy. And it is a bad throw. Now, for Goff, you could argue it is... Now, this is me being ridiculous. You could argue Goff might just be heaving the ball because it doesn't matter. Jalen Johnson catching this pass is nearly a better play because by the time you're dead in the water in the pocket, at least you pushed the ball a healthy 20 yards downfield and into a DB's hands, but I doubt it. I mean, quarterbacks have to wear their interceptions. There's no way he's throwing this on purpose, right? And Jalen Johnson does a nice job of creating a return afterwards that takes it all the way back to the 50. Don't talk about the fumble. Nobody needs to talk about the fumble. Joe, it's so funny you say that. If you go watch the video on my channel about Jalen Johnson, I basically tell you I think he rules. This is what I thought was always in there for Jalen Johnson. It's why I wanted him paid before the season, because I thought the price of the brick was about to go up as soon as he basically played out the season. You're right, Akusai. You mentioned the penalty on Eddie Jackson. I thought it was as plain Jane a block in the back as you were going to find right there. But it's a nice athletic return from Jalen Johnson that keeps things moving. I'm stoked with Jalen. I think, all right, so if you wanted my guess, he's not going to get extended until the season's over, right? At this point, no kidding, X, right? At this point, Jalen Johnson is going to ask, all right, so I'm going to say something ridiculous, but I'm using this to make a point so that I don't have to guess actual numbers, right? Jalen Johnson is more or less going to walk into the Bears front office and he's going to say, I want you to match Sweat's contract for me. And Ryan Poles is going to say, you are out of your mind. Jalen Johnson's going to say, I said what I said. And then Ryan Poles is going to slap the tag on him. And then Jalen's going to say, I'm not playing on the tag. And Ryan Poles is going to say, of course you're not. But will you play for $80 million over 4 years? Jalen's going to think about it. And 1 year of the tag versus probably $45, $50 million. And that might be too much. But let's say $40 million in guarantees. It's going to make a lot more sense. The tag, I actually think will will smooth everything out because everybody understands the business. And like you're saying, Demo, maybe Jalen will take the tag. He wants a payday, and the tag is a pretty solid payday. But I really tend to think that a longer term deal with obviously more guarantees than the tag represents is going to be healthy for everybody. But you probably have to get the tag on him before he's really going to start thinking about it. Anyways, that's just my aside soliloquy. Let's get on to the third drive. I'm not kidding. It's so funny watching this. It's so funny to me watching this Bears defense because does any of this on first down really look all that much different than what we've seen all season long? It sure shouldn't. The Bears are responding to what the Lions are doing because they're in 21 personnel, something like that, with Jack Sanborn. So they're going to put him in there, right? Exactly, MJ. That's right. They're going to play for the Ohtani deal. And then Sanborn's just going to walk up and wreck the play. Gosh, is this fun to watch or what? Like, it's matchups. It's guys that are just playing great ball. Like, I can't not credit the coaching staff because as much as I would love to tell you that it's schematic wizardry, it's them getting the most out of guys. And it's simple. A lot of the schematic things that they're doing well are setting up leverage a little better, making sure guys are communicating well. I mean, nailing down the details, right? And you just, even if it's not my preferred style of coaching, you have to be complimentary of what this Bears defense is doing because they're clearly getting through to these guys. And the play shows it. I mean, here with Jack, he's going to smoke the outside shoulder of the fullback and basically swing the gate wide open. That's exactly where you want to hit him. Stands up the runner outright. And as this is happening, you've got a one-on-one, more or less, where Andrew Billings takes a bump and fights back into the lane anyways, using Graham Glasgow's body. There's nowhere to go. It's awesome. Prabhat, I don't know if I'm coming around on like hits, right? Because I still think hits is super silly, but you can't not credit Matt Eberflus for the way these guys are playing. This is 2 games in a row, 2 games in 4 weeks where the Bears have outright dominated the at the time they were 9-3, but the division leading Lions. I mean, I understand that the Bears lost the first game. I am not trying to take away that the Bears lost the first game. Super frustrating. That stuff is happening way too often for Matt Eberflus. But in nearly all 5 wins that the Bears have had this year, they haven't just looked good. They have yet to squeeze a win out. Am I crazy? Let me know if I can't remember one. Because if memory serves, in all 5 of their wins, they are not just a little bit the better team, but quite a bit the better team. And then you've got the Vikings game where that feels a little tighter. Obviously, the scoreline suggested that it was tighter, but it felt like the Bears defense was dramatically better than the Vikings defense for nearly the entire game. Panthers is the answer. You're right, Akusai. That one was a little tight. But it's more to say, at least when I'm watching this team, I'm amazed at how much better they're all playing. Like you're saying, Joe, they even looked better against Denver and whatnot. Now, this was a funky little thing. It seemed as if every 3 or 4 drives, you saw Terrell Smith get a series. I don't know if the Bears are just rotating him in to try to get everybody reps. I don't know if they wanted to keep Tyreek Stevenson fresh for one reason or another, but he's going to have his moments and he's going to have his moments like any rookie, right? If the Lions did one thing well, it's that they just blatantly attacked Yannick Ngakoue. When he was on the field in a rushing down, they said, we are running at you and there's nearly nothing you can do about it. And here's TJ Edwards trying to slip underneath another offensive line block. You end up with 2 defenders in the same spot. Big old rushing gash right here. Nothing that Brisker can really do about it. Terrell Smith does a good job making a tackle, but you lost enough yards that Montgomery picks up a first down. He felt like he was running with a purpose, didn't he? 1st and 10. The Lions cross the field into the nega zone, if you will, but they're going to keep running the ball. They ran it straight at Yannick on most plays, at least when they got the chance to. There's Andrew trying to get out there. Going to kind of blow past some of the rushing stuff that happens. Not just because the Bears lose, but it's like, okay, you got gapped out. Who cares who made the tackle? Like 7 yards. Let's see here. What do they do? This play's hilarious. We'll get to that later, Jibby. That goes into the rant section a little more. Save your question, though, because for now, we'll rip through some film. I like the Bears basically responding to, you got to remember, nearly all of football is looks. So here you've got like a 22 personnel look, and that means that everything's super packed in. And they respond by packing everything in. They get Jalen Johnson up on the line. They get Terrell Smith up on the line. You've got a functional 9-man box right here. And then that creates a play action opportunity, but the corners do a good job responding to it. Goff junks the ball, junks it badly. And then let's see, you mentioned, is the scheme here to really let Sweat just run at Goff? For some reason, and I really won't understand this, a ton of these naked bootlegs just allow a rusher to get confused. The goal of a lot of these plays is for this guy to pursue the running back. So he's supposed to block himself. Think about 2022 and how many times we complained about this with Justin Fields with the shoe on the other foot. All I can tell you is it's NFL standard. It doesn't make sense to me either, because the moment that Montez Sweat reads out what is not a great run fake, like he puts his foot in the ground and look at that burst. I mean, truly, it's Sweat's athleticism that has surprised me more than anything, because it's one thing to say he's long. It's one thing to say he's got pass rush moves. It's another thing to say he puts his foot in the ground, cuts up field, and he is on Jared Goff immediately. Jared throws the ball away, can't find much from it, 3rd and 3, right? Here, we'll watch it from this angle. I mean, he's just on you. That would freak me out. Freaked Bryce Young out. Freaked Josh Dobbs out. Freaked Goff out the first time. It's like they're using the Montez Sweat's length to turn him into a Halloween nightmare, which is it's awesome, to be honest with you. Snap, throw. If you want to give Ben Johnson some credit, I thought he did a pretty good job. Now, it's hilarious. Like, you've got, what is this, TJ Edwards pointing this out already, because I didn't realize this in real time, but they put an offensive lineman over here. It is very obvious what they're going to do. And the Bears just get caught in a 2-on-2. or like a 2-on-3, if you will, rallying to the football. And honestly, Terrell Smith does a pretty decent job given what he's trying to fight through. I thought TJ Edwards does a pretty solid job too. Brisker comes down, makes the hit. But credit to Ben Johnson for approaching the 4-down territory with 4th down in mind. Setting up that 4th and shorter is, I think, a good plan. I mean, you don't need to take 2 shots at all the yards. You could take 1 shot underneath to try to set something up while the defense is in a 3rd down defense that's expecting 3rd and long. And then you can hit this throw and move the chains, right? Really pretty throw. It's the same issue we've always seen with Terrell Smith this year, in my opinion, and that's that these digs, he's not strong on contesting. There's a little bit of everything to this. I think that he would be well served to play a little closer to the receiver, but I think he's consistently worried about getting beat from a long speed perspective. So he gives a little bit of ground to try to get ready to run with the guy, but then the underneath cut bites him. Throw whizzes past Tremaine Edmonds, and the Lions have a 1st down. Let's see what happened up front while we're at it. DeMarcus Walker does a solid job walking his man back. It's fun seeing him up here. So you've got Edwards threatening. You've got Edmonds in position to do pretty much anything, which is what the Bears have been doing a lot. And then you've got DeMarcus Walker rushing as a 1 technique right here. He puts his hands on the backup center and just drives him into Jared Goff. Kudos to Goff. This is a sick throw. Boom. Man, you want to talk about ear holding a linebacker? Just puts that by Tremaine Edmonds. NFL quarterback is so hard and so impressive. When you watch the throws that you have to make to succeed in the league is awesome, in my opinion. Like, I think we could all agree that it's just fun watching good football. Let's see. Does Edmonds get a finger on it? I'm dying to know now. I don't know. Really can't tell because I can't tell if the ball moves. But he's big in that pass lane. Nobody gets home. Happens. I think they go on to score here. There's Jamison Williams, and there's Tremaine Edmonds. When he makes a play, when he shows off his speed, you can see why he's paid $18 million. Is it too much for a linebacker? In my opinion, yes. But that's the going rate for a 1st-round linebacker right now. He slips underneath the block and just beats him to the spot. Smokes him. Jalen also does a good job of setting the edge on this play. He gets down, lays the wood, gives Edmonds a spot to go create that contact. The rest is history. Let's see. Love the commotion in the backfield. Oh, yeah. Like, Rasheem Green playing disciplined, getting back upfield. Jeffrey White, how you doing? So that he can force the runner to take this wide. Absolutely helps Edmonds set up the angle. And from there, he just walks with him to the sidelines. Such an athlete. My goal is to pretty much love every football player I watch. Sure, there are some that we're just not going to, but a good athlete can be can be so much fun to watch, even if he could be kind of a letdown sometimes, right? We can compartmentalize. Here you get a slippery little jet pass. Smith does a good job coming up and hitting. Let's see. Honestly, this is a really nice little play. Like, look at the blocking angles that they're able to get on what kind of becomes, it's not literally crack toss, not really at all, but tight end kicks Edwards out, both receivers get up inside, and suddenly you've got, is that Amon-Ra on, or like one-on-one with a rookie corner. You would have taken that matchup if you got the chance. Here's the rookies getting involved. There's this funny habit that I've seen where the moment the Bears put their rookies in, for some reason, that's when all kinds of teams will run wide against Chicago. I can't tell if it's a game plan thing. I can't tell what it is, to be honest with you. But I swear, every time I sit here and I'm like, finally, I can see a Zach Pickens snap, the play will just settle itself on the edges and nothing that happens on the defensive line matters. Um, let's see, was it Rasheem Green that got cut after he had like the first productive edge performance for us this season? I can't remember, Demo. Was it? No, it was Khalid Kareem who did that. Flick out. Gibbs is fast. Lions catch the Bears overflowing here. It's a tale as old as time, right? You want to talk about you want to talk about what you're paying the first round pick for? It's the gas to take this into the end zone. Man. Now, like you're saying, Ben, it's kind of a bummer to look at this and see, okay, we've got a backup defensive lineman, a backup defensive lineman, a backup defensive lineman, which because of this, we're going to end up over rotating one way or another. But it's also a well executed play by the Lions. They tune everybody up for this except for Gibbs. Like in the world of also, man, just realizing Sewell gets out there. Oh, that is a gorgeous block by Penei Sewell. You want to talk about why you want these first round tackles and what we hope Darnell Wright can do? Maybe a little bit of Braxton Jones action doing something like this later in the season. Like, you love seeing a tackle that's able to plumb beat a DB to a spot in a moment like this. That's pretty. Oh, that's really pretty. 26, is that? Of course it is. Of course they attack Elijah Hicks. Why would we be surprised? So this is when Brisker went out, I take it? Because I actually wonder, had Brisker been in the game, it wouldn't surprise me if he might have been more competitive. But the moment that Hicks is basically not in the play, yeah, way too much space. Jahmyr Gibbs is way too fast to allow that to happen. Lions score. But it's these later drives that we're coming to. Oh man, they're so fun. Jahmyr Gibbs is slippery, and he was one of the only reasons that the Lions were competing early because they were winning enough battles up front to make this thing a pain. Like Billings does a good job here, if you ask me, where actually it looks like the Lions kind of just get screwed up on the front, where you've got TJ Edwards basically getting blocked by two guys. Andrew Billings is competitive, but it's Justin Jones who really pops on this play. Like you got a little bit from everybody. It's an ensemble. Like it's an ensemble performance. Justin Jones gets in the backfield. Gibbs is gonna have to do something about it. Sweat gets held. Lol. The RG just does fall at his face. And the Bears are athletic enough to push Gibbs out of bounds without him fully getting the edge on them. But that's not something you're really going to get too many trophies for. What are some defining characteristics of Ben Johnson's offense that are catered to a specific type of quarterback? So what's complicated, it's Matos, is that I would argue Ben Johnson's offense is entirely centered around what Jared Goff can and can't do. And it's hard to tell whether that's Ben Johnson's idealized offense or the offense idealized around Jared Goff. Does that make sense? I can tell you everything's tailored that way. Another characteristic is that the Lions really like using very pure formations and finding creative ways to use something that has been done to do something else. Like we saw with that 21 personnel formation where you basically ran crack toss out of something like that, right? Like a split back formation. And not literally crack toss, but you get it. It's a centered, balanced attack. It's just hard to tell sometimes because ultimately every offense, and I understand that in Chicago it hasn't looked like this a lot of the time, but ultimately every offense is catering to their quarterback, or at least they are trying to. So it's hard to tell exactly who an offensive coordinator is when they're dealing with a certain quarterback, and then they may deal with a different quarterback later. Tyreek does a good job cutting this off. 3rd and 1. Let me see. What do they run on the back end? Is it 3 again? Truly was 3 for most of the game. No, they're going to run cover 2. Seems that way. No, it might be 3. It's 2. It has to be 2. And a nice hit in the flat. Jason, if you watch Billings tape to work out, you probably get a great workout in. Speaking of, Billings does a nice job fighting through here. It's just a little bit of pressure. It's just a little bit of pressure. But it's enough to kind of, like, I would imagine that hearing him coming is like hearing the old freight train, right? Chug, 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 chug. Oh, I got to get that ball out. Nice hit. Sets up 3rd and 2. These little motions and switches are funny. I can't say I know them perfectly because you got to remember, I get to watch like one detailed watch, and that's about all I have time for most of the time, just between other work and stuff. But hey, we make this thing work full time, you'll get even better breakdowns. But so, because a lot of these checks and whatnot are the Lions trying to force something out. They want to see how the Bears are going to adapt. And when in a case like this on 3rd down, they just push Jalen Johnson out a little bit, it sure looks like you've got some kind of zone blitz. Because chances are the fact that Jalen doesn't move much means that they're not in man. Good to know. And you're nearly certain the Bears are going to send pressure. They have sent pressure on almost every 3rd down you've called. In this case, they don't. They just drop out and they play cover 3 over the top. And a really tight throw gets stuck in there by Jared Goff. Whoo! Let's see. Is somebody offsides? Oh, yeah, you easily could have called Yannick offsides, I think. Where's that Sweat? That's Sweat. Sweat's too good. Sweat's too good. And you're right. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. 155 viewers. That's exciting. Let's keep getting more. And if this is your first time, welcome to the stream. Feel free to chat. I'll respond to you. Ask questions if you like. I'm happy to answer. But let's see, man. If we had Billings and Hicks at the same time, I'm telling you, that'd have been so fun. He was still a Bengal at that time. I love this move from Billings. We see it all the time. I don't know what it's called, but the slash outside, slap back the other way. He's just so fun to watch, isn't he? Like, here, we'll watch it one more time. Gets up, cut left, work back to the right, force the offensive line to come back and chase you, and you're just barreling down on him. When you get it, again, you got these tight windows. Bryson, I thought Gordon played relatively well against Amon-Ra. Amon-Ra didn't match up against Gordon most of the time, at least from what I saw. Here, Tyreek's having to basically chase the play just because of the way they align on their cover 3. If you cut underneath the defender that's like posted up, there's almost always a seam right here. And I would love the Bears to fix that eventually. But if you're able to punish, or if you were able to lock up Jared Goff the way the Bears did, oh man, did they? This ball does not come out of Jared's hand well. But it's well thrown enough. Oh, Jermaine almost punches it out. Look at this. That ball moves. He has to re-catch it. Oh, they were so close. This stuff, I wish you caught this stuff on the broadcast. That's awesome. You want to talk about a game of inches. Jermaine's got that ball nearly. Kudos to Laporta for re-catching the darn thing. 1st down. But the Lions had to grind. Because there just wasn't much room. I mean, nearly 3 yards in a cloud of dust over here. You want more room than this, but 97. I know it's a meme at this point, but 97 and is that Yannick again? Do a good job cutting the edge off. I guess not the world's most perfect edge set, but forcing Gibbs to cut back up the middle is Gibbs to cut back up the middle just slows the run down. You end up with only like 4. I mean, it was honestly a beautiful physical football game that I totally thought we were going to lose until the Bears came out swinging in the second half. Same alignment, except they're a little wider this time. We've got Gordon on Amon-Ra, and we're going to blitz. The Bears were perfectly comfortable sending extra pressure, which was great. Gordon also, honestly, kudos to him. He hides his blitzes really well. I did not think he did this near as well as a rookie. But in terms of the sell, in terms of what you're giving away pre-snap, there are so many of these corners that will look inside because they want to see the ball, right? And or they'll creep right here. Like there are so many different ways that people will give nickel blitzes away. Gordon does a great job of knowing when it's coming. And yeah, it doesn't matter here, but it's nice to see consistently. And from there, man, Sweat's ability to go from moving left, one plant, drive back into the play, and even just slowing Montgomery down. Had he not slowed Montgomery down, let's see. So if Sweat doesn't make this play, Demo easily could have stepped around the lineman who's going to seal Tremaine Edmonds, and you might have had a problem on your hands. But Sweat does a good job getting back into the lane, slowing Demo enough that Brisker is able to stand him up right there, or stand him up. And seriously, it's so simple. But for this bend, don't break defense, thank you so much, Jeffrey. Let me go ahead and get this donation thing updated. Let's see. We're at 30 now. Hee hee. So exciting. Love it. Thank you guys. But so Brisker doesn't really give any quarter when he's hitting guys. That's such a nerdy way to say it. He doesn't give ground. Like David Montgomery is a war fighter, and Brisker's able to basically just plant his feet in the ground and stop him for no yards after contact on that hit specifically. Now, he'd already had his momentum cut off a little bit, but we've seen David Montgomery carry piles that defy physics. So for Jaquan Brisker to be able to work back the other way on this is really solid and decently useful. Khalid, how you doing? It is nice to see, I think, that Brisker's finding that role as a true box safety with a little bit of coverage ability. And I don't know what his ceiling is going to be. I can't help but think the best safeties in modern football, for the most part, are going to be the guys that can make really excellent plays in coverage, but it's going to still, or not, it's going to still, like, you can still find plenty of uses on your rookie contract if you're able to be that hitter inside the box. And Brisker's doing that pretty well without, well, you may see a coverage thing here or there. You certainly have for most of the time. This is just Gibbs making a play, by the way. Bears line does a great job getting downhill. Even Kyler punches inside. But then it's Jalen Johnson. Feels like Tremaine Edmonds gets a little muddied up. And because of that, Gibbs is able to slip forward and pick up a big-time first down. Kudos to him. Woo. I'll see you later. I'll see you in the VOD, right? First and 10. I mean, these are grindy drives. These are really grindy drives, which is wild to watch to me. Just that the Lions played patient and did a really pretty good job doing it. The rookies also have a habit of both penetrating. I don't know what Pickens is necessarily thinking, but he and Dexter are both just jumping upfield. And Khalid, it's funny because you watch a play on Gervon Dexter. I would love to see Dexter recognize a little. Oh, no. Okay, I get this. Dexter's eyes are watching Gibbs, and it's a fullback dive. Kudos. Finally, Alessandro. Finally. Brisker rolls over, lays the lumber. Call it a down. The Bears were daring the Lions to be patient with it, and 4 yards in a cloud of dust, the Lions were comfortable. You have to give them credit for their ability to execute in this case. Let's see. flick it sideways. When we talk as much as we do about Tremaine Edmonds being a pursuit backer, it's not exactly plays like these because normally, to be completely blunt with you guys, normally Tremaine Edmonds has missed some of these tackles, right? But when Tremaine Edmonds is able to operate in free space like this, he can be huge and long and fast. Did a good job of it today. The Lions did not do it. The Lions weren't outstanding in their ability to put bodies on Tremaine Edmonds, and especially when TJ Edwards is willing to stick his nose, or willing to stick his nose in a play like that. There's a lot that you can do defensively. Now, I am about to say something that only the homeriest of Bears homers are even here to hear, right? We get so few reps of Zach Pickens mattering. This is another wide run against Zach Pickens, which is hilarious. But at least we get to see how he's matching up body to body on NFL physicality. And it's not like I'm about to tell you some glowing report, but I did expect him to get I expected him this season to get thrown around a little more. He's doing a pretty good job when he's in one-on-one situations of establishing his leverage and looking like he's got the ability to win a lane right here. If there was one, it doesn't matter. The play is totally away from him, but it's as close as you're going to get to an update on how Pickens is doing. And Prabat, that's the thing. Like there were a lot of people that talked about how Pickens was a terrible run defender. Look, in my opinion, I've got the Twitter receipts to prove it, right? I thought Pickens always had decent one gap run defense in him, but South Carolina asked him to two gap a lot, and he's terrible at two gapping. And so he's been much better than I thought he would be at two gapping in the NFL, but that doesn't mean he's been good. It just means he's been not awful. Like, you got to remember that going from F in this case up to C minus is much better, if you ask me, with occasional flashes of B double stat, or like in the preseason, especially. He anchored against a couple double teams, but he really hasn't done it much because he hasn't been asked to do it much. I get the impression, and maybe this is me just seeing something that isn't there. So I never thought this until this year. And for anybody who's like really well studied in the NFL, feel free to chime in on this. Offensive players or offensive game plans don't do as good a job of adapting to the personnel that's in the game in the middle of the play as I think fans would expect them to. Like, for as much as the Lions are paying attention, they've got a game script and they've got a game flow that is not always going to adjust to number 96 entering the game out of nowhere. Sometimes they will, especially on a key down, but offense isn't always that reactive. There's plenty of things that they think they're going to do. Hey, Starview, how you doing? That they won't do just because normally number 96 is number 97. And you don't really want to run it, Andrew, if you don't have to, right? So I wonder personally if part of what Pickens has been getting the benefit of is that the guy he's backing up is really good and you don't really want to run at him. And so within that mindset, we haven't seen Pickens have to take on double teams because most offenses aren't trying to double team Andrew Billings unless they're going to get him on the move first and go try to beat him out that way. Now, you get plenty of teams that have run on Pickens, and they've run on him pretty well. But I have been surprised because I expected, with the way the Bears were deploying Zach Pickens, for more teams to attack him outright when he entered the game. And instead, teams don't really do that. They don't really pay any attention to him. They don't treat him like he's there. And that actually, I would argue, follows the more standard pattern that we see from the NFL, which is they pay attention, like offenses pay attention to like 4 or 5 guys, like a general scheme and then a couple specific players. Remember how much it impressed everybody when Sean McVay named the starters' names on the Bears 2018 defense? Like, that's the standard that we think of for a lot of these head coaches. And as silly as it is, most offenses are going to pay attention to your like impact players, and then everybody else is considered everybody else, and you just got to go win your matchup. Jibby, I don't see offenses throwing at Jalen Johnson that often. I see them trying to target Tyreek Stevenson as much as they can, but you get a missed tackle here. Here's Tremaine missing a tackle from Jameer Gibbs, but Jameer Gibbs is also just Gumby. Like, I mean, look at 26 make this cut, get upfield, and lose nearly no speed and spin his way out of Andrew Billings. Nasty. We liked Andrew, or we liked Jameer Gibbs pre-draft. Stuff like this is sick. Is it worth pick number 12? I don't know. That's a whole separate question, especially when the Lions are getting smoked by a Bears team on a day where they could have used that extra defensive lineman, if you ask me. Look, say what you will, right? The Lions with Jalen Carter probably would have been a lot more dangerous, I think, than the Lions with Demo and Jameer Gibbs. But happy for Gibbs because he gets paid way more and has some sick highlights. It's more that with the Lions suddenly fading, I can't help but look at this team and just wonder what they could have done had they not drafted a running back and a linebacker, given that the linebacker is still adjusting to all kinds of play. I mean, you get it, right? Did Gordon get pulled down? I mean, honestly, it looks like the answer is yes. So, Akusai, I'm picking on them about the Jalen Carter draft as kind of a tongue in cheek thing, and I'm happy that you called me on it because I'm not being totally serious. I'm as much as anything else, I take all the teams ahead of where the Bears were with Jalen Carter and want to ask them, why didn't you draft Jalen Carter before the Bears have to wear it? I am glad that that calmed down so that we could stop talking about it. But, anyways, let's see. Here you get stick, Bears rally tackle. They were totally comfortable, they being Chicago, just rally tackle, rally tackle, rally tackle. They felt like they were waiting out the Detroit, and honestly, it didn't work. I mean, not to shift gears altogether, but early in the game, the Bears allowing Detroit to bend don't break was not giving them the results that I think they wanted. Here, Tyreek gets danced. Josh Reynolds scores. It's a really nice route, honestly. Like, um, not only does he stem this thing out and threaten a corner, threaten an out, but he does a good job of getting Tyreek to shift his hips outside to the point where when he makes a double move, he catches him. I mean, sure, you'd hope that you get some pressure on a play like this, but a good route is a good route, and he throws it really beautifully. I think it's funny you mentioned that, Jibby. I would tell you that I think Brisker's just playing the flat. This is cover three. And so Brisker's right here. Tyreek's right here. Eddie Jackson is helping out this side. You've basically got zone, 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 zone. And these seams right here are generally your hot zone. And Eddie is leaning towards the side Jalen Johnson's on. And so this one, it's well targeted by Goff. Let me see if I can. This one right here. Like, it's well targeted. He does a good job. And Tyreek gets put in a bad spot. From a leverage perspective, this is hard. I would probably prefer in this setting that he's up a little closer so that he can reroute Josh Reynolds, because the moment he allows Reynolds to make this move, he was toast before it ever started, right? But that's part of the balance that comes with learning, because the moment that you press up a little more and see, if you watch Jalen Johnson, he's pressed up a little more, right? So the difference, to me, that's experience, is Jalen understanding that he can, I guess he does back off a little bit, but yeah, that wasn't a perfect example. Not at all. But when you allow yourself to sit back like that, you feel like you're playing safe. You can ultimately give up just too much ground and end up getting hosed. He gets hosed there. Happens, right? Big score. When you say play call, you mean just cover three, the way that they're playing it? I get that. But you're going to know more about defensive play calling than I am, especially since, Brandon, they've been playing cover three the whole game outside of third down. They're just rocking up in cover three. And what does it get them? It gets them 13-10. You get some good individual plays, right? But it's not working to this point. So then what changes in the second half? Let's go through it together. Because honestly, I'd be lying if I told you that I could absolutely remember. First things first, Jared Goff leaves the ball just a little inside. We got to watch it from this angle so that you can see, like, Amon Ra. I think it's Amon Ra. No, it's not. It's 11. 11's got separation, Khalif Raymond, but we leave that ball, a little too far inside, and Stevenson does a good job of getting a hand on it. Stevenson's ability to run with these small receivers is nice, though. He hits the gas, he catches up to the play. Goff takes just a little too long to make that thing work. And good enough. Better play, absolutely. They convert, but they don't. And so we move on to 2nd and 10. NFL speed blows my mind. I think I can't remember who it was that said that earlier, but every time you get to watch some of these guys in the open field, they look so fast. 2nd and 10. Let's see, is this when it starts? There's a point in the game where the Bears just start blitzing everything. Like everything. Here it looks like they're just calling a little more cover 3. You get Brisker up front. He does a solid job competing. Honestly, it's Tremaine Edmonds who just gets over the top of a block and makes a play. They basically spin Brisker down into the box. And then at that point, what do we got? Like 1, 2, 3. He's going to work his way into the play. Okay, Tyreek sets the edge. Does a good job getting back down on it. Doesn't feel like the Lions had the numbers that they wanted on that side on first blush. But what do I know? Third and 6. Yeah, the Bears just executed. That's a nice job, Tremaine. He's been blocked by less. 3rd and 6. And this is where, I mean, obviously it's more third down stuff, but Bears do a good job. I love this stuff personally, where they're going to start to play out with a clear blitz threat right here. Tremaine Edmonds sitting. He could easily play some kind of Tampa 2 hole, some kind of zone, but he could also blitz. They're using him as a blitzer more. And kind of like Roquan, he's a pretty good blitzer. That's pretty solid right there. He's so big, he's just really hard to block, right? And he gets straight through David Montgomery, who we know David Montgomery is a pretty good pass blocker, and gets his hands in Goff's face. And it's so funny because the blitz here is what saves Tyreek Stevenson. Stevenson does a pretty good job, you could say, of at least being physical. Not really enough to contest it. But there's, Ben. Don't go saying Roshan would have stoned him. Roshan has a tough day in pass pro today, unfortunately. But it's great seeing the like the Bears, like Jordan's saying, basically compete, bring the pressure to the Lions and say, or bring the pressure to the Lions and see what they can do about it, rather than waiting for the Lions to pick them apart slowly. I wouldn't say everybody gets beat. That's not fair. But on this play, we would love to see Tyreek reroute Jameson Williams. Williams runs straight by him, but he's not able to put the throw off. Or he's not able to get the throw off at all. Let's see. What makes it tight front, Brandon? Because I've seen tight front enough, but this looks like, what is this? Just a basic, underfront? Or is it the fact that they've got the linebacker walked up playing like penny style? You tell me, because I'm always down to learn. But they do a great job on this specific blitz once they bring everybody. So you'll see Edwards go wide, Sweat go wide, Jones go wide, sets up this beautiful A-gap blitz for Tremaine Edmonds to just hammer, and Edmonds does a good job of understanding. He's got to be the guy. He's the guy. Oh, nice. Okay, I gotcha. It's this right here. Bear front, but similar. Bear front similar, but 5 down. I gotcha. And from there, I mean, that's what's funny about blitzing, right? Plenty, plenty of times when you blitz, you're not expecting your coverage to hold up forever. You're just expecting them to hold up long enough. Defense is a team sport for a reason. Throws non competitive. Stoned. Bears tie the game. Now it's 13-13, right? Austin. Oh, man. So Austin Cole asks, by the way, just because I think it's fun, he asks, out of curiosity, what is the likelihood the Bears get the number 1 overall pick? Right? So let me see if I can find it quickly. Because I don't know if I can. Let me see. No, I just got to tell you what I can remember. I believe ESPN Analytics has it at 95%, and then a former PFF guy, now at Sumer Sports, said 93.5%, and that's that they get number 1. That they get a top 2 pick is Ben Rosenblum's 99.99%, and none of this factors in, obviously, the fact that if they lose to the Falcons, which nothing's foregone, but it feels to me like the Falcons are better than them. You could very quickly lock this thing up because the Carolina Panthers' strength of schedule took some L's over the weekend, which currently has them, say, 2.5 games ahead of the field in the race for number 1. So it is wild to me that here with 4 weeks remaining, we can nearly perfectly, or we can nearly say the number 1 is locked up, which I cannot believe. Ben, what can I say? I got talent. So, no, when you're good, you're good, right? Is this first down? Oh, man. Here it comes. Everybody ready? So they take a false start on first down. On second down, motion. We got Jalen rocked up on the line of scrimmage. You get the super jump. Isn't this play funny? Dude just leaps in the air. I'm not 100% certain what Brisker. No, he just jumps. He just sees the arm motion and goes, Joom. And then realizes, oh, wait, I could catch this. He ain't trying to time nothing. He's just trying to get in the way. But man, he almost has that. I love the little jump from TJ Edwards. You see it. You see somebody do this, I swear, on every near pick. Just like, ah! It's a smart call in theory. Like, what's funny to me about this kind of a play, first of all, you've got a delayed blitz, or not delayed blitz, a blitz from depth from TJ Edwards. And I would argue that when Matt Eberflus's defense is working, this is one of the fuels that is helping it work, right? Because the Bears have lined up in their absolutely standard cover 3 alignment. This is what they've been running all game. We've seen it so far, right? All game. But they're going to bring a blitzer from depth that at least makes centers question whether they've got the call right. Because it's a good thing that the running back comes up ready to stop him. Because outside of that, he is flush straight through the line of scrimmage. And that's nice to see that the Bears are basically able to get enough guys in rushing lanes to keep people guessing. Now, from a play calling perspective, I actually really like the way that Ben, if we wanted to say it, Ben Johnson attacks the Bears, I think, in a pretty smart way. Anticipating cover 3 or cover 1, he's basically just going to have 8 here, run an inside over. And I think Goff throws it too early. I don't know quite why Goff feels like he needs to throw it right there, especially with Brisker sitting underneath. You can wait until he's a little closer to the sideline. I get that we want to catch and run with it, but Jalen Johnson, first of all, might cut this thing off. Like, if we watch the path of the ball, it's hard to tell. But it's good. Like you're saying, Jordan, exactly. If you're going to blitz, the best thing, or at the very least, you're hoping that you catch a streaking linebacker on a running back. And if your guy makes the block, great. Now, by the way, I want to point out David Montgomery's block here. I think he does a great job. And you need to know this for later, unfortunately. So One thing I think Montgomery does really well is recognize that the way that you beat an NFL linebacker is putting your shoulder down and hitting them. You can't block in this league as a running back, catch blocking, right? But you have to hit them, and he did a good job there. Brisker obviously almost picks it off. We've talked about that, but you get a play that you probably assume is living in Goff's head a little bit. And then on 2nd and 15, let me see. They check. Are the Bears in man? No. They've got what could be a man look right here, but they shift it over. It's obviously a zone look. Actually, I don't know. So you got these two talking. Let's place bets because I'm actually really interested. Do we think it's man? Do we think it's zone? Because you could easily have man assignments right there. And then as they shift across, you get Brisker bumping up. You get Eddie bumping down. This is looking like man. Edmonds is coming. Oh, yeah. And the pressure wins. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Who else? Who else is making pressure? Who else? Come on. He's so fun. Quick swap. Gets into Goff's kitchen and takes what could easily be at least a decent catch and run and just erases it. Also, just because we like watching him, check out Kyler Gordon in the slot, right? You got to nail these things. Solid job getting his hands on him, running with him. Love it. Now let's watch the fun angle. What is Billings doing? Billings flashes the 3-tech alignment, jumps back on the nose. That's when they check. Billings stands up, imposes himself, works sideways, swat, falls down, but man, that is a sweet hurry. Dude is a problem. I swear every time I watch Andrew Billings, he is just creating problems. How do you not love him? Right? The Bears basically signed the free trial of Dexter Lawrence for vet minimum. Really is. It really felt that way, Brandon. He's looking like a guy who developed, to say the least. It seriously is a Kusai. I mean, the guy Andrew Billings just sells every part of his body. What is ME in this case? Because I would have actually expected him to keep running too. Seems like he sits down thinking zone, but I don't know. Let's see. Christopher, a mental error. Gotcha. Christopher, I would when I look at the Billings extension, what I think you see is a player that's been on 4 teams and sat out of 2020 that Ryan Poles offered him the ability to stay in one area, Chicago, and he took it. Now, that said, I'm looking into the camera and I'm saying it. I tend to think Andrew Billings' agent could have done a lot better. Like the fact this tape is just so fun that I can't believe that they got him for as little as they did. I really think it's a sick extension by Ryan Poles. And I almost wonder if it's just lucky catching the player who's been on a bunch of 1-year deals and wants some consistency in his life so he doesn't have to sell his house, right, at the end of the year. But you tell me either way, like, unbelievable. I think the open market might have given him, I mean, look, I'm being a little ridiculous and I understand that, but I think the open market could have given him as much as maybe $6-7 million a year. So the Bears, I think, pretty much stole him. Like, awesome. Here's Gavon Dexter making hay. Lions just can't pick up all the yards on 3rd down. They give up the play underneath. Solid rally tackling by everybody. Nothing special or specific, but it is nice, in my opinion. It really is, Jordan, and I don't understand why those guys don't, because they're really, really valuable, especially when they rush the passer with the general success that Andrew Billings does. But so it's fun seeing Gervin look this physical. It's not even that technical, but when he or in some of his best reps right now, I'll play it at full speed here in just a little bit. He looks like he basically isn't slowed down by the guard in front of him, and that's I think all you could ask for out of a super or out of a big, big athlete like Gervon Dexter. Now, we would love to see some more consistency so we can start him because right now, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Gervon Dexter looks like he is becoming a pass rush specialist that we would like to see a little more consistency from in the run game. But it is nice to see him flash anyways. And that's the thing, Jordan. You got to beat the nobodies. I mean, I think it was Brandon Thorne that talked about this on Twitter at one point. That like I think he said somewhere around 65 to 70% of pass rusher production comes against backups, which was it blew my mind. That like he made it so plain that most of these high quality sacks you see, most of these absolute sunnings, if you will, come from Chase Young against Larry Borum, and your brain goes, oh yeah, I guess that is true, isn't it? Right? Like, I think it's just kind of funny when you talk about it in this case, but that you can see it across the league that so many defenders make their best plays against the backups. Just that's the league. Honestly, Kusai, if they made Dexter a defensive end, I would be intrigued. I mean, it'd be a very specific role, right? You'd be looking for basically DeMarcus Walker plus, but it's nice all the same. Intrigued, Jeremy. Don't take it too seriously. Here, Zach Pickens makes a play for you. 2nd and 10. Let's see. Because I think Griffin's at the front of that. No, he's not. It's Justin Jones and Zach Pickens, and Pickens does a good job of walking over the top. But it helps that 68 gets his man picked. DeMarcus Walker might be the real unsung superstar. This is what he's done all year long. Like, sets the edge right here, forces Gibbs back up the gut where Pickens has worked his way over. Solid. Bears are basically just waiting to get a stop on you and put you in 2nd and 10 so that then they can, let's see, what do they do here? Oh, they got him. Who wins this? Man. You could argue it's Justin Jones and then a little bit of TJ Edwards. Jones gets underneath. Edwards works. I mean, Edwards is just not really touched all that much. Or some of these plays you watch, yeah, it's tons of backside pursuit. If anything, Gibbs just didn't get out quick enough, but there wasn't really anywhere to go because Sweat got down the alley so quickly. But he's a good job not getting kicked out, too. When we talk all about all this, I know it's hokey, a little, because the Lions are just trying to. This looks like a gap run. They're trying to create this hole right here, and they kind of still have it. But when we talk about Sweat being a 3-down player, it's the ability to slow guys down like this that I guess comes in. I don't know. 60 kind of just doesn't get upfield. if 60 takes out TJ Edwards, it's up to Sweat to slow down Gibbs. But they're rallying, man. No fear in them Bears. Rip. No, sir. Let's see who's at. Clean pocket overall. Tyreek Stevenson says, what if you didn't? Let's see. Is this... Would we consider this 3? Or is it 4? Kind of looks like 4, huh? Just thinking out loud. It's weird to me that Brisker's up here and Stevenson's down here. But Stevenson does a good job handling Stevenson does a good job handling Laporta after the chip. It's a DB on a tight end, but you're expecting him to get bodied and give up a catch like earlier. But he just shuts it down. Kudos to Stevenson. You need reps like this. You need reps like this. Not just for him as a rookie, but Him just him squeezing windows is going to create you stops, just like you saw here. Oh yeah. Look at that break. Like Laporta and him just break at the same time. How pretty is that? Throw would have to be absolutely godly. And even if it was, it looks like Edmonds is ready to pick up that interception he gets later. Boom. I'll have to check it out, Zach. So then they go for their third consecutive 3-and-out. And even when you think you got him, you can get it, or you've got guys that can come out and make really nice tackles. Oh man, look at this. Oh man. Whoosh. Bang. Jeremy, we'll talk about all that later. We got to see them win the playoff game first. That's because here's the other thing. Like, I won't take too long on this. All right. If the Bears win a playoff game, a lot is going to have had to happen up to that point. I mean, we're going to have to see minimum 4 more quality games, 5 more quality games from Justin Fields in some form or fashion, right? And if that becomes a formula that you can reliably win with, Fields survives the entire rest of the season, et cetera, right? Then we're cooking with grease. We've got all kinds of things that we like about that, right? But it's a lot of ifs, Jeremy. And that's not to say by any stretch of the imagination it can't happen. It's more that I think we should see it happen before we start declaring where we are. And I understand I'm the guy who is going to give an opinion anyways, right? Because I think if he wins you a playoff game, you're going to have a hard time moving on from your quarterback, no matter what you'd be getting in trade package. And at that point, to be honest with you, if you win a playoff game, so unless you go get the 6th seed, right? Unless you go get the 6th seed outright, and then you play the Lions in Detroit, which by the way, I just want you guys, take a mental trip with me real fast. Can you imagine how much fun you would have as a Bears fan if you saw them beat the Browns come hell or high water, saw them thump the Cardinals, saw them beat the Falcons come hell or high water, and then they tune up 8-8 for a pivotal win and you're in tilt against the Green Bay Packers, and they win it. So you're already clowning on Pete Bukowski on Twitter, right? You're already telling Andy Herman that you think he's a stupid dingus. You're already telling, what's his name? Like Zach, there's a Zachary something out there. You know what I mean? The Packers guys, right? Like you're already jumping all over people. And then they travel to Detroit and they win there too. You crazy Bears fans would be cooking on an open fire pit. Like, y'all would be out of your minds if the Bears walked into Detroit and just smashed them. Like, I mean, that would be so fun. I gotta tell you, that would be so funny. Like, it would be hard for me to maintain a semblance of professionalism. Because after that whole, like, the Lions own the Bears thing and Mitch being so good against the Lions, if this huge Lions season just got smashed by the Chicago Bears, I think we would be euphoric. And at that point, it kind of doesn't matter how Fields has been playing. The rest of the roster has clearly been playing pretty well, right? Like, you want to talk about what kind of team you could build. I mean, in a perfect world, right? In a perfect and ideal world, you add Drake May and he becomes Justin Herbert and your team is amazing. But Justin Herbert and the Chargers have not been amazing. The real one, right? In a perfect world, you add Caleb Williams and he becomes Kyler Murray meets Aaron Rodgers and your team is amazing. And he's a Hall of Famer. But Aaron Rodgers won 1 Super Bowl. Like, there are a billion ways to do this. And if your team won a playoff game and you added 3 first-round picks or whatever, like, God forbid, you got one of these crazy offers that people look at all over the place, right? Like, you've got some people out there suggesting is the key word, that you could get like Drake London, 2 firsts, a second, and a third, maybe even 3 firsts, or Max Crosby, 2 firsts, a second, a conditional third. Like some of these just disturbing trade offers that are so rich that they would make the DJ Moore deal blush. An honest question at that point, if you had Justin Fields, you got rid of Tyson Bagent, sorry, because you're going to bring in like an Andy Dalton, like a handcuff, if you will, to where if Justin Fields either gets hurt or takes a step backwards, you feel like you've got some kind of reliable veteran. Like, you almost have to ask, how bad could it get, right? And don't get me wrong, famous last words. I'll even knock on wood at this point, like, just so we're all on the same page. But it's more to say that even if you're not the biggest Justin Fields fan in the world right now, there are ways that just swarming the roster with talent could work anyways. And I can't help but think that the next bunch of games will show us what's going to go on. I mean, if they roll up to the Browns and they lose, then I just doubt that everybody's going to be as confident that Justin Fields is the dude going forward. If they roll up to the Browns and they squeeze by in a win, but it's like a 9-7 win, we still might not be all that confident, right? If they beat the Browns and then they, they're okay, but they're not great against the Cardinals, and then they lose to the Falcons and they lose to the Packers, we're still not feeling great. Like, we got to let the games play out before we speak with any real finality. But it is pretty wild that the Bears are about to get gifted the number 1 overall pick now to give them back-to-back drafts with the number 1 overall pick. So, like, I mean, shoulders up, right? Like, shrug, I guess. Where, if you asked me, I can't help but think that it's going to be tough for Fields to play his way into the picture. You got to remember, I think somebody described this perfectly just the other day, where when they basically said Ryan Poles is on, what is this? We got year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. Let's just go there, right? So these two have already happened. So let's go with JF, right? And this is where your paths diverge. You get not JF and JF, right? So in the JF route in year 3, this year matters a lot, right? And then you probably get JF in year 4. And you do not get year 5 if it goes really badly. Like, as in, you don't win games, right? If you win games, but your quarterback looks questionable, you may get extended anyways. But it gets a little more dangerous when, if you take the rookie in year 3, you get a straight up pass for whatever happens in year 3, let alone you make the playoffs and everybody gets excited anyways. And then in year 4, you're expected to take a step up, but it's probably still just like make the playoffs. And then only in year 5 are you really due something or like results one way or another. And then chances are, if you don't get it, because year 3 or year 4, if there was anything positive there, you may get year 6 very quickly. Like the rookie route is safer for the GM, for better or for worse, because you can always play the whoa, have we given him enough time kind of thing. But that's more me just talking through what I've seen GMs do in the past. I mean, the young quarterback basically gives you a contract extension. You got 5 years of control. You're going to be there for the 5 years of his contract unless he's outright bad. See, Joe, you mentioned if you trade the number 1 pick for 3, you have 6 chances at a new quarterback. How many amazing quarterbacks today were picked at 1? I hear you, but I also think that the how many amazing quarterbacks were picked at 1 thing is just a little bit of, I don't want to call it an outright misnomer, but the way that I would put it, Joe, is a lot of these drafts didn't have somebody who was picked at number 1. So then you get a little further down the draft order, or I think it's about top 10 quarterbacks. How many high quality quarterbacks were picked inside the top 10? The answer right now is a lot. And so that's not to say that you can't get a good quarterback after these top 2 picks. It just so happens that these 2 quarterbacks are worth higher picks than Justin Herbert and Tua Tagovailoa were as prospects, for better or for worse. I hear where you're at. I really do, because big data makes you crazy when you look at quarterbacks right now. I do think we're running a little, we're kind of getting away from the point, just in my opinion, anyways, because I watch these guys and I can't help but think that they're really, really good prospects. Prospects, not just quarterback prospects, really good prospects. And that's going to push them up the board. Does it make them a bad pick because they're number one? I mean, you look at a guy like Jeff Okuda, we're a little distracted, but we're going to get back on track. Like, you look at a guy like Jeff Okuda, the corner that was drafted for the Lions, and he's the kind of player that calls into question, is anybody really worth the top 5 pick, including quarterbacks? I mean, you've seen it, Joe. You're kind of alluding to it already. The trade down haul you might be able to get for Caleb Williams might be worth any Caleb Williams that exists, right? I mean, the trade down haul for number 1 is just going to be insane. Could you lose with that many resources? It might be harder than you think, right? Especially since, to your point, how bad would it really be if you ended up drafting JJ McCarthy after he goes back to Michigan, comes out next year, and you get him in 2024? How bad would that be if you got him around pick number 5 to 8 next year when you had to trade up for him? Might not be that bad, right? But there's a bird in the hand piece to this. But that's totally just my 2 cents. I mean, it's all just to say that I do think that a lot of people are looking at number 1 and we're being a bit unfair in how we use the data, because you end up with a lot of Bryce Youngs, you end up with a lot of Marcus Mariotas and Jared Goffs, and a lot of those guys just weren't who I think these prospects are. They were the best quarterback at the time, but both Drake May and Caleb Williams, and I'm trying to use the names interchangeably because I really think they're that good, have been prospects that have cleaner tape than most of those guys, at least in my 2 cents. And you're right. I mean, I was more just trying to use names, Akusai, as well as I could remember him. At the end of the day, like, Baker's a great example, Jimmy. Baker Mayfield, I don't think is near as well rated a prospect as I don't think Baker Mayfield is near as well rated a prospect as Caleb Williams is going to be, as Drake May is going to be. He's just the best one of the time, right? And Jared, I use a different source, and I wish I could tell you what it is, but just enjoy the tape that I got, right? Anyways, it's all this to say that I don't think saying, well, how many good quarterbacks are taken at number 1? Like, I hear where you're coming from. I just don't think the argument is fair to the point, because it's kind of like saying, well, how many of these guys won a Super Bowl? Josh Allen, 0 Super Bowls. Jalen Hurts, 0 Super Bowls. Running quarterbacks, 0 Super Bowls. How successful are they? Pretty successful. But, they run into the buzzsaw that is Patrick Mahomes in many cases. Peyton Manning, way less Super Bowls than Tom Brady. Does that mean he was a third as good? That's crazy. You know what I mean? One of my favorite quarterbacks in NFL history has 1 Super Bowl. It's unfortunate he played for Green Bay, right? We can pick measurements that aren't actually strong indicators. And in my opinion, measuring other number one overall picks, I hear where you're coming from. But in particular, when it comes to quarterback, we are really struggling to evaluate them well. But anyways, let's see. Okay, how does Poles handle Williams May? Handle if William May balls out and he keeps Fields? You're right. That's the thing, Lenny. There is no guarantee on either of these options. Both are scary. If Justin Fields doesn't take another step forward and you loaded your team up and you're not getting enough value out of it, you might be heartbroken. On the other hand, if you draft a rookie and he sucks, you might be heartbroken. Tumultuous, in my opinion. The good news is that we're right about to get back into tape study, right? The best thing that all of you guys can take into account is that if Ryan Poles is winning you over in his evaluation of TJ Edwards, of Andrew Billings, of Tremaine Edmonds, if Ryan Poles is winning you over in his evaluation of Montez Sweat, of Kyler Gordon, of Jalen Johnson, of Tyreek Stevenson, don't count Jalen Johnson if you don't want to, right? Because technically Poles didn't pick him, right? If Ryan Poles is winning you over in his evaluation of Braxton Jones, of Darnell Wright, of DJ Moore, let's just let him pick. Like, No, I hear you, Jordan. It's more to say that they know they probably have better guesses than we do. And so if they're working with Fields, because so much of what's going on with Justin Fields right now, like Jay Sanders to use, because you mentioned Velus Jones, Chase Claypool, you're totally right. That he picked big, tall, athletic people and then pivoted to a different type of receiver, and they did pretty well. Like they got better at learning process, and I get that. The way that I would put this personally, let's see, been a Bears. Thank you so much, Dix. Really appreciate it and love getting to dance. Anyways, so T3, you mentioned been a Bears since '84. Justin Fields is the best quarterback we've ever had. I actually agree with Eric a little bit. I think that is a pretty low bar. Also, I tend to think Cutler may be better personally, but that's a whole separate argument about what you think a quarterback is. We would need to be in the offensive tape. We're getting there. But so we will get there. Let's not jump over ourselves. Anyways, so let's see. The one rookie quarterback. Right, exactly. Maybe polls won't absolutely fluff this. We sure hope so, Prabhat. Look, the big thing to talk about. We're gonna go back to Rob Cam for this. The big thing that we need to remember. We really do need to remember this, right? Justin Fields in the meeting room, Justin Fields in practice, Justin Fields in all the intangible stuff. What does Justin Fields see when he looks at the quarterback tape? How does Justin Fields respond when he hears calls in the headset? All the stuff that we just don't know. The main reason I'm saying we're just going to have to let Poles figure this one out is because he knows those answers. He knows what his coaches are telling him. He, like, for better or for worse, whatever those coaches are, whatever he thinks of those coaches, he has more information than we do. He has so much more information than we do. And all we've got is the tape. Tuan, we absolutely are. More just to say that when it comes to these Bears in particular, I think you got to let the powers that be make the decision. But moreover, we're going to have to let the 4 games play out first because this one rules. Like, this one is awesome. The Bears absolutely thumped it, right? But you're going to have to be consistent because we weren't consistent. Well, I guess you could say the Bears were consistent earlier in the season. They were just consistently bad, right? But so let's get through this. Let's see. Would we be saying this about Fields if this was year 2? I don't think so, Joe. That's a great question. I don't. It's just not year 2, right? If this was year 2, then theoretically you could trade down. You've got another year before Fields is even liable to be extended. And the other thing that doesn't help anything, Joe, is that if you're gonna trade Fields, this matters. It's Matos. It matters a ton, a lot, right? And Jay Sanders, I hear you that it's year 2 in Getsy's offense, but it's not year 2 on this contract. And Prabhat, I'll catch you soon. Always great seeing you. But so, getting back to this point, it's worth remembering that from a contract perspective, okay, so this is Justin Fields' contract, right? Let's go here. We've got year 1, year 2, year 3, a dashed line, year 4, year 5. Does anybody want to go ahead and guess why I drew the dashed line right here? Because we know. Not we know, but like you probably have a good guess, and it's the entire problem here, Joe. Really is. And Jay Sanders. But so the reason I draw this dashed line is because this is when you have to decide on the 5th year option. Whether that year 5 happens or not is entirely up to that decision. And I just realized I drew it behind the camera. Of course I did. But so you have to decide this right here. And so if you're going to trade Justin Fields, now's the time, because you can give him to another team that has 2 years of control. If you hold on to him for year 4, you're talking about the tag. You're talking about you already made a decision one way or another. The way Fields is playing right now, if they stuck with him, they're probably picking up his 5th year option. That's not a hard decision, right? But it's more to say that if you are another team that wants to trade for Justin Fields, it is dramatically more exciting to get him for 2 years as opposed to 1. And so that's part of why everything feels accelerated. Jay Sanders, Joe Calzano, let me say the thing maybe you need to hear me say. None of this is fair. It's just a perfect storm of crappy circumstances for Justin Fields. Like, it is not as if Justin Fields deserves to be run out of town, per se. If the Bears didn't have the number one overall pick, we aren't talking about it this way. But that doesn't necessarily make it better, right? Just because we wouldn't have had options to get any better in the future doesn't mean that we should not take the options that we have when we're offered them. Like it wouldn't even be a question, Lenny. Like if Carolina had offered the Bear or had given the Bears pick number 14, we're not even fathoming a quarterback upgrade. We are just going to design an entirely unusual Lamar Jackson-esque offense around Justin Fields rushing the ball and guys getting scot-free wide open. I mean, it's what you do. It would be the only choices. And so it's all to say that if you were going to reset, you have to do it now. You won't get an easier opportunity. But you mentioned, I can't remember who mentioned it. I think it was I'm to one. No, it was I'm on my toes. Something about toes. Sorry, all I got is toes. But you mentioned locker room culture. That's where I think this is going to get really interesting with Justin Fields because you can nearly tell this locker room looks at Justin Fields as the leader. And flipping that is not going to be an easy thing if the Bears make the playoffs. I don't even know if it'll be doable. But if they go 7-10, everybody may kind of understand. If they even go 8-9, lose huge to the Packers, people may understand. But we'll see. I mean, and that's the thing, Jay Sanders. Justin is progressing. I think that's a good thing. But we're going to talk about that with the offensive film. Like, no sense turning it into a podcast. We can talk through the rest of the defense, and then we'll get to the offense. But so let's see. Answer me that. Is Lamar worth his price? Lenny, it seems like it is right now, but that's just because they've put their team together, in my opinion. If pulls the heart and soul of the team for a rookie, wow, it would be pretty drastic, but it's been done. Anyways, let's see. Thinking feels Tomwood vibe, right? I get you. Let's see. 2024 playoff run, totally a playoff run, right? Like you could definitely make the playoffs. Justin Fields, this is a sweet tackle. There are a lot of DBs that don't make this tackle by Tyreek Stevenson. Great job wrapping up, bringing him down. Huge. It's two good options either way. I think we've got to take a little bit of the emotion out of it because I think everybody gets stuck on their favorite option. This was hilarious. I mean, does it get any funnier than Jared Goff? And look at all the weirdness this takes, right? Snap, ball falls, and watch it kick off this lineman's foot out towards the Bears defense. I mean, this is hilariously unlucky. Dude just about soccer passes it to TJ Edwards. Lions don't have a chance to get this thing back. Like, man. This just about ices the game. I'm thankful Andrew Billings doesn't get totally rolled up on. Right, Ben? This one makes up TJ Edwards not getting that ball against, was it Denver earlier in the season? No, it was the Vikings, wasn't it? We're going to watch through the first fourth down. And that's the thing, Jeffrey. I know there are a lot of people that are like, ooh, Justin Fields is going to get smashed in Cleveland. Look, I'm just going to tell you right now, it's always possible. You never know. The games get played for a reason. I'm trying to get a little less predicty and know-it-all-y over the next couple games because the Bears right now are a wildly spicy team. This defense could easily just about rip Joe Flacco in half. And Jay Sanders, you mentioned Darnell Wright versus Myles Garrett. It's Darnell Wright versus a hurt Myles Garrett. And you take one step out of anybody and they become much more mortal. Much more. That doesn't mean Myles is going to be bad, but it means that it gets tougher to dominate. And like you right, elite quarterbacks. I'm with you, Kusa. That's hilarious though. But so within this, it's like This is me putting my brain back together. This hurt Browns team just keeps giving up like 21, 27 points. Like they keep giving up 21, 27 points. And if this Bears offense can't move the ball against the Bears defense, or this Browns offense can't move the ball against this Bears defense, 21 points, if the Bears could squeeze it out one way or another, maybe plenty. Like the Bears could easily win this game. The Browns defense is not what they were at the start of the season. They're very, very hurt. They've got a lot of guys out, which is great. Like, this is awesome. This is a good thing. This is how this is how we win, right? But I'm right there with you, Irish, that it could end up being a little bit of a bummer if you want to view it that way. I view Irish to see it a separate direction. I'm going to tell you that with the number 1 overall pick in the Bears' toe, even if they ran it back, there are pieces to this that they nearly can't screw up. And I understand, again, that I'm saying, like, heavy knock on wood, but there are so many parts of this roster that are playing good ball that I can't help but look and say, even if you run it back, like, are you going to run it back and take a generational trade down haul? How bad could you be? Like, if you would have to go full Raiders, full Lions, like, and just draft Clinton Farrell and Josh Jacobs and also Jack Campbell, like, so that you could, like, screw up this opportunity. I understand what you're saying, Joe. I promise I get it, that there's a bunch of Bears fans in the chat right now that are looking at me saying, oh, you're too young. Oh, you don't get it. Oh, you have no idea. But I can't help looking at this Bears team right now saying, because I'm with you, Don. I'm with you. I promise. Staring down the possibility of these moves that the Bears could make, and they have the opportunity to become the most talented Bears roster we have seen in 1 to 2 decades. Like, truly. I mean, the talent we're seeing on this team and the resources they have to add talent could mean that the Bears are going to, like, that the Bears are working their way up in a huge, huge opportunity. So we'll see. No need to get too high. No need to get too low. But the moment the Bears go, I don't know, 8-9, 9-8, bets are off. And like you're saying, Jay Sanders, you play the game for a reason. We could get pieced up by the Niners, or we could not. But right now, Purdy's going crazy, but he hasn't played in Chicago yet, baby. We'll see. Bears just did a great job rally tackling. Look at this play by Brisker. Simple, but needed, right? A lot of DBs miss these tackles. That's a big old tight end you're bringing down. He brings him down, and he doesn't even give up yardage in the process. Everybody played well. They were so ready. Here's how I see it, Irish. I've talked about this on the channel before. I'll say it one more time, and then we'll stick to tape. I love ranting, but I promise I will stick to tape. Everybody who keeps talking about the Bears organization is talking about guys that aren't running the team right now. Ted Phillips, he's gone. Like Ryan Pace, he's not here. Mark Trestman, he's not here. Like Mitch Trubisky, not in the building. Matt Nagy, not in the building. Like Sam Somerville, the old scout, not in the building. Greg Gabriel, not in the building. Like exactly, Christopher. I'm just looking at this Bears organization, and I understand that they wear the same jerseys that they wore 10 years ago. I understand that they're in the same stadium that they've been abysmal in for nigh on a decade, on and off. Like, I understand that it's the same owner that has had no success at all, but I can't help looking at this team thinking it has no... Thank you so much, Mike. Really appreciate you, my man. Really love it. Thank you. Anyways, I can't help looking at this team, and at the very least, Jay Sanders, at the very least, Joe Calzano, at the very least, everybody out there that I guess feels, or that thinks that, oh, it's the Bears, they'll screw it up. These aren't those Bears. If they screw it up, it will be because they screwed it up. But they're not that organization. Whether it really makes a difference or not, they are a different group of people doing all the thinking on George McCaskey's behalf. I mean, think about it. George McCaskey singled out 2 people in the end of the 2022 presser. He said David Montgomery and he said Roquan Smith are our dogs. At the end of 2021, that is. Immediately, Ryan Poles let both of them go. We can tell who's wearing the pants in this relationship, can't we? Like the owner explicitly mentioned David Montgomery, Roquan Smith, both of them gone within a year of him saying that. It was as if Ryan Poles reached over and said, "My guy, you don't know ball, for better or for worse." I mean, obviously the Roquan thing has been kind of a mess, but it's more to say that, like, when we look and we say the Bears will find a way to screw it up, maybe Ryan Poles will. Maybe he will. Maybe Matt Eberflus will screw it up. Maybe Kevin Warren doesn't have his head on straight. Could be. I don't want to say it's impossible, but at the very least, this doesn't feel like the same Bears organization that constantly tried to sell the future for the now. The Bears are building the now and building towards the future at the same time with a foundation of depth, with a Sam linebacker, for crying out loud, that they scooped up off of a UDFA. Like they've got they've got a nickel corner that's playing with his eyes on fire. They've got Jalen Johnson going from, hey, he's pretty good, to he actually might be one of the best corners in the game right now. Like over the last 3 weeks, Jalen Johnson is 2 drops away from 4 picks in 3 games. Like, it's awesome. They've got so many guys playing such good football. Like, how could we not be excited? It's awesome. It's great. And so we'll see what happens. But I can't help look at this massive opportunity, Irish, and say to myself, not basically, Irish, here's the best way I could put it. If we see this game as the Bears setting the floor for where their roster is at, even a suboptimal usage of their insane amount of resources could land them at very, very, very good. And we have seen this year, haven't we? That just a few plays different, they beat Tampa. Just a few plays different, they beat New Orleans. Just a few plays different, they easily beat Denver. Just a few plays different, they beat the Lions the first time. You put those together, the Bears would already be a 9-win team. Like, it's the margin between really bad and really good feels wide. And in college, it's ridiculous. In the NFL, it's close. Like, in the NFL, it is razor thin. Like, I mean, they did, Matthew. They beat the brakes off of Washington. They smoked the Raiders. They smoked the Raiders. Like, they are a wildly bad team that has just blown a couple teams out of the building. It is weird watching this Bears season because they clear, even now at 5-8, they feel deeply underperforming, don't they? Don't you think so too? So I can't help looking at what they have. And the Bears, this is my favorite part. The Bears aren't even blowing the number 1 pick by winning. Like, I don't have anything to lose by the Bears winning. Technically, I guess we've got a couple draft slots, but they get to keep it. The Panthers are the ones giving us number 1. And I understand. I promise that there is a big difference between drafting at 1 and 5 and 1 and 10 or something like that, right? But I also can't help but think that that if you've got that number 1 overall pick, the second one is just a little less important. And like you're saying, Alessandro, it is wild and Donald, it's so funny because I agree with you, but in practice, I agree with you in theory, but in practice, first of all, we don't know where Neighbors is going to fall. And second of all, if you told me that the Bears only end up with Roma Dunze or Keon Coleman, I'm just not that upset about it. Like, the Bears picked the perfect time to need a wide receiver. And that's if they don't end up with a wide receiver like, I don't know, Xavier Worthy. Completely different body type. Probably going to go closer to the second round. But somebody that you could get later in the draft that's still going to give you juice. Like, there's so many ways to do this. And none of them are even all that wrong. Probably not. Like, if the Bears decided that instead of drafting so let's say, Donald, to use an example, that the Bears, instead of drafting an edge, they decided they were going to, or instead of signing an edge in free agency and drafting a wide receiver, they decided they were going to sign T. Higgins and draft Dallas Turner. How upset are you? Are you even that upset? Instead of signing let's go with Chris Jones. They draft Johnny Newton and they sign a receiver to account for this. Are you upset? Right? Like, no, there's so many ways to do this. There's so many ways to do this. And it's great. I'm very excited. And so we'll see what happens. We'll see. Like, if there's one thing I would just like to reemphasize before we finish the defensive tape and Robert actually just buckles down and focuses, right? It's that every good game by Fields, we said this earlier, I will say it one more time. Every good game by Fields raises his trade value, which means that every good game by Fields doesn't actually move the needle unless Poles wants it to. If Poles likes Fields but gets a call for a first and a third, that may be a deal that he can't pass on. If Poles gets a call while visiting with Caleb Williams, and Caleb's kind of coming across like a piece of garbage, right? Like, let's say Poles is sitting down with Caleb Williams at a dinner that'll never get reported because technically it would be out of the rule book, right? Like, you can't do it. It would be unsanctioned, I guess is the word I'm looking for. And he doesn't like the kid, but you've got Atlanta calling you, telling you that they'll give you Drake London 3 firsts and a future third. Like, okay, deal done. Decision made, right? We're not gonna know what the best decision is because it's all gonna come down to what offers they receive when. The moment that the Bears trade, look, I'm trying to post ridiculous trade offers to make a point. I hope that's coming across. Like, I don't think either of those offers happen because neither of them are realistic. Like, that's my point, Jordan. You heard it. Like, first and a third for Fields is a ridiculous offer that you can't pass on. 3 firsts in London is a ridiculous offer that you can't pass on. But the moment that Justin Fields gets traded for a future third and that's it, I will join you guys in being a bit uproarious and be like, the kid got screwed. That's not gonna happen. Right? And so that's at least what I see. That's just me. And Bearski, to add a point, I think it all depends on how much you like the quarterbacks and what happens the rest of the season. We got a lot of tape to review, so let's keep digging in. But so that's the thing, Donald. I mean, to your point, I would like to throw at you, maybe there's a ceiling on what teams will offer. Maybe there's 16 teams in the NFL that are absolutely down to trade dear God everything, and maybe there is 16 teams in the NFL that looked at what happened to the Carolina Panthers and said, nope, never us, you can have him, never us, we're not doing that, we are just not going to do that, we don't want to be them, right? Maybe we just don't know. Like, if you could get the generational offer, might be worth it more than any one football player ever, right? You might be able to basically manufacture a Herschel Walker trade, or you don't. Or you don't get it, right? And picking at one just makes more sense. It's all a bunch of stuff that, honestly, we've got so much time to talk about it that we should just shelve it for now. But yeah, we'll see. Like, because that's the thing, Eric. They will be imagining Stroud. They will be. We'll just have to see. Finishing out the game. At least finishing out the game that mattered, right? We're going to go to the first 4th down because as much as I don't really care about garbage time. Sorry. Bears kept playing. In this case, they roll from a cover, looks like a cover 3 look, and they roll to a little more of a cover 2 look, a little more, with a blitz on it. Is it a blitz? Yes, it is. I love this. Just a late creeper. Kyler Gordon's timing is really good, too. Like, times it up pretty well, races through the hole. If Kyler Gordon had more of a headhunting problem, he would have killed Jared Goff right there. But instead, the only person to die is Jahmyr Gibbs, who just gets rocked. When Tremaine Edmonds gets the chance to run, man, he's so fun. He's so big. It's like, oh my gosh. He's so big. He's so fast. How do you not like watching 49 when he's making plays for you? And man, is this fun to watch or what? Like, I know it's so simple, but you could tell the team is just playing together because you got guys all running to each other, celebrating together. I would argue this is how young players get better. Like, you can't just lose forever. I can't believe I'm saying this, but You have to have good enough results that these guys learn some positive reinforcement, right? That Kyler Gordon understands he's playing well. Like, no, because I don't think you're wrong at all. That Tyreek Stevenson understands he's playing well. Games like this have to be helpful for these young guys to understand, like, we are doing it right, which is great. So 3rd and 10, because it's 3rd down, you know what the Bears have to threaten. They have to at least threaten a blitz. They don't in this case. They're going to drop to what looks like probably cover 4. Rocket, rally tackle. Bada boom. Could have been. But it's not. Brisker brings him down, sets up 4th and 1. I love you, Fibbler. Let's see right here. Calling it now. The Bears will not draft Caleb Williams. They're going to say he's not a cultural fit. JF1 is a great leader, locker room guy, and this family-owned team isn't ready for a rock star quarterback who wears dresses, paints his fingernails. You know what, Fibbler? We'll see. I really think, personal opinion, Caleb Williams is not a tape question. We talked about it a little on the quarterback stream. I think Caleb Williams' tape, I mean, and that's just some of it, like, is outstanding. The big questions with Caleb Williams are not on the field, are they? So that's for GMs to figure out. I always hate speculating on like character stuff unless it has to do with the law, right? But so with Jalen, or what's his name? With Jalen Carter, there's a little different story. You got different reports, right? With Caleb Williams, you've got plenty of people saying he's a great teammate and plenty of people saying he's a punk, but nobody's saying that he's got law issues so far. We'll see. What's the biggest defensive change that made the biggest difference? Player growth meets third down rushes. And Ben, I first of all, I don't have it yet. And second of all, you and I both know it would be so unbelievably tacky to watch the UCLA tape after just Fields' recent game. Oh man, was this sick or what? 4th and 1. 4th and 1. Line to gain's probably right here, right? The 35. How fun was it? I know you were watching. I'm about to get you hyped up if I can. How fun was it watching a 4th and 1 where the Bears just to a man moved into the backfield? How sweet was it? Just watching the entire line of scrimmage move this way. Like, it was one of those 4th and 1s where it was like, oh, they had no chance. Like, I mean, oh my gosh. It was everybody just dove into the backfield. It was awesome. I mean, no chance from Jump Street. And it's so funny watching it because the Lions effectively line up 2 tight ends and they want to kick out Montez Sweat and Jack Sanborn with both of them. And both guys just win their matchups. Like, Sweat penetrates deep enough that Gibbs has to bounce it out like this, like almost a literal bounce. And then Sanborn penetrates deep enough that 73 can't kick him out, which forces Gibbs up this tunnel. And the moment he does, there's just nothing there. Sanborn had a hell of a game. Sanborn had like 20 snaps, maybe, and Sanborn just made plays. Like, especially in run support. I have been really impressed with the way Sanborn has kept his head on straight. I mean, it's not about UDFA, this or that. Like, look at this. Beats Laporta, sees the kick out block coming, ducks under that, plants, rockets through the man. Stuff, baby. Stuff. Awesome. So much fun. Woo! 13-28. Jibby's UDFA off of athleticism, if you'd believe it. So that's part of why he's playing Sam backer for the Bears. Here, Terrell Smith makes a nice tackle. Let's burn through this. I know what you guys want. I know what you cravens want to watch. So we'll get to the offense here soon. Oh, he really was Irish. And the best part is we're going to come up with some great Brisker play here later where the man earns, I think, his keep. Because at this point, the Bears start lining up. I mean, they're playing relatively soft, right? Because it's 13 to 28. Like the Bears are expecting pass. And so the fact that the Lions were so willing to run the ball, they run it at Pickens and Yannick. Pickens, Yannick, and Tremaine Edmonds. And they kind of get walked down the field by the run game, to be honest with you. Is that Tyreek? No, it's Brisker. See, like, you got to give the man some credit here. Brisker did a great job cutting off runners. 17 tackles kind of speaks for itself. He put his nose in when he needed to. He played the run when he needed to. Nice job overall. It's so funny you talk about Bears defensive pressure, Bearski, because the Bears certainly start to bring it here soon. I'm with you, Jay Sanders, that we need a 3-tech eventually, but it is nice watching the Bears basically make do in lieu of one. One thing that I think Pickens did, now you tell me whether you think this is a good rep or a bad rep, but Pickens does a pretty good job of using his length to disengage from offensive linemen, especially centers. Like the center versus big long Zach Pickens actually, the center versus big long Zach Pickens is a pretty heavy length mismatch. And so he rolls over and at least helps create a tackle here. But it's not like he knocks him backwards, right? It's a nice rep if you ask me. But I'm trying not to be too obnoxiously high on all the rookies. I swear, they're all playing decent ball here. Like, Brisker misses a tackle. Thank you, Eddie, for cleaning it up. This is one of Brisker's only real bad plays where he stepped forward, follows Montgomery's cut. Montgomery breaks ankles, a lot of ankles, and Eddie cleans it. Ball stuck at the 40. I'll let you watch it in real time. David Montgomery memories, am I right? The double juke. This is insane. The NFL at its finest, right? Montgomery, big juke, second big juke. Just gallops through like right stick. And then no more, and then you're just out of star power, right? It's so tough to make plays in this league. Nothing's easy. Man, that is sick. 1st and 10. We go double nose. So it was as if they got to this point. If you would like to say that, like, hey, Robert, you got a couple of guys have asked, hey, Robert, what's Flus done different? Right? They get to this point. They are at the 42-yard line. 1st down. We're going to put 6 up here. We're going to play a 3rd down defense, right? We're going to put 6 up on the line. We're going to blitz. We're going to blitz 5 of them. We're going to drop 1 off. And big man Montez Sweat, because Tremaine Edmonds comes. Like, you want to talk about putting the center in a blender? They clearly did not think Tremaine Edmonds was going to come. They clearly thought TJ Edwards was, right? Because Penei Sewell ends up just giving up a free edge, and Montez Sweat tips the ball away. Big, long boy. Even things just as simple as creating communication problems is so big when you're a defense trying to get some stuff back. Like when you're right, that is not Sewell. Like when you're a defense trying to steal some downs back, you have to take a couple risks. You have to make the offense communicate and work. If you sit back, offenses are just too good. We learned that the first 4 weeks. Heck, we've learned that through pieces of this game. The bend don't break thing is fine, but then you got to go at him. You got to force him in the middle of a drive to communicate and adjust. 2nd down and 10, right? Bears line up, and they send a blitz from depth, baby. So 1st down, blitz. 2nd down, blitz. And I think they have 1 fall off. So they're going to have this edge player, what is that, DeMarcus Walker, get up and drop. So now we've got, would you believe it, Cover 3 as played by a defensive lineman, but you still get it. Throw goes to, or it looks as if Tremaine Edmonds helps squeeze this window, and Goff is going to place the ball because Goff's pretty accurate, right? Like, Goff places the ball behind a little intentionally, and Brisker pops it out. Kudos to Brisker for what is it? Like, kudos to Brisker for being able to get a hand on it and staying competitive. And it's happened so fast, too. At least I assume he got a hand on it because the ball just screams out of his hands. Honestly, I'm really interested to know, John. I would imagine Bend Don't Break probably got less effective. Edmonds, yes. After, like, I would imagine it probably got less effective as teams started going for more 4th and 1s. But let's see, did Edmonds get it? I don't think Edmonds did. I don't think so. But so then 3rd and 10. You go 6 on the line. Another, what normally would be 3rd down set, right? They drop off. You get a really nice screen. Would have loved to see TJ Edwards challenge this a little bit better. He follows the lineman a little too far in, and Montgomery turns into the elite receiver we know him to be, goes and picks up the yards. He did this in Chicago his entire career. Sometimes a good player is going to make a good play on you, and 3rd and 10 gets converted. Big bummer, don't get me wrong, but I love that the Bears are they're swinging the bat. They're bringing aggression, and they nearly create a play here. Set up 1st and 10. You'll notice, by the way, that they've given up nearly no explosives throughout the course of this game. And that's one of the core tenets, if you will, about how this defense is succeeding. You get pretty much nothing easy. Like, nearly nothing is you're just not getting big chunks off of the Bears defense right now. So you're going to have to pick up like 6 first downs the hard way. But like, do you have to mix in some aggressive calls to keep them honest? Let's see. The speed. I think Bend Don't Break works because of how much. Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Derek. That's the gist of it. Is as teams want explosive plays, you slowly but surely basically just slow them down and force them to try to swing for the fences on strikeout pitches, right? But also, in my opinion, Eberflus's willingness to blitz and use pressure looks. Look, it's not as if blitzes are some God-given answer. Like, here's a really nice play in coverage. Drive, knock the ball out. You're probably a little lucky. But really nice punch at the ball. Pops the ball out. Good job, Jaquan. Also, if we're going to be specific, because I like being specific on this channel, it's one thing to point at a result, right? And say, hey, we like that. It's another thing to point out, look at Brisker. We are loading the foot as the ball comes out. Brisker plays behind the play a lot. Here, he's right in tune with it, plays anticipatorily enough to reach the receiver before the catch is completed, and bang, contact. You might not pop this ball out every single time, right? But when you're playing fast enough to recognize and drive, you're going to create luck for yourself, which is awesome. No real pressure. I guess a little bit of DeMarcus Walker magic here, number 95, but nothing really important, right? Ball pops free, though. 3rd and 15, I think. 3rd and 10. Bears rush 4, drop 1. I love this stuff. I really do. Like the Zimmer stuff at the line of scrimmage. Yes, be still my beating heart. Create a communication problem and force the offensive line to figure it out. Like, it's funny, Jibby, you talk about this being a Dexter rep. One thing I think is really sweet is that when you line your linebackers up on the line of scrimmage like this, it's going to create Exactly what you see right here. Watch the center's head. Come on. Swivel, swivel, swivel. Everybody's watching for where everybody's coming from, right? And as the center looks to his left, he's just going to get picked off by Gervon Dexter right there. Like, once you get these guys unsure of who's coming from where, suddenly you work a stunt straight up the middle, like a TT stunt. And your athletic rookie just bullies the center out of the way and picks up a clean sack. It's all alignment. It's stuff that wouldn't work if you had the linebackers sitting right here and right here. It's like you're saying, Jay Sanders. The center has no idea who's coming from where. It's how you can create some confusion up front without really losing a ton in coverage, because TJ Edwards is spry on the running back who's coming out of the backfield, and you've already gotten Tremaine deep enough to play whatever he thinks is coming up coming underneath. Dexter just rolls through the center and smashes Goff. Oh, and by the way, at the same time, as if the stunt wasn't enough, Montez Sweat comes screeching off the other side, long arms the snot out of 68, and the rest is history. It feels that way, Derek. Like, from a communication perspective, it sure feels as if the Bears are just on lock a little bit. I also love this from Tremaine, by the way. So we drop off the line of scrimmage. We've got our eyes on St. Brown. We're done. He did, Akusai. Isn't that great to see? The Bears are taking advantage of guys having bad games. And hey, we talked about the Gibbs drop earlier. Is this good defense? I don't know about that. Right? But hey, sometimes it's a little better to be lucky than good. So maybe the process is a little better than maybe the process is slightly worse than the results were, but it's a good offense and it's a bad throw, like you're talking about, Donald. Because I would argue you still want St. Brown to catch this, but you also want the throw to be better. But hey, if you want to call it the residual effect of making a guy's day hell, I'll let you do it. Like, no problem. No problem. Because this play pretty much iced the game. Like, you're not hearing me complain. I'm not complaining. Please, screw up against the Bears every week. I hope you do, right? That's effectively what the Bears defense is doing, and the sack helps create the problem. But I'm right there with you. If you look at, in my opinion, Jay Sanders, if you flip the jerseys, I'd be telling you that Darnell Mooney or DJ Moore has to catch that ball, right? But you still want, I still think, Akusai, I like the way you're putting it, that Goff's follow through isn't outrageously strong, but moreover, it's just like you just had a guy get sacked, and now you've got Jared Goff kind of living in his own head. Play doesn't work out. Lions lose. Go Bears, right? Rip. Man, that is so tough. Does a good job trying to go down for it. And just gets hit in the face as he goes down. But so, obviously, like, you get the rest of the game where the Bears kind of just bleed their way down the field. They catch the Lions, if memory serves, in a whole bunch of penalties. Generally, when I see the end of the game, I just stop watching it. I don't want to train my eyes off garbage time. Like, it's totally just the way I operate. But once you get into heavy garbage time, I almost don't want to know, because I don't want to acknowledge it. I understand that all the stats get counted. Maybe this is part of me just reacting from all the years of Mitch dominating in garbage time and everybody telling me it mattered, right? But I stop watching the game once you hit the point where it is over. To me, it's over, right? I almost wish there was a way for football to literally call game. But then, hey, at that point, you'd lose some of the amazing like comebacks that we get. But so, yeah, it's Matos. They lived in his head. That's the old stunterino, right, Ben? It's team defense. Pick the man off, and it's on purpose. Like you mentioned that it's a donated sack. Nah, this is just a hockey assist. Wipe the guy out. Jones is so free. I mean, what an experience it would have to be, right? To be a three technique and just see, oh my gosh. Like I am about to make some money, baby. We'll fly down the field. You're done. Oh, he totally does, Jay Sanders. Jared Goff isn't Justin. I probably don't think so, Christopher, but that's just my opinion. Thomas, thank you so much for joining. Yes, 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 yes. I appreciate you. My hope is to make some members only content. You let me know. You guys let me know which want. I want to keep a lot of the good stuff free. I mean, I want everybody to be able to access this stuff, right? But hey, you guys get how the rat race goes. The closer we get towards me being able to continue, literally what we are looking for, guys, just so we're all on the same page, is that the more I can show my wife that this stuff does help pay the bills, the more she unironically lets me do this. I mean, it's family, right? We're a team. And so the closer we get towards this thing being full time, the better the content gets, because it means I can watch the game twice instead of just once, right? But the perks of the community, absolutely. I'm also thinking that there could be some other stuff we could put on there. I think we're gonna go to war in the off season. The off season is when so many like every Eric, I got you. There are so many of these I know off-season sites that just kind of end up talking about rumors all season. But in the off-season, we're going to work film, we're going to work acquisitions, we're going to work draft prospects, we're going to work everything, right? But and I get that, John. I just am I allowed to not like it, right? I think everybody feels kind of cheated from when we get there. Thank you so much, Robbo. I appreciate you a ton. You're the man. But so I want stuff to be accessible. I have never figured out what good members only content is for that exact reason. Fourth down, Jared rips, Tyreek Stevenson. We wish we had this one back, but my goodness, could this be any easier? Like, I love the fact that on this play, they are just letting Tyreek Stevenson walk as he waits for the ball. Hey, kudos to him. He knows where the sticks are, right? Easy. Just drop it. That's why they play DB. How do they get the extra down? Did Maine's interception already happen? Oh, they're off sides. Wouldn't have counted, see? Man, look at Sweat. How fun is he to watch? Wiggle. Get back upfield. Sweat is a problem. I don't understand the Seth Walder thing. I think Seth Walder and so many analytics people do such great work. Such great work. But the whole like the sweat or the calling the Bears sweat trade. All right, so I'm going to say some stuff that you guys are not going to like. Irish pipe bomb, it's in the description. It's the one that moves the bar automatically. Anyways, so I'm going to say some stuff that you guys are not going to like, but then I'm going to work back to a place that I think you're going to like. Okay? Okay, we ready? Trading a pick for a player so that you can extend that player is always an incredibly expensive process. Bears fan Goomba, thank you so much for subscribing. When Seth Walder and people like him are out here saying that the Bears trading what is likely going to be a high second round pick, I mean, it's getting lower, but at the time it was a high second round pick so that they could pay Montez Sweat $26 million. Of course it's an overpay, right? But let's like break down what that word overpay means, right? Is one player going to be worth a high second round pick and a market value contract? In the definition of market value, not really, right? Because by the time you give that guy $26 million, you've given him what it's worth to sign an outstanding defensive end. And yeah, good point. And so at that, or once you give Montez Sweat, who was pretty good, outstanding money, you might already be overpaying. And then you add the second round pick on top of it. That's a big premium to pay. But I liked the move. I stick to liking the move. I think sometimes you gotta overpay. I don't think there is a good team out there that's built without some calculated. Exactly like what Jordan said, it's expensive, but look at the dividends that the defense has paid. Like, there is a point where I want analytics people to be willing to say, that's not a process I think you need to imitate all the time, but it is banging right now. Like, you can't look at the Bears defense and what's happening with Montez Sweat and call it meaningless. Like, this defense is on fire. Like, it's the best way I'd put it, Jibby, is it's not a move you're trying to make all the time, right? But when you need a premium player at a premium position and you are not going to and when you need a premium player at a premium position and you're not going to be able to get him in free agency, sometimes it's worth it. We said so at the time. It's even better now. Like, I'm with you, Jordan. The idea that the Bears were going to be able to draft somebody of Sweat's level at 35, 37 was ridiculous, especially the Sweat that they've got right now. Right. And I'm completely with you, Reinhardt, that Poles also had a bit of a reputation. Steven Ruiz said it well. The only people at the time, he said, the only people that have lost a trade with Ryan Poles have been Carolina. Everybody loves to dunk on the guy who's easy to dunk on. Just look at Arthur Smith right now. Like, once people decide you're fun to dunk on, it is fun to dunk on you. People will take every single opportunity. I'm with you, Ben. I mean, we talked about it at the time. I don't need to relitigate why I liked the move, right? But it is bizarre to me that there are so many people out there that can't look at a move that's very obviously working and say, like Mason saying, how much is taking the gamble out of the equation worth? When you say the gamble, you mean the pick? Like, overall, the argument that person would make back to you is the moment you hand Montez Sweat a $25-26 million contract, you have re-gambled on him being worth it. You actually don't know that these players are proven. Can I use a case in point that Bears fans may not like to remember? How much value did we really get out of Khalil Mack in 2019, 2020, and 2021? By the time Mack started to accrue all these injuries, right? We took a generational player and watched him get hobbled down to a pretty good player, right? And that was a player that the Bears had paid, 2 first-round picks for? And also a market contract. That's not me trying to, throw gas on a fire. It's more to say that trading for proven production doesn't always make it proven, right? But I'm with you, Thomas. I'm with everybody in here. Like, I'm not trying to tell you the Montez Sweat move was bad. I'm trying to tell you it was risky. That's it. But right now, the dice are coming up Bears. And who can't love that? Like, Montez Sweat looks like a maniac. Montez Sweat looks better than he has in Washington. The Bears are featuring him, and he is playing like a feature player. Like, it's awesome. It is so cool to see this stuff working. And it's just weird to me when guys won't come off a stance and say, damn, I didn't think it was going to work out like this. I mean, Montez Sweat's probably going to end up with double-digit sacks for the first time in his career, which is rad. And that's the other thing, Derek. Like, a joke I've made before on the channel and will probably make again is that there are a whole lot of football fans out there. Hey, sometimes I can sound like them. You need a healthy balance, right? Where there are some people that want a bunch of picks and they will complain no matter how you spend them, right? They will say, how could you spend that on that player? How could you spend that on that player? How could you spend that on that player? They love the picks, right? Oh my gosh, Eric, you are way, way too nice. Thank you so much. Like, they're the same people that want to see you amass. Oh, nice. I didn't realize you already has double-digit sacks. That rules. There are a ton of people out there that want to see teams amass $120 million in cap space, and then all they will do is whine when you sign Jermaine Edmonds with that $100 million in cap space, right? Like, you've seen it, haven't you? Everybody loves it when the Cardinals pile up resources. And then when they go through and they use the resources suboptimally, the same people that love the Cardinals process will complain about the Cardinals process, right? The Miami trade, people hated it that they trade back, got a first, traded back up, and drafted Jalen Waddle. I think it worked out pretty well for him, right? Like it's so funny watching the way so much of this conversation in the NFL always seems to work out. Don't you think that like you exactly tumultuous. You get Houston trading up for Anderson. People laugh at them. Are we laughing now? Like they got their defensive anchor, they got their offensive leader in the same draft. And that's kind of, I mean, it's not all you need, but that's the core of your team. Boom, one moment. And it's everything's a matter of gambles. How much are you willing to risk? The Saints risked a lot to go get Chris Olave. They traded the equivalent of 3 first-round picks for Chris Olave. Is Chris Olave awesome? I sure think so. But wow, that is a lot. And so you look at all this stuff, and to me, for the Bears to gamble with a second-round pick, I thought it felt cheap at the time. I mean, relatively, right? Getting good edge talent is just not easy. Like, that's the thing, Mario. I am not trying to push you into saying, wow, so or like these moves are amazing, right, Mario? It's more like you gotta eventually, Mario, you can't play the field forever. Like all these GMs are at the craps table, right? You can't play the field forever. And it's the guys that are ahead that can make the smartest bets because they don't have the needs that the guys that everywhere else do, right? And so eventually you got to risk your hand. Eventually you've got to take it to the flop. I think. Is that the fifth one in Hold'em? Anyways, like eventually you have to push your chips in. And so I thought it was kind of funny how quickly everybody wanted to dunk on Ryan Poles for what is a pretty thick the river. Thank you, Kusai. Like I thought it was pretty bizarre to me the way that everybody jumped on the Bears. I mean, the Montez Sweat timing was weird. Don't get me wrong. But hey, can I just point out there's one other hidden move at the deadline that's looking amazing, and that's the Bears finding a way to keep Jalen Johnson. Because what we thought was a frayed relationship is quickly turning around and becoming great. And one way or another, I don't care if it's 2 tags or an extension, like you got to keep this guy around. And this defense looks like it's got legs. I am not an Eberflus fan. You're not about to hear me become an Eberflus thumper, but the dude's earning it. You can't look at this team and okay, so I'm not trying to spoil what you're going to see on DBB from Jeff Hughes in on Friday, but like here's a quick question I want to ask you guys. Where would Eberflus rank on the list of turnarounds within an organization, given where the Bears were in the middle of the season if they go 9-8 and make the playoffs? Like if they go from 2-7 to 9-8, they would be right up there with the Lions, right? Like what would you think about how intense the turnaround was? Would that be an acclaim in and of itself, or what is it, like award worthy? I'll let you choose it, right? I won't make you think one thing or another. But like you're saying, Akusai, there's so much football left to play. So much football left to play. I hear you, Alessandro. That's the thing, guys. Like, there's so much if. We Bears fans are so ahead of ourselves right now. Y'all, how realistic would it be? How realistic would it be for this Bears team to march into Cleveland and win? Whoa, everybody freaks out. And then they welcome the Carolina Panther, or they welcome the Arizona, they welcome Arizona to Soldier Field. And they win. Everybody's losing their minds. Whoa. Oh my gosh. They're really going to do it. And then they just fall flat against Atlanta. And it is over. Right? I mean, like, it's football. The Packers lost to the Giants. None of this is that easy. None of this is that easy. Like, Akusai, you nailed it. They are 5-8. For as excited as we are and as badly as we beat the Lions, they are 5-8. They're not 6-7. They're not 7-6. They've got a lot more against them than they are for them. And that's okay. But like you're saying, Jordan, I mean, Jordan, if anything, the passion that Bears fans have, in my opinion, is I don't want to say it's second to none. I'm not trying to make it relative, but it always impresses me. Like the moment the Bears give Chicago something to believe in, they are going to like let me use an example, Jordan. If the Bears beat the Browns, Soldier Field is going to rock on Christmas Eve. Like, you give Bears fans something to cheer for, they will go berserk. There are a lot of fan bases out there that don't even care to boo, at least from what I've seen. There's just not that much energy in it. Give them credit. Like, everybody always complains. We always hear, for some reason, somebody like Jaquan Brisker out there complaining about the Bears fans booing. At least they've got the energy to boo you when things are going south. Like Bears fans want everybody to just everybody like Bears fans want a winner so badly. And I think it's awesome. Let's see. Mario, you mentioned no, I'm 100% with you, Mario. Can't emphasize it enough. Like if it's me, new offensive coach. So Robert Mays said this today. He's taking the words out of my mouth. Sometimes I feel like me and Robert Mays are secret twins that share the same first name, right? But if you asked me point blank, what do I want to do? Well, I still kind of want to change. I would still prefer to change head coaches, bring in an offensive mind, turn the quarterback over. Sorry, guys, and take what you have from this defense and move forward with it because the fundamentals don't change just because the guy at the head does. You hope. We look at guys like John Fox. We look at guys like Jack Del Rio. We look at a lot of these other precursor head coaches. It's a weirdly successful formula to take a defensive head coach and pass off his fundamental built roster and culture to an offensive mind that then goes out and succeeds. But if the Bears win too many games, you kind of can't really do that. You'll be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So we'll see. But like you're saying, Mason, it depends on all kinds of things. Like we will see. My favorite part about this is that at this point, we can hope. Like here's the interception. By the way, it's 4th and 24 play. I mean, it's who's that making who's that getting the hit? Is that no way, right? Did I not catch this? Is that Zach Pickens? Zach Pickens pass rush rep? Zach Pickens long arm? Zach Pickens hurry? Zach Pickens pressure? Yes! I'll take it. I don't care how late in the game it is, right? Push his shoulders, strength. Yes, yes. Man, everything's coming up Millhouse in this one. Like it felt like a fever dream kind of game. Boom, easy interception. That's awesome. Enough demo, but especially in this game. All right, so are we ready? Is everybody ready for an absolute roller coaster ride of a game? Because, and by the way, did you see that? You see that? Stream improvements. I found out a way for me to just type them in advance so that I can go boom, boom. Now we're on the offense, right? I'm too good. I'm just too good, everybody. But so, Floose is developing the roster, and I'm developing the stream. We are everything is beautiful, right? So we got the offense to talk about. But so it's so funny, Q, because like flashes is such a funny buzzword now. Now that Louis Riddick said flashes get you fired, I sit here and I'm like, oh man, do I need to ban the word flashes? But so, because he's right. I mean, anyways, it's a whole separate conversation. Yeah, Ben, one thing that is really frustrating is the way the referees treat Justin Fields. I almost understand why. I mean, he gets running back rules, so to speak, but it was bizarre watching this in real time because, like, it looks like a launch, for crying out loud. I mean, I would love to just start with the play design. I barely feel like I can start with the play design because it's just read option where they're bluffing a screen over here. They get the 3-on-3. Maybe Justin Fields can throw this. Maybe he doesn't, right? And so he runs it, looks for the gap. Defender does a good job getting into the play, but man, like the slide into Jack Campbell, hitting him straight in the face was just wild to me. Like, I actually can't believe this one. I'm not going to be the guy who whines about the refs. I really try not to be the guy who whines about the refs. But this was one of those where watching it, I was like, I mean, you got to be kidding me. Like, we get full shoulder straight to the face. Referee is staring right at it. What are we doing? And God knows we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this like swill coming, where he's probably gonna get that call like 3 times in a week. But we'll get there. Now, one thing I actually wish I want to back up a little bit. For some reason, I watched the offensive tape faster, but I came to some cooler conclusions. If you ask me, I would love to see the Bears work the Lincoln Riley triple option into this. Brian Dable has also used it where you go zone read, and once you draw this guy, throw the ball. Now, this is not in the play right now. And if it is, I wish Fields could see it, right? But I'm going to assume it's not in the play because the Bears have never done it, right? But if you had the, like, you have read option, you get out here, and then you just throw the ball to your running back, you are going to score a touchdown the first time you do it because the Bears have never done it. Everybody gloms onto Fields the moment they see this stuff, and you hit 2 blocks and DJ Moore is gone. And it's not like, I understand that I'm kind of cheating, but the best part about it is if you do this right, it can function as a lateral and you could even do it later in the play. But that's thinking a little too hard. And I understand that. It's more that I keep seeing this opportunity, especially against the Lions, for Fields to pull, let the guy who's trying to take the edge away from him crash on him, option the ball past him. And I guess if you do it wrong, like maybe the worry is that if you do it incorrectly, like if you don't loft the ball like that, then this guy's going to pick it off and run the other way back. But, just don't do that. So just an idea. Honestly, Sir Lord, they've done it before. Also, I hope you guys take a moment to just enjoy number 70 because I think Braxton plays a real hell of a game. It's not 100% perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but like beyond 5th round pick, I think he looks like a very, very solid tackle. Here's a beautiful rep. Look at this against Aiden Hutchinson. Like, you'll get a better rep later on. But like, here's a 1st round bull rush. Remember how worried we were about the bull rush? Not anymore, right? Push, re-anchor, 1 quick step backwards, check down. Nice and easy. Here it is. Here it is from the back angle. Oh, how in control is that? Boom, re-anchor, get out of here. It's awesome. It's awesome seeing the tackle play. I'm so excited about Darnell Wright. I don't know how anybody wouldn't be excited about Darnell Wright. Braxton Jones is debatably like better value, like just with how well he's playing. So now you get what? 3rd and 3. Bears do a really good job of setting up 3rd and manageable, by the way, just in general. Thanks so much, D-Gore. I'm so excited. Nothing lifts your spirits like watching me have Bears win. Hey, I got you, D-Gore. I need more Bears wins in that case. We've gone from 100 viewers to 150 viewers because the Bears won a 2nd game in a row. Like, give me more. Give me more. Feed me more viewers. Tell your friends. Like, let's hang out together and talk about Bears football. So Bears go empty. One thing you'll see from this that I think is really cool. Okay, so people don't talk enough about this, right? It's one thing to start in empty. It's another thing to shift to empty. Because anytime you shift to empty sets, you're going to see the defense check to something. They have to react because empty just provides you too many threats. It's the only reason, if you ask me, that you should ever be putting Mercedes Lewis, Khalil Herbert, Corey Blasingame out in empty. Don't line them up there. Line them up in here and motion them out. Right? Because you're going to see the defense check. And in this case, you get this look all game long. It is as if the Lions see empty and they go, empty? Cover 2. Right? You get two, and sometimes you get two man. Sometimes. But they go two high shell pretty much all game against empty. And I would love to see the Bears influence or like use that a little better. In this case, it's a man blitz, but they start out of that cover two shell. You could see the Okie roll very quickly. Realistically, within the timing of the play, the Bears want. Did they really? Oh, that's so sad, in my opinion. Kind of looks like they're running some kind of a choice route to Khalil Herbert. And I don't know why you'd do that with Khalil Herbert. I love you, Khalil. This is not your game. And so Justin doesn't like it. Maybe we find Darnell Mooney, who does end up open-ish. But you know what else is nice? Running the ball. And Fields is that good. Fields is that dude. Like, I got to tell you what. I understand that there's plenty of things that I will give Fields a lot of grief for. I'm not done. But Fields is a super athlete. And I don't ever want to make that something that we take totally for granted. Like, would Andy Dalton throw this ball? Sure. Could Andy Dalton turn this into an explosive play? I have I have deep doubts that that's what he'd be able to do, especially since with Fields kind of on the move, you would have to really bullet this ball to the outside or this guy's going and getting in front of it. He is so smooth, so athletic, dodges tackles in the pocket like they're just easy. And then like Kakusai is saying, you eat a crotch to the face. But if that's the price you got to pay, that's the price you got to pay. The red rifle, Eric, the rocket. Man, how easy does that look too? Like you got a defender closing on you, stepping up in the pocket? No, you don't. Whatever. Also, another nice little Braxton moment here. Drop the anchor. Takes a little bit. 79 had a good little game. Does Darnell Wright go up against Hutchinson here? No. They wanted Hutch against your boy, Nate Davis. He does pretty well there. Let's see. The safeties post snap read to see if they're rolling coverage. Yes, Irish. I'm not a former quarterback, but I can tell you that. You're generally supposed to eyeball the safeties afterwards, but it depends on the play call. Because while you normally want to look at the safeties, sometimes you just need to know where the safeties are pre-snap because what you're doing post-snap doesn't really make a difference there. Like if you're running a choice route like the Bears were, Khalil Herbert was right here, you're only really focusing on the linebackers because generally speaking, you have a slant, you have an in, and you have an out, and the safeties are just out there. They don't matter, right? Because they're not going to be involved in the play on 3rd and 3. Here, Bears go play action, roll out quickly. Fields is going to take a look at that. He's going to think about it. Could he fit this ball in? Doubt it. I think he makes the right decision. Bullet the ball out to Kmet. His release looks smoother. Tell you what, mechanically speaking, I feel like his ability to just let the ball fly feels more natural. Don't know what happened while he was waiting on his thumb getting healed, but it sure felt as if it sure feels as if lately his release is more compact and it feels smoother. Don't we love that? Right? No, it's not, Quentin. All right, so everybody, I'm going to beg you, whatever side you're on, we are going to try to operate. I can't enforce this. I'm not asking mods to do it, right? But I need you to trust each other. And in the spirit of the Bears community, you can comment your thought and then try to leave it alone. We got 4 more games of this either way. Please don't turn the comment section into a huge argument because it's just gonna bum out a fun discussion because we get the whole Fields experience here. We get all this upside. We get some oh-nos, and we get everything in between. We really do. We get some anticipation throws later. We get some things that we need to discuss. But like, I I get you, Rex. Like, I promise. But so we'll see. Like, it really feels Jimmy, like it was the true Justin Fields experience. I'm more saying, let's be peaceable, everybody. That's it. Like, because the contentious stuff is coming, right? And you're probably not going to agree with everything that I'm thinking here and there. By the way, watching Deontay Foreman run the ball is just so fun, isn't it? Like, Deontay Foreman's hair flowing behind him as he just rips through contact rules. It's so fun. But and we're going to, exactly, Rex. Like, we're gonna get there, but it's more just that I've seen the comment section kind of get out of hand before, and that's okay. But so 100%, 100%. I mean, Rex is why we're starting with as many positives as I hope we are. But so we get a nice rep here, I think, from Darnell Wright, who's just battling, right? I love this because Darnell gets out leveraged immediately. He just hangs in the play, plants one foot on the hop, literally sticks his head and shoulders into Hutch's waist and rips forward enough to knock him off balance. And by the time he's off balance, he can't affect the run anymore. I mean, by hook or by crook, right? Like, they don't ask. They don't ask whether it looks pretty. They don't ask whether it's fun. They ask, did you hit the block? Right? And I love seeing, this is my favorite part about Darnell Wright's rookie season, that in the times where he could have eaten massive L's, he found a way to do something viable anyways. Like, Darnell Wright has been definitively not bad, which is just a massive, massive, like, it's a massive win. And like Q's saying, bucket stats, look at the interior offensive line too. Like, everybody just nails it. Nate Davis does a great job. You want to talk about the most inconsistent player on this Bears offensive line? When Nate Davis is good, he looks great. When Nate Davis is bad, he looks bad. And then everybody else hits their mark. If DJ Moore is a better blocker, maybe it goes a little further, but we'll give it to DJ Moore. He can do whatever he wants to. Read option with Fields is just so easy, for crying out loud. Like, oh my gosh, watch this one again. This is real time too. Like, Fields, the athlete, is out of this world sometimes. Dude is like dude's jogging. Like, and as he's just jogging, he is blowing past NFL defenders that cannot keep pace with him. It's awesome. Like, I completely get anybody out there that just loves watching him, because, man, oh man, he is so smooth when he's on his game. Also, can we give a little bit of credit to Darnell Mooney? One-on-one block out here. This doesn't work the same way if Darnell Mooney doesn't block his butt off to make that work. I keep sometimes forgetting that, like, I've made my point and then I just kind of have to wait for the film to move on to the next one, right? So then this is the play, I think. No, it's not. This is a passing play before that, where Fields is able to once again just climb up in the pocket, and he does fumble, but they call him down, whatever. But moreover, you watch this play. For those who watched JT's breakdown, I tried as best I could to check my work, because while I respect my own eye and am confident in myself, collaboration always makes you better. Looks to me like the Bears are running a combination you're going to see a lot, which is like a post mixed with a wheel right here. And then Fields gets to the back of the drop. They play it really well, like covered. And then maybe Scott's got like a shallow cross right here. But at this point, the Lions, they blitzed, right? Yeah, they bring a nickel blitz off the edge. Foreman is just fine in pass protection. So Fields hits the back of his drop, slips through two defenders, goes and makes a play with it, and at least you get something, right? But so let's see the fourth down play later. Oh, I got you. Fields does a good job with his feet. Like, I don't think there was anything there. Maybe you junk the ball. Like, I guess in theory, because I'm looking at Fields' eyes, Tanyan doesn't look not open. But you don't have to throw the ball if you're not confident in it. In this case, push the ball or push up the field. And by the time he does, he's in a full sprint. That's okay. Let's see here. Because I would expect you to want to work to Scott. By the time he does work to Scott, Scott hasn't turned around yet. Because I would expect this to be basically an alert and 1, and then you'd work down to 2, and then you'd have this backside slant as number 3. That's the gist that I would see. You can't throw this. I mean, if you were going to throw this, you have to throw it well before the break, just because Anzalone's sitting on it. And so I think Fields makes the right call here. And I'm really doing all this drawing to make it clear that I think there's plenty of times, Brandon, I agree with you, that I think there were plenty of times when somebody might say, oh, Fields hold up all too long, that actually I thought his athleticism made something out of nothing on this individual model. Now, would I like to see more checkdowns, more options for the passer? I would like to, but in the past, that hasn't always worked out to the Bears' benefit. So I understand why they would prefer to just have Tanyan chip right here so that they can try to protect for longer, take a deep shot downfield. Their running backs are not great in pass protection, which is its own issue, but Fields just squeezes his way through the pocket, and it takes a hit, but Fields takes a billion hits, right? That's just part of his game. Am I crazy, guys? Like, feels to me as if Fields and taking hits right now are just going hand in hand. But the Lions game, the Vikings game, this Lions game, the Fields taking hits offense could be a lot worse. It's much more successful than the Fields not taking hits offense was earlier in the season. Then you get this. This is a literal high school play, but the Bears pull it off to perfection, which is awesome, if you ask me. But so nice, David. Yes, it's time. You joined right as we're talking about the offense. Like, motioning the quarterback over here, motioning your best player into the quarterback spot, and then running the weakest reverse. Love Justin. He's not getting this ball, right? Think about how many reverses involve this guy just getting destroyed, right? You're not reversing back to Justin Fields. And everybody except Jack Campbell seems to know that. And so Jack just freezes, takes himself totally out of the fit. Yeet. Nope, we're out of there. And then at that point, you've got Roschon Johnson and Braxton Jones. And those are the two big ones I want you to watch. Lucas Patrick, like, he runs. Everybody loves that Lucas Patrick runs, and I get that. But it's Roschon stonewalling, even holding a little, but stonewalling Aiden Hutchinson and Braxton Jones clearing the lane that really set this run up for gold. And he just walks in the end zone. Yeah, 100%. Trent gets his due too, and should. But this is awesome. Like, this is great. Totally worked. Roschon one more time. Like, this tough block. Running backs are not going to win this block nearly ever. Kudos to Roschon. And again, right there, do we get a little bit of a hold ski? No. I would never say the Bears committed a penalty. But there you go, right? DJ walks in. I actually think, Kyle, that I don't think you're all the way onto something, but I think people crowned Hutchinson very quickly. Let's put it that way. I think Hutch is a really strong 3-down lineman. Like, the best way that I could put this, personal opinion, I think Hutchinson and Leighton Vander Esch and Montez Sweat are all in a similar category of where they're really bringing you value is that they can play on all 3 downs, right? But Aiden Hutchinson, the genius pass rusher, Aiden Hutchinson, the TJ Watt level defender, the Myles Garrett guy, we kind of jumped on that because it was fun, and he had some fun games down the stretch. But so far this season, he hasn't been that guy, which I would completely agree with. It is why I had an issue, and I say this lovingly. Like, I liked it when I was as a Bears fan. Of course, I was happy with it. But it was why I had a real issue with the way that the Lions approached this offseason, because they acted like they were done on the defensive line. And now down James Houston, they can't seem to create any pressure, which, hey, as a Bears fan, I'll take it. They have to blitz a whole lot to get there. And they're able to do that with some of the blitzes. But let's see. If you genuinely wonder if Fields can lock another level, if he has an X's and O's offensive coordinator next year, maybe Getsy grows into a good coordinator, but he's so inconsistent. Irish, I do think it's hard to tell. Like the barrier between a good like the barrier between what is a good offensive coordinator playing with great talent around him and what is a bad offensive coordinator holding talent back can be hard to diagnose sometimes. I mean, let me use an example, Irish, very quickly. Like it's Kellen Moore. The name came to me, lost, and then came to me again. And so the Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy, we all thought we were sure Kellen Moore was the golden boy and that Mike McCarthy was this big dumb Pittsburghian. And then Kellen Moore parts ways, goes to the Chargers. The Chargers cannot move the ball. There are a lot of reasons behind this. The Chargers are cursed, and I understand that. But then suddenly Mike McCarthy has this Dallas offense operating better than it has in, 5 years? Like maybe longer? I mean, it's certainly in the entire Mike McCarthy tenure. It's easy to think we know what's going on with these coaches. We don't know. We can think. You're allowed to have an opinion, but we don't know, right? And so there's part of this, like parsing it apart, where I'm always going to try to give like positives, like the things that go well. Everybody's got to get at least a little bit of the credit. And when things go poorly, everybody's got to get at least a little bit of the blame. Because I'm right there with you, Rex. Like Matt Canada, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm not asking you to buy Luke Getsy either. It's more to say that it's not always as easy as we think it is. That's it though. So 2nd and 8. Everybody's been calling for slants. We've been calling for slants. We get DJ Moore as wide as possible. And you bet we're running a slant. Absolutely, we're running the slant. Come on, get to the snap. Is it open? Of course it's not. Kudos to the Lions. They basically tried to bracket DJ Moore as much as they could over the course of the game. 31 is going to turn as soon as he sees that snap and pass set, and he goes, "Where's DJ?" And they just start drifting towards this. Now, could we throw to the flat? I mean, people are going to say that maybe you could. But once again, Justin Fields says, "I'm just a different athlete than that," and floats a ball out that, I'd love to see him complete, but I'm not going to ding him for this because this is an incredibly high difficulty throw. And if he makes this throw, people are going to start the Josh Allen comparisons again. So good job by Fields to work his way outside of the pocket, stay safe, and get the ball in the air to an open target. Kudos to Deontay Foreman for actually winning a wheel route. Like, I didn't think the guy had it in him. I mean, he said in pressers that he was like, "I don't think people understand how good I am as a receiver." Yeah, I didn't believe him. And this is a pretty solid route overall. But it happens. You can't win them all. Now, I don't know. I'm truly, for what it's worth, like, let me use an example, right? There's going to be somebody out there. There's going to be somebody out there, BG, that, because this is my opinion. There's going to be somebody out there that's going to say, DJ Moore's open, throw it right now, right? And don't get me wrong, that's true. But, because that's the thing. That's the thing, Kyle. I want you and BG to walk with me on this, right? I am grading Fields on Fields' own curve. What do I actually think Fields is? He's going to need to hit the back of his drop before he throws the ball. The footwork they paired this with, I don't like it. I think it needs to be that 2-1 step thing, if everybody remembers what that looked like. Like, that is catch the ball, one big scoop step backwards, and immediately set. But instead, they're going with a 3-step drop footwork. And because they do, that's as early as you're going to throw. We're already out of our break. I would argue we're out of sync. And the moment you try to lace this ball right here, it's just dangerous. Could you fit it in there? Maybe. Is Fields going to fit it in there? No. It's not his game, right? And I think that's okay, because there are things that you can do where you can say, if it's Fields' game, he should still be able to hit this. That's what I'm going to try to do today. is grade on Fields' curve and what I should expect from him. There are some concepts where I expect a certain level of anticipation. But here, we've paired it with the wrong footwork and we've drawn a defense that's just a bad fit. Like, if they're playing cover one, it's got to be open, right? But like you're saying, BG, I tend to think that that's a very tight window, and it works out. Fields certainly makes a plenty good enough play, but it's like you get it. I hope you get it. I hope that makes sense. Let's see. They did a better job adjusting at halftime. It's okay to get getting better at something. Exactly. And Fields has been getting better, I think. Has he been getting better enough? That's a question that everybody will come to their own conclusion. But that's just my 2 cents, PG. It also gets really easy around this time in a quarterback's development to hyperfixate on everything. And there are a lot of quarterbacks that would turn that down just because of the look. You've got a middle field closed defense, like with too high, and you've got a defender pushed up and in the area. You struggle, or if you flub that placement, it's a pick six the other way. If it's a pick sixable ball, a lot of people just don't throw them, right? But that's how I've seen it, or when other quarterbacks run it. And it's where in the future, the more we're able to watch other teams, the better, right? Just because then you can get a sense for what other quarterbacks play like. Anyways, so is this third down? I think it is. 3rd and 8. It's going to start from a trip set. We're trying to catch the Lions in some kind of loaded coverage, right? We're going to bring DJ across the formation. Nobody moves except for this DB. So we're pretty sure we're in man, right? But we've still got what we're thinking is probably going to be some kind of blitz. Good thing we've got 6 in coverage. So worst case scenario, we could go 5 out with a back protecting. But we'll see. Like, exactly, Ultimator. Like, and so the Bears are going to run a bunch of stuff. Like, they're going to run, let me see here. It's like Tyler Scott is going to run a very shallow post, or I guess you'd call that deep. And then Darnell Mooney runs the shallow post. DJ Moore runs the deep over. Cole Kmet is going to chip, get out, and run a shallower over. And maybe you could argue that DJ Moore is open. Certainly you could call that Sunday open. I don't mind that he doesn't throw it. I got to be honest. Because by the time Fields hits the back of his drop, he ends up too deep. Like, okay, everybody did make some mistakes here, and then Fields does something amazing. So hear me out, right? When you start where the ball is, right? We're at the 12-yard line, 11-yard line. You are expecting about a 9-yard drop. That'll put you at the 2-yard line. Maybe you're at the 10-yard, or maybe you drop a 10-yard drop. Instead, Fields drops 12 yards. The reason that matters is because Darnell Wright can't really angle Hutch out of the play. Like, the goal of the pocket is to have a back. You can be too deep in the pocket. And so when you do drop too deep in what you were hoping was a pocket with you right here, you can't really step up into it. Well, I guess Fields does, but you're certainly not going to step up and throw. So now Fields has kind of put himself in a bit of a pressure jam. And unless he throws this with crazy anticipation, he needs to make an athletic move. Good news is he does. Making an athletic move is something Fields is quite good at. Breaks 2 tackles in the pocket, turns on the Justin Fields mode, and legs out an explosive. Like, look at how easy it looks for him, for crying out loud. I mean, there are some technical futzes, if you ask me, but Roshan Johnson does only an okay job with this. I think Fields drops a little too deep, but it's not like we've seen so many receivers on this exact route. Stutter, bang, and then they're like 4 yards open or something like that, right? But instead, DJ Moore is kind of going to lope through it. I mean, you could stick the ball to him, right? But it's a tough throw. It's a tough throw. But so then Fields makes a play with his legs in a way that I really think just about only he can do. And it's this part right here when he gets wide and then he gets vertical and this defender can't catch him that is just outrageous. Like, it's only right here he's finally at the line of scrimmage. But sheesh. He just boat races him. Jimmy, the idea in this case would have been if he's not so deep, like if he's not so deep in the pocket, then he may not have gotten pressured at all. But that would have taken really trusting Roshan and then working around this. As me pointing out that there's a bunch of ways to do this, right? Because it's not that open either. Like in the wide world of, is this a bad play? I don't think so. Like it's Fields being Fields. It's Fields delivering you something that only he can. Why would I get upset about this? I am not trying to, right? Um, and they do that a lot, Jibby. For some reason, the Bears. Well, you got to remember, everybody wants the Bears to throw down the field, and Justin Fields wants to throw down the field. They want these long developing routes because long developing routes can get crazy open. It is what Fields wants. It just creates some of these moments where people go, like, or what? It creates some of these moments where you go, this offense feels wrong. Sure feels that way, doesn't it? But so either way, Fields is able to create a rock and play. Let's see. I feel like Roshan could make a better block. Like if we wanted to nitpick, if we're gonna nitpick Fields' technique, Roshan's got to put the shoulder down. He tries to catch Anzalone, and Anzalone is able to use that to create this pressure and get a tackle attempt. And if Justin Fields isn't Justin Fields, we might have just taken a sack in the end zone, right? But so Leonidas, we can be nicer than that, especially because I don't think Rex is. Rex, you're evaluating the game just like the rest of us. But like you're saying, Ben, when you're 230 pounds and you're able to make sudden movements like that, good luck bringing him down. First 10, right? Bears really tried to crack open more running seams. They did so early on, but you get a nice little counter run here off of some split formation. Is it counter? Yes, you do get one counter step. Nate Davis comes through. Kari Blasingame is money. I don't understand how this guy blocks so well, but man, he does. Like, Bears get a nice little run. 2nd and 5. Handoff up the middle. Get nothing. I don't actually know in this case. I don't know whether Tevin Jenkins misses his man or not, because Tevin comes around as if he's going to try to block number 8, but then changes his mind to block number 48. Part of me wonders whether there was some kind of a slight mental error. Like, I don't know whether Mercedes Lewis was supposed to work up and block Anzalone. I imagine he was, but it feels like the Bears didn't have the numbers for this run in particular. But that's just how I see it. Like, Tevin's angle comes out. He stares at number 6. Then he realizes 48's sitting in the hole. Got to try to take him out. At least we get a yard or two. But the Lions were very content to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down on the line, 1, 2, 3 linebacker types. And I would want the Bears to throw the ball against looks like this. I hope the Bears have a passing game ready to throw the ball against looks like this, because running against those kinds of formations is just hard. It's just slog. So then 3rd and what is this? 3rd and 4. Here we get a good play that we could have had a great play, and I'm gonna leave up to you. It's a good play. It's a good play. We're happy with the result, right? We get this Miami short motion. It's actually pretty awesome. Like the way this works out, we go, what is this? 2 by 2 on this side, and we're gonna get Mooney motioning into a bunch set, right? Why does this matter? Because you're going to confuse, you hope, these two defenders on who they have, and you get a quick switch right here. So now Mooney is going to be running a wheel route, same route package we saw earlier, right? Post and a wheel route, but he's going to do it with inside leverage. What would have been, take a look from earlier, if Mooney's running a go before this, he's going to have to must outside release go, and this DB is just going to sit in his hip pocket and walk down the field with him. Not even hard, right? But because this short motion, this is how Miami's been killing teams, creates a quick switch, Mooney heads up field, beats his guy clean, and he is wide open. We are looking at him too. Like, he's wide open. We can throw this. We don't. Instead, we turn it down. we throw to Robert Tanyan. Now, this is not a bad play, but based on the way that the motion gets Mooney this opportunity, it would be hard for me to not assume that this is an alert. That's the first read. That's the second read. And we have turned down one to get to two. It's a safe throw. I mean, it's open. Thank goodness. So kudos to Robert Tanyan for being there and picking up the first down. But Fields turning throws downfield is something I would love to see change. If Fields ripped this, I promise. If it's this wide open, Fields rips it and we don't complete it, at this point, I'll take it. But it's the turn downs downfield that I would like to see switch. But like you're saying, if he throws the wheel, that's the thing, Jibby. If he throws the wheel and doesn't connect, there are going to be all kinds of people that are going to jump on his back. And I understand that. I think those people are silly, right? Because we want to see him go through the read package and take that open read. Don't we all want to see Fields throwing the ball downfield? Don't we? Especially especially on a play like this, where in theory, there's a little bit of Orlovsky. There's a little bit of Orlovsky in here, right? Especially because, okay, so another piece to this, right? Everybody on Twitter, I respect it, all says we want Fields to throw the ball downfield. We want Getsy to call an offense that gets us throws downfield. Ultimator, I don't think the safety is going to make the play a play on the ball. A lot of quarterbacks are going to release it right now, right? The safety's not going to reach a ball that's going to connect with Mooney along the sidelines right here. Mooney's going to stretch this thing to the sidelines, and it's going to hit him in his hands. And in theory, you might even just get lucky enough, depending on the way DJ Moore runs his route, that you unintentionally pick the safety and score a touchdown. That's possible. You don't know, right? But it's like you might, especially if you rip it on time, and end up with a massive chunk play. Like you're talking about, Rex. Like, ultimately, I'm not trying to say, here's the deal, Rex, because I think this matters, right? It's not as if I want to say, wow, Fields sucks because we didn't throw it to Mooney. But it is a bummer that this is a theme, right? Where we can watch different games and we see late throws that stay late, and we see open or at least opportunities downfield that we don't attempt. I wish it was an accuracy problem. I wish it was a couple other things. But when we're looking into the future, you get an insane athlete, a super athlete that can do things nobody else can at the quarterback position. And I really mean nobody. I try to be as moderate as I can. And Fields is 1-1 right now from an athleticism perspective. But as far as what we're seeing in the passing game, there are a couple kinks that I would love to see ironed out over the next 4 weeks. And like you're saying, the throw works out on third down. But if I didn't know the reads were charted, alert 1, 2, right? Where to get to 2, we have to pass on 1. And we don't know 2 will be open. We can guess, but we don't know 2 will be open. We've actually taken quite a few sacks because we passed on 1 and then 2 wasn't open, right? So there's an element of this that works out, and we catch a bit of a break, if you ask me. But hey, your players making plays for you, not a problem. Like, not an implicit bad thing. And so we love that. When I was younger and I was talking about Trubisky, I used to say all the time, why are we throwing the open thing downfield? Don't we know that that's like a nothing conversion percentage? We have to check this down. That's not how quarterbacking works, right? But when we skip a read that's open to then progress, we have to hope it's there. It's not a guarantee it's there. And unless it's something where a lot of times, for instance, let's say that Mooney, let's say the route worked like this, right? Where DJ Moore ran that post, Darnell Mooney's over here, he short motions, he runs the wheel, and then you have Cole Kmet in his face running underneath. At that point, you actually can assume that he can see the alert, the 1 and the 2 at the same time. A lot of times, if you've got like a high-low, right? That's what it's called. Then 1 and 2 are both in Fields' peripheral right there. And it's actually reasonable to say, okay, we can check this thing down. But when number 2 is coming at you from the other side of the field, like, At that point, you have to assume Fields looking here means he does not know what's happening over here. But that's totally just how I see the game. And you can watch JTL Sullivan's breakdown. I promise, for what it's worth, that at this at, for what it's worth, because that's really all I'm getting at. Like, I try to cross check everything with JTL Sullivan. I really am working hard not to border on plagiarism because I understand that, but I don't want to be the loony fan that comes to you guys and gives you crappy information because I guess that something's a certain way, right? So I can tell you what JT said about most of the game because he's practically my, internet study buddy, if you will. And that was one that he pointed out and said, I want to see Fields rip this. Fields can rip this. Why aren't we ripping this? And then here you get supreme accuracy. Really do. Like, if you're going to throw a tick late, which this ball is, right? A better break by the DB, maybe we break this up, right? But let's see. I would love to see Fields on plays like this. Take the snap, drive right there instead of this little hitch, because the little hitch opens up an opportunity for the DB to get in the play. But when you can throw a hell of a fastball and when you can locate it way on, or like on the outside of Mooney's frame, you give yourself a chance to make the exact same play that DJ Moore made for you against Washington. Turns into an explosive here. So where you got to give Fields credit is that he is throwing this thing hard and he's throwing it to the right spot, which that works. Like, but so you hope that this never turns into the pick six, because this is now twice that you've gotten some really tight shaves. And like Sir Lord saying, I'm a pretty big Mooney stan. This is not a strongest route from Darnell. Like, this is a pretty mid route, best case scenario, because he just kind of turns around, doesn't really clear any separation, and the ball makes the play for him. But there we go, right? AC, I think I'm going to convince you that there's 2 or 3 better throws minimum, because I'm with you. But like you're saying, Rex, it's one of those where, from a process perspective, are we giving the DB too much time to make a play? From a results perspective, hell yeah, located it like crazy. But I'm kind of with you on that one, Mario, where I'm like, man, DB wants that one back, but it worked. So is it a problem when it works against Kindle Vildor? I don't think that's literally Kindle, for what it's worth, but then it doesn't against Jalen Johnson. We'll see. I mean, he's got 4 more games, right? But so here, in case you wanted to see some highlights, let's go Braxton Jones. Let's go Aiden Hutchinson. Braxton keeps Aiden off, or not Braxton. Darnell keeps Aiden off. Look at Braxton handle 79, nice and easy. Yeah, it's a quick game, but it's still fun watching them play. The Bears' run game did very little, especially as the game wore on. Here they just don't get the guys to move, which it happens, right? But I'm kind of going to breeze past it because what time is it right now? Yeah, it's like midnight, which is fine. We make quota. Easy. Lethal Company reference. But so, Getsy goes tackle over. I think that there's some choice involved. I'm sure Fields is like reading something pre-snap or something that tells him like there's a 2-on-2 out there. I can hand this ball off if I want to. But I bet you it's like a hand it off if not, give it to Deontay Foreman. And so he just takes the inside zone. Sure, maybe there's a righter decision if we hand it off that way. But, for sure, Mario, I'm trying to figure it out because I feel like talking draft in the middle of a playoff push is a little tacky, but we'll figure it out. Like, I'm not trying to blame Getsy for blocking either. If we give this to Darnell, I think he's gone. If we give this ball to Darnell, he sure looks like he's nearly home free. Robert Tonyan would have to make a block for us, but he's past Aiden Hutchinson very fast. But so either way, it's just a basic inside zone, whatever. Are you ready for a play that I hate? This play sucks. Like, I understand moving the pocket. I know everybody loves moving the pocket. The Bears go with what is supposed to look like a quarterback designed run. They send Cole Kmet up the sidelines, and that is literally the whole play. There's no other choice. Like, you have read number one, and that is it. And I can't believe that. I mean, for crying out loud, like, you could even just have DJ Moore run a stutter step and then an in, right? And just to take advantage of all this space over here. Because at that point, like JT wants him to run an over. And I'm sitting here like, stammer it, run an in or a slant, and then just rip it to the other side. Or make a play and get out over here. But like, it's a one route play. At least it seems that way. And who knows? Maybe Scott got stuck, but Scott looks like he's got no intention of leaking out. So all of a sudden, you just gave away an incompletion. Rip. I don't like that at all. Like, gimmick and trip plays are fun and neat, but at least have another option of some kind. So it's not in instant ways. I like the idea that somebody messed up. I'm going to keep that as my headcanon. I think that makes a lot of sense, to be honest with you. Then this play, I actually think it's just a sick blitz. Like, sure, I would love for Roshan to have an idea of what's going on, but this is sweet. Where do you think the blitzers are? Did you see them? Like, you got one look at this, right? Do you know where the blitzers are coming from? Because I bet you don't think that this guy's on his way, right? I sure didn't. It's sweet. He comes through, and because he's coming, this is my favorite part. Because he's on his way, this guy sneaks past Tevin Jenkins. You've got this man over here occupying Lucas Patrick's eyes, playing across his face. And so as he does, he's obviously going to turn his shoulders this way. And then Tevin Jenkins, because of the nickel blitz, has to kick out and take him. You open up this beautiful gate right between the guard and the center, and they just walk through it. Now, Roshan should be there, right? Roshan has to see this linebacker. He doesn't. And so Roshan steps up. I think Roshan predetermines that this guy's coming through the A gap, and he's wanting to make the adjustment. We talked about it earlier, stepping up and delivering a shoulder thump hit. And the moment he steps up, he's gone. He loses sight of the man. And then he begs for the ball. JT was like, Roshan's sitting there like, what are you doing, Justin? No, I think he's like, throw me the ball, throw me the ball, throw me the ball. But either way, it's a sweet defensive play. It's just a nice blitz. I don't know how you'd pass it off if you were going to. And it doesn't help anything, by the way, that if we back it up a little bit, Darnell Mooney is going to like do this big chip attempt on Aiden Hutchinson and then leak out into the seam. And when he does, he completely covers Cole for him, doesn't he? Like, if Cole was open, he's not anymore. And anything, just a route to the flat or something else, probably keeps the spacing a little more throw friendly, even if the throw was there. But we're locked up. We're covering each other. This is bad play. This is bad 2 plays. So let me see. That's the thing, Drex. They have been kicking out on blitzes all the time. Like, for some reason, every time the Bears see blitz, they've got the tackle taking the most outside guy. Couldn't tell you why. Just could tell you that they've been doing it. That one, it's just a perfect blitz. Nobody's there. Like, I'm not going to fall fields for it. The offense is not perfect, despite what you may be told. Let me pour myself a glass of water. See, this time, instead of having to go get water, I just brought my RPO Yeti with me. Oh, yeah. Cheers. We got a lot of offense to talk about. Next drive. It's 10-3, or it's 10-0. Bears are on them, right? Let's see. It might be Reinhardt. I could see that. Where normally you want the most dangerous man, but if Fields gets that deep that you're trying to basically protect Fields from himself and give him opportunities to get up in the pocket. This throw is a dart, if you ask me. Like, you want to talk about one of the best plays of the game? AC Adam, you're in here. Like, the Bears basically just run three verts with Cole Kmet coming over the top. And oh man, Fields does such an exceptional job of getting this ball up and down. And if I did want to hand anybody credit for something, because I think it's warranted, the book on Fields is starting to include heating him up with pressure. And when they do, there is a pretty decent chance the Bears are going to pick up your rush. And when they do that, Fields is so willing, let's say, to sit in the pocket that he will create some massive chunks against the blitz. Because when the Bears pick it up, they're going to try to rip you off. This throw is a great example. Gets it beautifully up and over Alex Anzalone, and the Bears go from what, the 20 to the other side of the 50. Look at this part, or look at this view. Like, let's see here. Snap, play action, finds Cole Kmet. Oh, is that pretty or what? Justin Fields, baby. Layer in that throw. Oh, yeah. And the pocket, too. So pretty. Like, Wright's got his man. We're 5 out. Like, we've just got 5 on 5, and everybody's holding up. Everybody's bodying their guy, no less. Whoo! Yes. When he rips it, he rips it. Like, truly, though, Ben. That's a good way to put it. That, like, he's just putting it on Kmet, and it would be hard to put it on Kmet if you didn't throw it that high. But let me call it a layered throw for the sake of discussion, okay? There's no safety over the top, and I understand that. But watch it, like, yes, right? Bears go full house, kick it out. Another run that really doesn't go anywhere. I wish Khalil Herbert had the juice, but it's all right that he can't. Or it's all right that he doesn't seem to right now. I hate to be this guy. For time's sake, we're just going to have to kind of pass over most of the runs. There's enough juice in the passing game to talk about. I mean, he may just not be all that healthy, Jibby. Bears run it again. My hope would be that he can get that step back, Sir Lord. Blocking's really not so bad on this play. Everybody gets some decent push. It's just not amazing. And they go down in a heap. 3rd and 2. Now, normally, if you know me, I am the guy who will simultaneously tell you Fields running is a major weapon, and I really can't stand the quarterback running game. Mostly because I see the quarterback running game as a great way to get your quarterback hit. Eventually, one of these days, it's kind of just my belief, I guess. Like, you're going to experience enough quarterback runs that you're like enough quarterback run successes that a defense is going to plan for it. You're going to call one out of sync, and your guy's going to get bashed, right? But this is the exception. 3rd and 2, running quarterback draw. Yes, that works for me. Like, I'm with you, Ben, where I think Fields is a scramble maniac because he's one of the most athletic quarterbacks in football, but he does still run like a quarterback. But when you get finally like as close to a light box as Detroit's going to give you, and you just take the snap and go, pop, rip, that works, actually. This is okay. Especially on short yardage. Like, this is fine. Heck, I do this with Caleb. I do this with Drake. I do this with Josh Allen. Like, I think this is just a plumb good play call. Now, we don't win it, which is too bad. But I can't help but think that this kind of play call for exactly this hole, this is fine. As long as you don't abuse it, you can use it. Now, it would have been great if Darnell Wright didn't kind of push your boy into the rushing hole. but that's how it goes, right? I like the play call though. Honestly, new poster to be real. So I think it's two things. First of all, Jason Kelsey's a maniac. Second of all, just because you're heavy doesn't mean that you hit with power. And Justin Fields has had some moments where he's been brilliant with power. Jalen Hurts, his quads probably could. He could probably squat the world. You know what I mean? Like, and that's fine. I'm not trying to say it's a quarterback thing specifically, but Jalen Hurts seems to pick up these short yardage situations at such a rate that nobody else does, that at some point you just got to tip your hat to Hurts and say maybe nobody else, right? But like you're talking about it, that's true too, where the Bears' run game hasn't been amazing. Now, when you look at this play, what is it? What is it? I'll let you point this out, right? Don't tell me what it looks like it should be. Tell me what it is, right? Because when you really like look at this formation, I think personally that Roshan is way too far back. Like Alessandro, it looks like the tush push, but Roshan is in no position to push the guy, right? Frankly, Darnell Mooney isn't either. And with DJ Moore back here, something's up, right? I mean, maybe this is how this is how the what's the word? Like maybe this is how the Eagles do it too. But Roshan in particular looks like he's giving something away. And so then when they go flick out to DJ Moore, nobody's fooled. It's that simple. Nobody's fooled. And it's so funny because DJ Moore still gives him a bit of the he still gives him a bit of the thunder, and the DB here makes a hell of a tackle on DJ Moore in a short yardage situation. Like, it's funny looking at the design because in the moment you were like, what did they do? And on the all 22, I get what they thought they were going to do, but it's too obvious, right? Nobody's really fooled. Maybe Anzalone takes one step this way, but he's on it. And it's funny because this is another classic example of, if we just didn't fake it, like you could even send Mooney, but if you don't fake Roshan, this was a JT idea. Like, if you don't fake Roshan and Roshan just comes out here and wipes this guy out, Moore almost assuredly beats Anzalone in the hole. But passed it back to Fields. That would have been awesome, Haplo. But right, it's like I can't help looking at this, and it's like it's more what the F execution plus a little bit of like what are we doing on the design than it is a total WTF. I mean, we had some Nagy total WTFs that I thought were hilarious. There's no way there's a pass back option. Is there actually a pass back option? I think it's just supposed to look like a rollout. And yeah, not getting it's not so bad. These are the quarterback run hits that I hate quarterback run game for. Like, and all deception plays, Eric, really bother me for that same reason. Same problem I have with generally like naked bootlegs. I don't know why the NFL doesn't protect their quarterbacks on these naked bootlegs. It's neat that they think that everybody's going to bite all of their fakes, but it keeps getting quarterbacks hits. And I'm like, why? Right? But so why does Robert whine about the quarterback run game? Why are some of my hardcore fans maybe going to agree with me? It's hits like this that I'm like, why do you choose this? Like, I understand that we get what looks like, we hope we're going to get a like a zone read off of this. But for some reason, we get the classic two guys block nobody with this tight end, where both of them are going to kind of let 55 go. Mercedes Lewis, sure, he gets in front of his man, and Cole Kmet just kind of gets lost in space, right? But when Fields gets back up field, 79 just slams Fields into the turf. And this stuff makes me cringe. Made me cringe in the game, makes me cringe after the game, watching it again. Like, how many of these 10-yard rushes are worth that hit? Especially if you're taking it every week, especially when your quarterback is slapping his head like against or slapping his head against the pavement. Because I'm with you. New poster that Fields normally makes that edge miss. Absolutely. I'm not blaming this on Fields. I'm saying, to me, quarterback run game is eventually asking, or is eventually setting your guy up for to take one of these hits when somebody else screws up on your team. Maybe that's because I'm so Bears pilled that I'm accustomed to offensive mistakes and just assume that they happen, right? But it feels as if eventually you're not going to hit your blocks. Eventually you're not going to get the right read. And then your guy just gets smashed, right? And like you're saying, Drex, it's not even the hardest hit Fields took in the game. There's more. This is one of them. Fields gets outside the pocket, and he just gets crushed. I mean, we can't be taking these hits, if you ask me. Now, do I think it's kind of a crappy play design, to be honest with you? In the wide world of play designs, having him go out here and him whip like this is fine, I guess. But there's really nobody open. Tyler Scott gets locked up. Cole Kmet's like spot route is seen straight through by him. Then he juts down and takes out the flat route. Like, this is a good old nobody's open kind of play. Could you throw this ball to Mooney if you threw it in perfect time? Maybe. This corner kind of seems like he's trying to midpoint the routes. So if you throw this too far outside, you may get pick six. Fields is totally okay not throwing this. Like, that's totally allowed. The big complaint here is the part where we get outside the pocket and we don't just sky mail the ball. Like, just throw it away. What are we looking for? Right? That's it. That's it. Because taking this hit, we can't take these hits. Especially because we get sacked in the process. Like, we go from 2nd and 9 to 3rd and 18. Drive is over, right? But that's more something you've probably heard before. Just get outside the pocket, live to fight another day. Especially when you know nobody's open. But I digress. I hate watching him get hit. Especially on plays where the offensive line feels like they flat win. You bet. Gonna burn it, Irish. You can catch up in the morning or something. Hopefully you watch the stream. Some of the lack of throwaways probably comes down to not wanting to fumble Falcou, but I would certainly hope that he can just step outside the pocket right there and just zip the ball into the 3rd row. You got to be able to do that, right? Billings for president, baby. I'd vote for him. What's your platform, Andrew? Defense. What? I said defense. Anyways. Short motion. Looking downfield. Nothing's there. Happens, right? Maybe we don't need to necessarily think about checking it down either, because Nate Davis just gets torched. The Bears get Aiden Hutchinson lined up on Davis. Davis does not handle it well. I don't know why Roschon Johnson just taps this ball away. I thought it made sense at the time. I assumed at the time Roschon must have thought that a DB was driving on him, but I really don't get this one. Like, this feels silly to me that Roschon would take a ball that running backs make crazier plays on, just catch it, bring it down, break one tackle. Who knows? I've seen David Montgomery do crazier, right? But Roschon almost seems disgusted by it. And I'm like, what? I mean, this one, like, Davis just gets bullied. Hutch makes a couple plays like this every now and again. Just like, rip, monster mode. Glad Fields got it away. But, like, what is this? Does he think he just can't catch it? Like, it's so smooth, too. It looks like it's in practice. I mean, anyways. It's like he said, it really is, Reinhardt, as if he taps it away, looks straight at the DB, and says, "Well, you thought you were going to hit me? Not this time, baby." But man, maybe Ben, I could at least understand that he thought it might be a live ball. Yeah, that's it, Alessandro. It's a double pass. That's all it is. And then next play, snap, roll out, snipe. Defender gets into the play. This is the whole field's quandary, right? Could we have thrown it any sooner? I think we could have thrown it a little sooner. If we get our feet under us and we plant instead of all the hitches, right? Like if we basically roll out, flip our hips right here, then throw it. I understand it's a little pacey, I really do, but I think Mooney is able to catch this ball. Instead, we give up just enough time that the defender gets back into the play, tips the ball, and what could have put the ball right at right within field goal range. I mean, what a snipe this would have been. This would have been 20 seconds and you would have been 10 yards away from legitimate field goal range right here. That's fine. It's an incompletion. It's totally fine, right? And like Leonidas is saying, Davis just gets worked again. 64. But hey, at least we walk him into Roshan Johnson. Because I guess that's the other piece to this. Like, Davis get thrown a little bit, but you're moving the pocket. So him coming through right there, I don't know. I'm not going to guess as to how this protection works. But anyways, let's see. There are two guys that don't need their feet under them to get this laser in. This one is Patrick Mahomes. That's the thing. I'm not asking him to throw it without his feet, but it's more, could you have spun sooner, right? We take the extra step, we hitch, then we throw, and that's fine. But JT actually called this out. I probably would have called it just bad luck. But if the quarterback coach guy is going to call it out, like, I'll at least relay it to you guys, where you hear Fields throwing late and quarterback school is mad about it. And I go, hey, this is a direct play where tardiness was debatably the issue. And then on the play after that, we get sacked again. This one, again, I mean, there's no check down, right? I have never in my life seen four verts run, which is what it looks like the Bears are running, without a check down. You expect the check down to hit like 50% of the time, for crying out loud. But instead, we're just going to run it stag, right? We're not going to do any of this. we're going to just try to protect. And then we're going to get hit because Tevin Jenkins loses and Roshan doesn't help us again. Like, Ben, remember when we talked about how Roshan makes that block? Like, at this point, Roshan actively gets in the way. Roshan picks Jenkins off. He says, no. Let him go. Let him cook. And our quarterback takes a hit for it. If anything, literally all Roshan's got to do is go up here, turn around, and then Fields at least is a play to push the ball out. But, is it on Madden? But so let's see, 100%. He's here and there, right? Does Mooney drift back on that play? He basically just continues his corner route, new poster, because I don't know how many receivers are going to plant their feet and drive back for the ball on a play like that, just since it's not a comebacker. Like, just so we talk about it, because I think that's a well-intentioned question. Absolutely. There are a lot of these kinds of routes where maybe this guy is going to cut it sideways if the throw allows him to. Or obviously, I'm sure you've seen plenty of these where it looks like that, which would be really deep for a comebacker. But they happen, right? But on a lot of these corner routes, the receiver's just going to follow the ball, right? And when it comes out where it does, he just posts up on the sidelines where it's going to be instead of trying to cut it off and like sky up for it and make it an unnecessarily difficult catch, which unfortunately Mooney's already made a habit of doing, is making some unnecessarily difficult catches and then not coming away with the catch. But it's still a dart. And it is. It's just that extra hop back. That's all it is. Like, even here, it's fine until we have that one little extra hop. Like, set your feet, drive the ball. But the one hop just gives it just enough time. Oh, you meant Mooney. It's totally possible. DB gets around on it though. I hope Moore would, but Moore's also a beast. We love DJ Moore. Let's get another one, don't we think? Like, let's go get a Malik Neighbors. Next or second half, we say we are prescribing it this time. We are going to run the play where we hand it off, and we do. And honestly, Jack Campbell does a great job pursuing. If I can give Tremaine Edmonds credit, we can give Jack Campbell credit. Shoo! I actually think so, Royal. Like, I think Fields' motion got quite a bit cleaner over time, which surprises me, but way to go. I wouldn't expect major mechanical change in the middle of the season, but he's pulling it off, and we're okay with that. Both completely different, Nate. Here we go. Big drop back, pretty throw. Pretty throw. Like, play action. See Mooney open. Feel the pressure. Move out a little bit. Oop. Where am I in this? Oh, good. We didn't go too far. Skitter sideways. Mooney's still wide open. Throw. Nice. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe he just assumed that Jack wasn't going to spin on him fast enough, but nice throw. From an athleticism perspective, him drifting still to his left and rocketing this ball on point is nice. It does feel to me, Reinhardt, like he's a little floaty with his drops, but we're on the Justin Fields scale. We're just going to expect that he's going to play like he's got right trigger held nearly all the time in the Madden world. I can't take myself seriously. My hair's not bad, but it's not long enough to be presentable just yet. I'll deal with the heat. Because that's the thing. If he's going to move out of the way and create space for himself, do whatever you want. Like you're talking about, Ben. It's exactly. I mean, it's there. We know he can, right? Running play. We just don't block Aiden Hutchinson. Probably think we're going to outrun him. We don't outrun him. He absolutely can, Rex. Now, a lot of guys can, but he absolutely can. It's so funky talking about quarterback because I do think sometimes we can build the case that our guy is the only guy, and then there's a lot of guys that are that guy too. But that doesn't mean that the new rookie is automatically better either. It's a really complex conversation, to be honest with you. I do think a lot of people simplify it too often. Thankfully, we're not reviewing any rookie film. We're reviewing Justin Fields film, so we'll keep going with that. Bayless catch. All right, so I'm going to say something that everybody in here is probably going to hate, just because I think it's funny, right? Tell me Bayless isn't built kind of like DJ Moore and has that like running back mentality that DJ Moore does. It's so funny to me. Now, what I think personally is here's what happens, right? You see a play like this where, man, I can't draw. Bayless comes across the formation and a man follows him, right? So we know it's man coverage. Bayless comes across, man bumps out, man coverage. But then we get this tell right here where he's going to basically charge the line. And I think Fields just knows that Bayless is uncovered at this point. Like, I think they're running a curl route anyways, but Fields knows, yeah, okay, he's blitzing. I saw that one. And just throws it really fast. Like, kudos to Fields. I think this is just an awareness moment where he sees the Lions walk that blitz up and goes, oh, yeah, there it is. Quick drop. Look at the quick drop, too. He speeds it up. Catch. Quick plant. Literally one of the quickest, like, pop throws that he... Nate, that's terrible and hilarious. But so, it's nice. And you're right, Reinhardt. The safety covering is a tell that it's like, oh, you're his man, aren't you? Good job by Fields to get the ball out. Nice quick first down. That's nice. You want to get excited about Justin? That's nice. We're seeing things. And I do think we're seeing more things. Like, here we go. Rollout. All right. I disagree with JT on this one. And I sent this one to a couple friends of mine. Do you guys see it? Because we're running a rollout. We've got a high, a mid, and a low, right? And normally, this is your alert. This is your, like, you basically go flat to over. Sometimes you'll work back up here, but plenty of times you'll just work back down and your flat will actually be your check down again, right? But Kmet is wide open, right? Like, I assume JT just didn't see him because I sent this to two other coaching friends of mine, and both of them said, you got to throw this. And I think Fields can throw this. I've seen Fields throw harder. Like, Fields plants his feet right here and just rips this thing into the end zone. I think we're talking about a play that's on SportsCenter and has all of us exploding. Like, exploding. It's right there. Like, and Fields sees it. I mean, there's nobody there, Eric. And I know Fields has the gas. And I see Fields look at him right here. He sees he's open. And the other piece to this is that when Kmet doesn't get the ball, you can see how bummed he is. Like, Kmet hangs his head and is like, oh, I was right there. Falco, it is 1st and 10, but when he checks it down to Mooney, we don't get, or like, it's a drop, which, man, rough drop. So we don't end up getting the yards anyways. Ben, I'm with you that I think that, so here's what I saw. Fields seems to look at it right there, where he's staring straight at Kmet. Maybe he's looking at Anzalone, right? Maybe he's not looking at Kmet. But it sure seems as if he thinks about it. Then looks back at DJ Moore. Then looks back at Cole Kmet, it sure seems. And I still can't help but think you could plant your feet and drive this ball. Like, with Kmet right there, you've got 25 yards of room, and you've got a DB that's just sprinting back the other way. Worst case scenario, maybe we're looking at a DPI, right? But Fields checks it down. We would love to catch this ball. So it could still be a positive play if Mooney just catches this ball. But I can't help wondering can we throw it? Can't we throw it? Maybe it's just part of me that sees the wide open receiver downfield and goes, oh my gosh, it's a touchdown. Like, that's not even an Orlovsky touchdown. That's just stapling the ball into the end zone. And I mean, gosh, I'm not even playing with you guys. You make this throw and suddenly it's, what would that be? 10 to 17? Like, yeah, it'd be 13 to 17. And everybody's just going to be like, whoa. I mean, you think the people out there that are saying, like, and this isn't a shot at Bears fans at all. Like, I tend to agree with you, Ben, where it's like, you've got to at least peek at the alert, but it's fine that he doesn't. But like, that's the key here. It's worth making sure that we're all of the understanding. It's an alert. You don't have to throw this. Some people aren't going to. He does seem to see it, which is the only reason I'm emphasizing it, because I know he's got the arm to make that throw. It's a bummer he doesn't try, because, I mean, for crying out loud, if you attempted that and you didn't hit it, I understand that there's some people out there that are angry enough about the whole situation or want so badly to move on and want the decision to be easy that they're just gonna say, like, oh, well, you missed it because you're a goober or whatever. But, like, that would be so sweet to watch. I would love to see it. Snake eyes? What do you mean? If he catches it, that's 85% field goal range, right? Quick throw to DJ. We're just going to pass through it. Who knows, Ben? Maybe. That's always possible. Yeah, no kidding, new poster. Everybody just got really mad. Nate, isn't DJ insane? Like, you're right, he does. Come on. Come on. Dude, how does this guy do it? He is so strong. He says, I got you. No, bummer. He just does it for fun. Seriously, Falco. And then we get one of my favorite throws of the game. Snap, snap. Oh, yeah, we're like not even out of our break yet. Ball is in the air. We're not even out of our break yet. It's a speed out. You have to throw speed outs with anticipation. But I'm glad we can. Zoom. Bang. And I've seen a lot of people complain about the ball placement. Am I allowed to say I don't care? Like, in my opinion, when you throw with anticipation, you actually, I think you get an accuracy like, you get what's the word I'm looking for? Like stay. I'm looking for an accuracy. I'm gonna go easier on you. Is all I'm saying. Like exemption. Thank you. Buffer. Yes. When you throw with anticipation, you get. I'm of the opinion that those are harder throws anyways, and you need your receiver to make a catch for you, which is exactly what DJ does. Like, does not bother me, just because it's always a timing thing, it's always a question thing, and then bang. And Ben, that's the question. Like, is this the fact that this corner is off DJ the entire time, so it's very plain Jane that it's going to be open the whole time? Or is it just growth? I don't know. You tell me. I mean, it doesn't help anything that this throw is red hot and the throw immediately after it to Valus. Is that seriously Valus? That's so funny. Is late. It's so late we draw a penalty. So maybe it varies. Maybe it's look to look. Maybe Fields is just a little slower throwing over the middle. I don't know. Past a certain point, I'm just here to show you the film. Do I love the fact that we're running curl flat? You know what? It's not bad. I'm not actually going to get upset about that. Why would I get upset about that? Especially when we draw a foul. First down. For free. Braxton almost gets bull rushed like crazy. Woo. The middle linebacker's reaction is hilarious. Just, oh. He got him. First down. Fields does well to get the ball out. It's too high, so while you'd think this would be open, I think the safety does a really good job to squeeze this. Like, you would have to throw the seam so early. So early. And you would have to have this ball hitting Mooney right now if you were going to score it. I think that by the time Mooney turns back for it, this safety could make this play, personally. And trust me, I would be the guy to tell you otherwise if I thought so. So I think Fields kicking it out here is actually pretty well done. Plus, because of the fastball, Tyler Scott's able to catch it, reestablish, get upfield, split the D, 1st and 7. It's my thought is, Ben, if he's worried about the safety, I get it. Because this safety's already breaking on Mooney at this point. That's just my 2 cents, though. I mean, to your point, Ben, if you wanted to cover 2, there is a hole in the middle. But these safeties aren't pushed out. like you would anticipate. And so, because it's far hash, but this safety might respond to it. If he looked out there, safety's not looking at it. Ooh, I don't know. You guys tell me. But the throw to Scott doesn't bug me because we've got a play design. Hey, you could throw this in on the you could throw this in on play design positives, right? Because we split this safety. Once we see this corner drop to go take DJ Moore, we know Scott is wide open. Maybe that's all Fields is really reading in this point, but I doubt it. I think he sees this safety and you catch kind of like a cover two feel, and then you throw it out to Scott and it works out. Honestly, Reinhardt, I kind of wonder the same thing. Ben, my thought is that I've already called out a couple passes that I would have a couple seeds I would love to have seen Fields throw, and I'm really not trying to scratch on every single one of them. Uh, just because like there's enough to make the point already, and we're only the first half, but well, not quite the first half, but so then there's another one coming later that I know I saw like without JT's help that I'm more waiting on because those seams up the middle are a route that I feel like we're missing. We just don't throw them often, which bums me out. And Rex, it's worth mentioning that you're absolutely right. The problem is reads are chronological. And so you can't be certain that Scott's there if you're looking inside at Mooney. But maybe you didn't know that Mooney was going to pop open because he mostly pops open because of the blitz, right? Um, so once the blitz comes, Mooney's seam is right there. And if we didn't see the blitz or put two and two together that blitz equals hit Mooney, maybe that's a coaching problem, Ben. Like maybe the coaches aren't doing a good enough job of emphasizing, hey, if you see a blitz on this play, you got to get that ball over the middle or something like that. I couldn't tell you. But let's see, do we have a better run defense or do the Lions, like we keep doing it, meh? The Lions just stack the box like maniacs throughout most of this game. At least it felt like that to me. Where for most of the game, they were running into 7 and 8 man boxes. The Bears just couldn't move guys out of the way. The Lions wanted the Bears to pass on him. And the Bears kind of did, and they kind of didn't. This play feels to me like it's fine. It's just a mechanical mistake. If we could push the ball out a little further, it's probably a touchdown. DJ Moore may make the play anyways. Imperfect throws score touchdowns every week. Good defense by the Lions DB. If you wanted, this is where like the nitpicking gets so weird, right? Because I know that in a younger life, I would have loved to see the throw to Mooney because I think that those pylon throws are easier, right? But if Fields wants to target DJ Moore, why would I ever be upset about that, right? And like you're saying, Sir Lord, we've talked before on this channel and others about throws being non-competitive. This is a competitive throw. It's fine. Could you catch this? You definitely could. Are you like, would it be a crime if you didn't catch this? No. I mean, it's DB's right there. But he does a good job in coverage. I'm happy that the throw gives his guy a chance. It just doesn't go our way. Right, Ben. Who knows? Maybe it's a timing thing. Maybe Fields put it right on the landmark it was supposed to be, and DJ's just outrunning him. But you know us. We like DJ Moore a lot. This play is a complete mess. It sure looks like Fields' first read is looking at DJ Moore. And it sure looks like DJ Moore is running some kind of a choice route based on his footwork. The problem is the Lions bracket him because they're playing with their brains, to be honest with you. Of all the people on this Bears team, don't let two beat you. Like, he does enough as is. And so it looks like they've got Cole Kmet on like a double move fade to give Moore all kinds of room. And the moment that we don't get more, this play is just kind of dead-zo because like Mooney wants to run an in. They want to run a wrap, is what Nick Whaling calls this. Tune in to bear with us. And so nothing's there. Nobody's open. Just get rid of the ball. And that's exactly what he does. Nate Davis also gets torched in after enough time. Boom. Would prefer if he didn't get hit, but that's how it goes. To your point, Alessandro, could he have checked it down sooner so that now we've got a one-on-one for the flat? Maybe. Do I mind him looking back to see if DJ had re-separated? Like, to give Justin some kudos here, like he looks back at DJ wondering where DJ was going to go. DJ just stops. I don't know why. But maybe that's in the playbook, right? Would love to see him not get hit. And exactly, right, Ben? He would have had to predict that every route was dead. I think it is after the ankle, Reinhardt, but I can't remember. Could be that he's just hurt. So now 1st and 10. Bears end up with a nice sudden change. I love this play. I love this play. I love this play. You want me to say it one more time? I love this play. But so it's a throwaway in like 2.5 seconds. So let's see here. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. I hear you, Rex. It's a little longer than 2.5. Specifically, here. Ooh, I prepped for this. You guys are going to laugh. I knew we would come up to one of these. Damn. No. Just take it out. Oh my gosh. Premiere, what are we doing? Thank you, everybody, for surviving my technical difficulty, my latest. All right, so we need the time of the snap. Boom. I added a timer. So now you can see it very plainly. And you don't have to just trust me. No worries, Rex. I don't ever hear me trying to like neener you or something like that. It's more like it's interesting. Let's make sure we've got it right. I'm just laughing because I actually thought to myself, eventually we're going to want to see time in the pocket. And having this little timer, I want to find a better way for me to staple it on shorter. I mean, that's the thing, Rex. Like, to be real with you, Justin Fields does play at a tempo that makes that look like a 3-second pocket, right? I mean, he's moving around and then he throws the ball away. Like, how could it possibly be long, right? But it does seem to show up now and again where you've got these really long pockets and the ball doesn't come out. But that's okay. Back to this. I love this play. I love it so much. And I'm with you, Cody, there. Because you start, you know what, Zach? One of these days. But not right now, right? But so you start with a 3-back set, and then you split to empty. And the moment you split to empty, they have to declare. Oh, yes. Okay, so now what do we see, right? They went from 1 high to their empty check. So they checked. We saw their empty check earlier, right? Their empty check is some kind of 2 high. Because it's 2 high, what do we know is going to be open? The middle of the field, right? Snap it and throw it to Kmet, especially once we see this safety bite down. Kmet's on a seam, and he gets open. That now you can have a problem with the fact that he bends his route inside and turns what should be like a straight up seam into a post. But Kmet is streaking straight up the field. And if we throw this thing at the line right there, like now that we've seen Fields look at it, could I complain that he needs to see it sooner? Would love to. But even just when we snap there, plant, drive the ball, live with a pick. Like put it straight over his shoulder. Catch it. I mean, he's gonna get to the 20. But we don't. We roll. We take a holding call. We ultimately find Kmet, which is creative and it's fun. But we find it really late in the play. And that's the thing, Sir Lord. I'm bummed out about it because these are the plays we want to, like, let me put it this way, Sir Lord. These are the play calls we want, right? Like, these are the open receivers that we want to see, right? Can we all say, like, part of the bummer here is that when you look at all of these open guys, you go, oh my gosh, like, this is everything I wanted. And it feels like a huge bummer that this deep throw god that we love watching play football isn't ripping the deep throws. But that I think, Jonathan, that I've seen Caleb throw it. Like, especially that seam ball, he's actually thrown it a lot. And I would totally pull it up for you, but it would feel tacky to me. And I'd have to change Adobe Premiere projects. But you end up taking a holding call because this one's so long. Because I've still got it saved. Let me see. Let's find the snap. I actually have to extend the timer because Fields doesn't throw it in time. Here is snap. Would have thrown it at about 2.5 seconds for Kmet. We take the holding call, by the way. Lucas Patrick is blocking legally all the way until right now. So about 3.8 seconds, right? And then he gets binned for it now, right around 4.9 seconds. And then he rolls out and finds Kmet at about 8.4 seconds, which is fine. But it's more just this interesting idea of if we throw the ball on time, we don't even take the holding call because Lucas Patrick is considered a legal blocker. It all plays into each other, which is frankly more annoying, to be honest with you, because I wish this was easier. Don't you? But hey, bad plays happen. You're not going to see everything. Jared Goff's not technically going to see. You're not going to see everything. This is a nice throw. Just something fast. We realize we're picking the linebacker. Like, they line up in what sure looks like it's man once we see that. So we think Kmet's got this guy in man. We just blind throw it. Force the DB to come down and make a hit. Sure. Good ball. Pop, pop. Get it out. Great timing. Second and 15. This one's really nice. Because to me, my favorite part about this is that Fields recognizes, so we walk over here. Mooney sure makes us feel like we're seeing a zone of some kind, but with them matched up on the line of scrimmage, this is also a little bit of a man tell. And that's the thing, Iceberg. I'll never say a darn thing about Fields' ability to make a throw. Like, he can make throws. But then Fields seems like he recognizes Anzalone shifting over to his left with the running back coming out. And I think Fields realizes that this guy is in man and nobody has Kmet. Because Fields immediately looks at Kmet and just waits for him to uncover He's not surprised at all that Anzalone literally just runs right by him and distributes the ball for a quick gain upfield. I think that's good. Fields absolutely had some moments of clarity where he saw it, and I love that. And the trust piece of this, Zach, is also really interesting to absolutely your point. Like, how much of this is a coaching problem? How much of this is a white? Or is there a whiteboard versus on field issue? Are they coaching Fields? Don't take that chance. We're like, probably not. They're losing, but it's just it's all confusing. It's muddy, and I wish we weren't dealing with it. But when we see it on the tape, we got to talk about it. Here, boom, we love it. Legitimate improvement. We have not thrown this ball a lot in our career, for better or for worse. But so Fields drops back, Mooney up the gut. We say no to it. Dig over the middle. We say yes. Bad luck. It's batted at the line. This was one of those days. It's so funny because doesn't it feel like we're covering more bad plays than good plays? The Bears kept ripping off explosives and ultimately end up pounding the Lions. Like, think about how hard they could have been pounding the Lions had a couple more of these gone their way. Also, Ben, to your point, oh, yes. Like, oh, yes. Roshan makes a nice block there. We get the throw off clean. 42 just tips it away. Right, iceberg. Well, that's the thing, Sir Lord. Is it an anticipation ball? Not really. We broke, but it's a runaway route, which is all the same. Oh, in the same game. I got you. That's the thing, Zach. Like, okay, so it's totally just my opinion. I think Fields I think there are some quarterbacks that are relatively system resilient. I actually think that Matt Nagy had a plan for Justin Fields, for better or for worse. I know a lot of people would find that blasphemous. And that Matt Eberflus came in and said, so you're not going to turn the ball over, right? And Fields went, don't turn the ball over. Don't I can't throw picks if I don't throw the ball. Not literally, obviously, but it sure feels that way because he always had issues with throwing late in college. He had issues with waiting to see guys open in college. And when he came to Chicago, Matt Nagy seemed to iron that out a little bit. And the moment that a normal quarterback coach, like under a defensive head coach, got Fields back to where he was in college, like if you will, let him choose what he thought was open, we saw this problem come back. Like, looking back, and I mean, I kind of alluded to this at the time because I was a big Nagy stan for quite some time. I never thought Nagy's process was bad, but man, their position coaches and everything that happened on execution or related to execution on the field was so disgusting that firing him was the only thing that made sense by the end. But sitting Fields may have had a point. And working with him for a year before he hit the field might have been the better idea. And I know Bears fans weren't ready for it, but you start to look at what is manifesting now 2 years later. And honestly, Zach, I'm outrageously frustrated, but you end up with this bizarre, exactly, Sir Lord, right coach for Fields, wrong coach for the team is a great way to put it. If Matt Nagy was Fields' offensive coordinator, I don't even know if it would have been better either, because I don't think he would have had the power to sit him, right? Where Reinhardt? That's wild. And that's the other thing, Eric. The other piece of this that I think is really frustrating is that just because we've got reasons for why Fields may not be throwing it doesn't make it acceptable to not throw these balls, right? And it doesn't make it fix with a new offensive coordinator. Like, is the damage done? Can we say for sure it isn't? And that sucks. Jonathan, I think that here's the hard part, okay? So let's see, we're at 38-36. Let's go to the Komet ball. And was it this far back? It was. Wow. Okay, so Jonathan, it's one thing to say, oh, well, when we see cover two, like we really want to take a look at this seam right here, and this, that, and the other, blah 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 blah. Like we could always say something like that, but Fields is starting on the slot fade. I would love to see him watch the safety and determine which one. This could easily be a coaching thing, though he may be watching the safety, and he sees him open his hips out this way, but he gets too far away from Cole Kmet. But it's one thing for me to stop and look at the clicker and try to anticipate what his process is, whether he's on time, is it open, etc., etc. It's another thing, Jonathan, to do it all of it at this speed. Like, everybody fans out. Okay. Some guys moved around. Wait a minute. They're moving a little bit more than I expected they would. Okay. We've got him pointing one way. Maybe we're going to get DJ open. They dropped out. Commit's gone. All right. I keep working. And Cole, come back to me. Come back to me. Gotcha. We took a holding call. Right? That ultra processing that I cannot do in real time. I need the clicker. You probably need the clicker too. Like, it's so much harder on the field. It's so much harder on the field. It's so hard. This position is so difficult. That's all. That's really all I'm looking at. Is he able to do it on the whiteboard, but struggling to do it in the game? All we're gonna do is watch 4 more games and see if any of it changes. And it's so funny, Reinhardt, because then the S2 gets you in weird spots where CJ Stroud is terrible at it, right? It was a dot iceberg. Here's a super funky play design moment. Why on earth are we sending Darnell Mooney straight up the gut, and then we're having Cole Kmet park it where Mooney runs? Would we not want this to run out? Like, I would sure want Kmet to run to all this space. He'd be wide open, but we don't, for some reason. And it doesn't help us that Deontay Foreman gets smoked. Lol. Ball out to DJ. That's that. Seriously, Eric, I'm 2 options at best in Madden, and I can see the whole field. Like, maybe I get 3, but it's nearly all pre-snap determination. And that's the other piece to this, Rex and Zach, that doesn't make anything any easier. Fields is objectively better than he was last year. And he is objectively better his 2022 year than he was as a rookie, because as a rookie, he was an inconsistent mess. Like, he's clearly getting better. I mean, Rex, Zach, that's another piece to the whole, like, all right, I'm not going to push anything too hard because I'm not trying to pretend I know all the answers. But when you do hear people talk about trading Fields, they're not talking about cutting him. They're not talking about giving him away. Fields does not suck, right? If there weren't real reasons for optimism, another team wouldn't want him either, right? But it's so wild just having to deal with this, to be honest with you. Like, it's an error, or it's an issue that I don't think any of us would have ever wished on Justin Fields. Like, seeing throws that could be made, he even looks at them and not throwing them. And then he makes throws like this. Come on. Pressure in his lap. Like, a receiver within a Sunday window staples it to him. Like, I don't think he's made a throw like this all season. Not really. But on 3rd and 8, or 3rd and 4, what a sizzler. This is awesome. Boom. Absolutely new poster. I'm so glad you talked about that. Like, Cole Kmet actually does a pretty good job getting open on this. Like, let's get to the play. It's a one-on-one between Cole Kmet and Alex Anzalone. But nice release. Snap. Hey, it's not it's not more than one snap, or it's not more than one step. Blah, 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 blah. It's not more than one step, but it's separation, all right. If Cole Kmet could do that consistently, we might just have ourselves a bargain contract. But I'd love to see it a little more consistent. It's like you said, new poster. Baby steps against man coverage. Just saying though, most tight ends break out around 26, 27. Cole Kmet is trending towards 26, 27. Play is designed for Mooney Reinhardt. You just know it is. Sir Lord, that's exactly, I would tell you, I think you nailed it. That Fields is not a bust. Like, there's no bust in Fields conversation, in my opinion. When I say things that some people think sound ridiculous, because I hear you guys laughing. When I say Fields might fetch a first round pick, first of all, this would be the week to do it. You're not going to. Trade deadline's gone. But because there are so many things that Fields did in this game that are going to get a lot of people excited. But I look at Darnold, and I can't help but think that Darnold did not look like a legitimate starter. He looked like a broken former starter that you would have to rehab. With Justin Fields, you could argue all you have to do is trade for Justin Fields and expect him to keep getting better. And I don't even know how ridiculous that is. And I'm cheering for Fields. I mean, there are some of these vision issues that I don't know if they'll ever fully go away, but there's also pieces to this that I don't know if you couldn't work with it anyways. I mean, Justin Fields, let's put it this way, guys. Justin Fields has some of the best aborted plays in football. Like, Justin Fields, when he drops back and misses somebody downfield, can still run for a full-on touchdown if he hits the gas hard enough. Like, whatever. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with this guy that you can't do with anybody else. And when Bears fans say he's one of the most talented quarterbacks that you've ever seen, with his lower body, yeah, I don't blame you. Like, with the arm that we know he has strapped to his shoulders, I'm not surprised you feel that way. It's wild. And that's the other thing, Alessandro. You mentioned San Francisco getting Justin Fields. He's a terrible fit for their offense. Their offense is all timing based. Like, I do get it, but the Justin wouldn't fit there. They want Brock Purdy. They're not upset with Brock Purdy. Like, that's their idealized quarterback. It's a different team. Like, I don't know, maybe everybody likes the Falcons, but let's use some other stuff like the Raiders, like the Titans if Levis was bad, but right now he seems like he's doing okay. Like some of these other quarterback or teams that are truly quarterbackless, but they have some they have some talent. They could bring in Justin. They could bring in an offensive coordinator that's going to run like some wild run and shoot thing, and it might actually kind of work. Like, you just have to fit something really, really specific for Fields, I think. Pittsburgh could easily do it. And then all you got to do is run like a bunch of goes and deep shots down the sidelines that Fields is willing to throw, and let him throw the ball to George Pickens and look good doing it. Or he won't. I don't know. We can't be sure. But let's see. I think there's more than one GM out there that'll look polls. Yeah, exactly. Like, the other piece to this, Drex, is that I think everybody's going to start trying to lowball. But as long as you get as long as Fields plays well enough to have Pittsburgh and, I don't know, Vegas talking, now you got two teams to play off each other. And that's how you get a good deal. Like, that's how you go from, okay, I could see a second. Yeah, I'll give you a second. Oh, no, like, they're willing to offer you a second. Oh, yeah? Take their deal then. I mean, I will. Are you sure? Wait, you're serious? Like that whole bit. You know what I mean? And as long as Fields, that's the thing. Like, you could sell hope, you could sell tickets, Reinhardt. Like, and I'm not trying to tell anybody out here, anybody, that Fields is just categorically awful. Like, there are a lot of things Fields does to where I don't know if you're going to win a Super Bowl with him, but you could absolutely, I think, win a playoff game with him, depending on how you structured your offense and depending on the other threats that you have. But like you're talking about, Jonathan, it's absolutely possible that Fields' grip on the locker room does keep Poles from moving on. But football is a business, and I mean, if especially if Eberflus falls short and gets fired, the locker room's going to be in turmoil anyways. But we'll see. Like it right now, Rex, I'm not shocked that you have that feeling. He just won convincingly. But we'll have to see what happens for the rest of these games because I really do think that these 4 games will swing a lot. Like a lot. Davis gets beat, and it's a real shame because Mooney's wide open in the middle. Ooh, what do you mean, Reinhardt? Go into that. Davis gets smoked. Fields does a good job trying to get the ball out. Let's see. Cody, you avoid getting fired with him if the rest of your team is solid. With who specifically? Like you avoid getting fired with Fields, or you avoid getting fired with a rookie? Because I would argue your leash is longer with a rookie, but that's just my 2 cents. Rookies get a bizarre amount of leash. People are just totally fine with it. Though, if you move on to the rookie is awful and Fields is amazing. Yeah, you're cooked. Like the problem is, Cody, is that you're cooked both ways, right? Because if you stick with Fields, Caleb Williams goes somewhere. Caleb Williams is that dude, or Drake May is that dude. Well, you picked neither of them, right? You picked Fields. And if Fields still looks like this, then I actually think people are going to get pretty mad. But, and you're right, Eric, but Pace got a ton of time with Mitch. He got all 4 years, but we'll see. Like, so Rex, you might build a team so good that you could win with a rookie. Certainly, the Texans are doing it right now. You're probably not getting a Stroud performance. Stroud was playing like a league MVP for a hot minute there. Like, and I'm sane, right? But if you built a team that had Malik Neighbors and also or you have Malik Neighbors and you had, oh my gosh, my brain is just breaking. You have DJ Moore, you have Malik Neighbors, you get a center in free agency, you have an offensive line that's solid, if maybe even slightly above average. You've got some decent running backs. Like, it's more to say, Rex, that you might be able to crawl into the backside of the playoffs with back into the playoffs with what's the word? Oh my gosh. The roster as currently constructed in a weak NFC is what I'm looking for. It's that's the thing, Zach. It's more to say that if your rookie played fine, and that's the other thing, Rex. Trevor didn't win year one because his team was awful. This team is ready to roll. That's what's rare. Like you mentioned, it's rare to win year one. You're right. It's rare for the team to be any good in year one. It's very common for fans to talk themselves into the team that the rookie is falling into. It's much rarer for that team to have any talent at all. Any talent at all. And if theoretically you just brought in if you got an offensive minded head coach and theoretically you got somebody like Ben Johnson who just prescribes a bunch of play action looks, you turn Drake May into a gun, right? Like all he is a walking jugs machine. He could split seams left and right under play action scenarios, and maybe your team just wins off of weapons alone. But we'll see. Like far and away, Zach. Far and away. And let's see. The team's playing solid now. If you get better this offseason, the rookie quarterback would have to be Josh Rosen for the team to suck. That's kind of my 2 cents, right? Like, no kidding, right, Mario? Like, all I'm really getting at, Rex, is I agree with you in practice and in based on the data we have. I actually think that the Bears situation is so unusual. It warrants an unusual amount of optimism. But I'm also not trying to oversell myself, right? It's more to say that it's an exciting time. And if you're not all the way convinced after these 4 games, and one of these rookies does blow you away, there's no reason not to dive in because you might get some really exciting stuff. I mean, I'm just saying that Cole Kmet ball, the Darnell Mooney ball earlier, we're not done with the film. Like, if you missed on a couple other plays and you took some and you took some sacks on the plays that Justin Fields leaked out of with his athleticism, but you split those safeties on a touchdown to Darnell Mooney, and then you smoke Cole Kmet right in the hands, and he rumbles up the field for a 40-yard gain, and then you and then you hit Darnell Mooney on that quick out. It's not Darnell Mooney in this case. In this case, it's like Malik Neighbors or whatever, but you get it. Like, if you had a rookie quarterback that felt like everything he's doing is easy, it's all wide open, would you even care? I wouldn't care. If the rookie sees it and he hits those like marks, whatever. And this is just my opinion. If Caleb's not a piece of trash, like from a personality perspective, that's harsh. If Caleb isn't a legitimate personality problem, I have faith he will see these things. It's actually not the highlights. It's his vision that I'm a huge fan of. And we'll see if that's what the Bears do. But right now, if I leave the year with vision concerns, I'm going to remain concerned. And when it comes to Justin Fields, because there's a quarterback in the draft that I am very convinced can see it. And that is very exciting to me because you don't find guys that can see the field well as often as people think you do. You have a lot of quarterbacks like Mac Jones and like Drake May who are very good at what the offense is asking them to do. They don't miss reads downfield all that often because they know the 1 to 2 defenders that they're trying to look at. Caleb, I swear, he's as close to seeing the whole field as you're going to get in college, at least in my opinion. And that is very exciting. But we'll see. Let's see. And that's the thing, Sir Lord. Like, the only reason that I think you maybe don't. Oh no, Mario, that's a good point. I need to apply for it. But so Rob posted I posted it. Let me see. I liked the blackjack analogy, and thank you for pointing it out. It is you can win with it, but it's not a successful long-term position. You're highly dependent on the house busting, and you will end up broke long-term. I do really like that. It feels that way, especially the biggest concern I have with Fields is the amount of hits he takes. He takes another one there. Oh my gosh. This was not on purpose. Like, I did not intend to tee this one up. He takes a shot on this play. Oh my gosh. Straight to the head, too. I do not like that. Oh my gosh. 3rd and 12. We're going dagger. The Bears run the deepest dagger routes in the history of football, I swear. And then I don't know how the Bears got away. So I thought for sure, for what it's worth, that this got called a fumble. So then when Cairo Santos lined up to take the field goal, because I was watching this in an airport originally, I thought for sure they must have just called it a sack. I don't know how on God's green earth they actually justified Fields doing that as a throw to there. Like how Fields gets away with an incompletion here shocks me. Now, could he have floated it out sooner? To be honest with you, probably not. Kmet is so late coming out that I would be blown away if he just like threw it on impulse right here. It's not a great rep from Braxton. Now Fields sinks crazy deep in the pocket, but it's not that Uh, I don't know. Sometimes your left tackle's going to lose. In this case, 99 does a great job. I would love to see Fields step up in the pocket. This is one of those step up in the pocket moments, or at least get out of the way. But we don't. And sure, the defender messes up the throw, but he's not attempting to throw. Now he is. Is that not just a sack? Like, is the ball out of his hands? I think they got to change the grounding rule, to be honest. Oh yeah, Tevin's killing it. Darnell's killing it. I'm not trying to say this is some kind of like, I don't know, angry Fields person, because that's really, I promise, not where we're trying to go with this. But like, I think intentional grounding is so broken right now. We are closer to getting it right because we're calling it more. But I mean, sacks got to be sacks, right? Like this is a sack. This should be a sack. It doesn't need to be a fumble, but this should be a sack. If this happened against the Bears, I would think it was like an absolute jobbing. Thankfully, it doesn't really matter. 4th and 12. Oh no, it matters quite a bit now that I remember. Amazing, Jonathan. And I think it's hilarious looking back that that's hilarious. I can't believe that. What is he doing? What is he doing? Oh, for you, Eric, anything. Darnell Wright picks it up. Just says, "Get off of me. Get off of me." Honestly, Reinhardt, I would argue that it almost comes across as somebody who just doesn't understand the game, for crying out loud. Wants to make a play, maybe feels like he hasn't made enough plays all day. Because what's really crazy to me, like, because that's the thing, Zach. Like, it's good football by the Bears. It's good football by the Bears, and it is a thing of beauty. But what on earth? So what's crazy to me is that the Bears line up. They go with a single motion. They're not doing any of the crazy motions, right? But like Schmitz says after the game, it's this right here where they go hard count, and then all of them point. All of them try to say, hey, that guy's coming, which is just hilarious. So exaggerated. And somehow they actually get Hutch to jump on a play that Cole Kmet said, there's no way in hell we were snapping this ball. Like, it must be Reinhardt, but oh my God, does this fool get stacked or what? DJ Moore erases the DB. And oh man, like, I mean, Alessandro, he's out like a gun. He sees that jump and he knows the snap's coming. Well, you got to remember, Ben, what's so funny about this play right here is that as soon as they see Hutch jump, he knows he's snapping on sight. You could argue it's the ultimate cadence. Like, Iceberg, that's the point. As I understand it, Cole Kmet told us the Bears had no intention of snapping the ball, but the moment they saw Hutch jump, they knew they're running 4 verts off of the jump. And so the moment that DJ sees him start, oh, look at this. DJ goes before the snap. Because if you didn't know they were doing it on site here, this is the kind of play that tells you that they're doing it on site. Because DJ is moving sooner than Patrick does. Oh, the D is lined up off sides. Oh, you're totally right. What on earth? Go. Stacks him. Easy. Everybody's kind of open. DJ's way open. Throws perfect. This is why I get so frustrated about the balls that Fields doesn't throw, by the way. Because when he does throw it, it looks so pretty. Like, boom. Where's that? Why can't we just hand it to our guy on some of these other opportunities? We do that a couple more times. The Bears could be scoring 35, 40 points a game. Like, not literally. Maybe against the Lions. But it's awesome. It's so pretty. When Fields does it right, he does it right. I appreciate that DJ is having fun being a Chicago Bear. To be honest, I was worried about it there for the first two games. I was like, he's going to hate it here. Bleh. Right, Reinhardt. If he couldn't do it, that'd be one thing. But I know he can. Laser eyes throw, exactly. Now, in preparation for this stream, I've not been sleeping well, so I'm running out of gas. But we got 15 minutes left on the film. We are not going to make it to the Browns preview. But what is this? Says Mercedes Lewis. We get another pretty check. I like these full checks out of the out of like a full house almost look. This pass is so wonderful. I don't know why we go for the hurdle, but like, gosh, you want to talk about just floating the ball out there? Unironically, don't know if it gets better than this pass. Butter smooth. Would have been a crime. Would have been a crime to drop it. Easy first down. It would have been an underrated, or I would call it an underrated catch, Sir Lord, but part of me feels like the ball was thrown so beautifully that it would have been impossible to drop. Not literally, but this is one of those where I almost swear that if Herbert had held his hands out somewhere else, the ball would have simply drifted into them. Like, it's so perfectly timed that it just felt so nice. Yeah, he did. What did he say, Drex, specifically? I mean, I imagine he doesn't like all the losing. Yards are neat. What on earth? Okay, so you're right. I mean, we're in. What did Mooney do? I don't think Fields is throwing that one. I get you, Reinhardt, if you're talking about, like, seaming it right here, but that's a May ball. Ha! Drex, I get you. This is one of those balls, looking at it, that I imagine Kmet wants it out here, and it's coming in up here. And he's thinking, I have to catch it over my shoulder so that I can run with it because I'm in the end zone if I run with it. But we just do a terrible job trying to do any of that, don't we? Even if you got to jump and catch the ball, you got to jump and catch the ball. Would have been sick if you pulled it off, but you got to pull it off or you're going to get a demerit. Everybody's terrified. Terrified of those Robert Schmitz demerits. Just so bad. Oh, it's straight through his hands. And he actually probably gets down to like the 5 to the 2 yard line or something. Something sick. 2nd and 9. Well, that one went nowhere. Nobody blocked this guy. What are Kmet and Mooney doing blocking the same guy? I love this. Don't you just love it when something that might have worked, had you executed it at a basic level and somebody screws up? I can't tell you that's definitely Mooney's fault. I can't tell you that's definitely Kmet's fault. I don't know. But Braxton might have gotten out there. Alessandro, it's hard to tell. Because if you told me Mooney's just got to take his man, I believe it. Especially since Cole Kmet's coming out in motion. You could tell me Cole Kmet has to wrap around. I'd believe you. Probably Mooney. I don't know. I really don't know. But man, DJ catches that. Braxton might have just sealed the inside. Do we score? Or does 93 get us? Oh, it would have been tight. Oh. And then everybody loves this play. Don't we? 3rd and 11. It's either the worst stunt in the world or it's total freewheeling by Hutch. I think it's freewheeling by Hutch. But Aiden Hutchinson decides I'm good enough to just stunt by myself. And then Justin Fields says, "You're really going to break contain on me?" I mean, if you want to. Could it have looked any easier? Super athlete. Look at Aiden Hutchinson. Full field to try to catch Justin Fields. Does he have a chance? I mean, not even a chance. I think Hutch takes liberties too. I thought the same thing, Sir Lord, but they never reviewed it, and I wasn't about to call him on it. But it's wild watching a play like this, if you ask me, just because in the world that I think he did, Mario, in the same world where Justin Fields is an absolute super athlete, we're going to have the stones to break contain against him? All right. Like, just hits the gas. So easy. He does, Rex. Because he's got to bait. I don't know if he has to bait anything. But I guess he's trying to hold the DB as long as he can. Dude doesn't even get hit. Just walks through the corner of the end zone. Well, he's looking at more for sure, Ben. But I bet you, just so we're on the same page, Ben, I bet you the moment he felt a truly free edge, he's thinking rushing touchdown the entire time. I like that, Z. Like, yeah, he knows DJ Moore's on a fade, but I don't think he has any intention to throw it. I think he's just trying to fake a throw so that he can walk in the end zone. Eric, I'll let you beg that question. Not because I think you're wrong to do it, but because I understand the position I'm in, to be honest with you, Eric. Like, I'm going to show you the tape. I'm going to ask you that question at the start of the stream. I'm going to point out every time that Fields gets smoked, but I'm ultimately not going to just beat you over the head with it because it's your decision on what you think, right? I would definitely have my doubts though. Oh man. Really, really fun route by DJ. So open. If only. Oh man, if only we didn't get absolutely owned. Deontay, hit a cut block, man. Hit a cut block. Just one cut block. All I'm asking you for is one cut block. And then Mooney doesn't do anything either. We almost make the Jesse James throw again. Does right whiff? Right does whiff. Right, which is a massive miss. Shoo. They get the ball at the 30. Olay is right. Run. Motion to Moore. Rip to Mooney. How on earth do we drop this? Dang. It's a good throw. Albono, it's not just you. The run game is not moving people, and it's awfully weird to me. Boom. And I'm with you, he jumps early. But I mean, good read. It's just spot out. Moore turns around. It's open. Would have been a first down. Doesn't feel too high. Hits him in the hands. Would have been sick. Mooney's had a rough season, Sir Lord. I feel like Fields and Mooney have no chemistry. Not this year. Negative chemistry. Also, so Rex, the other piece that I love about, okay, so yes, I'm about to use a Justin Fields slant, which is a blatant improvement, direct improvement, to say the other thing that makes me excited about the Bears as a destination for a rookie quarterback is that you've got a receiver like DJ Moore, where even when you send a slant route, maybe a little high, which for slants can be dangerous because if your receiver doesn't catch this ball clean, that can bounce. And then this safety can roll over and could potentially turn into an interception. Crazier things have happened. It's part of what makes throwing over the middle hard. But instead, DJ Moore is a steel trap. They can catch this ball and even attempt to make a play with it after the catch. Like, oh boy. Iceberg, I think Mooney was awesome last year. Donald, I never quit. Never, ever. Never, ever quit. But Reinhardt, don't go there. It's a sad thing when you're cheering against the team. But Donald, it's been a good stream. Excited for everybody to get to watch this one. But so let's see. Throw a dig, slant. Seriously, everything we wanted in the game minus the turndowns. And I just love the fact that the Bears have a guy like this. Like, I love the fact that DJ Moore is a Chicago Bear. I think he is that guy. And having him break so many waves for the Bears when it comes to adding a receiver. Do you know the amount of bullets I would be sweating if he wasn't on the team? The only reason I am content with the idea of not getting Marvin Harrison Jr. is because the Bears have a receiver that is maybe not at that level, but is a legit wide receiver one and does so many things well, in my opinion. Um, I mean, he was like, oh man, I need to watch more Adunze because I can't figure out if Adunze is Miles Austin and just a big guy that doesn't love contact, right? Or if he like I want to see more burst. I've seen like one game of Adunze and I wasn't as crazy about it as I wanted to be. But I I like him. I like what I've seen from the broadcast footage. By the way, so somebody asked earlier, is not against the team, command on the wheel. Uh, oh, I got you. I got you. I just don't think the wheel is what you're looking for there. Like, I imagine Fields is throwing the slant, come hell or high water. And if they cover the slant, let's see. I would wonder if it's a zone thing. Like, I would wonder if basically if this guy pops out here and sits in a zone, that Kmet's supposed to be the wheel that you hit after that, which is actually pretty creative, if you ask me. It is. It's just designed based on Fields not taking the slants. But man, that is wide open. That's hilarious. I'll take him throwing it though. Man, Albono, that's a great call. I would assume Albono that it was a wheel, like an out and up. Maybe you could even call it a double move if you wanted to. But how do I know? Man, there you go, Mario. Glad Fields didn't take a hit there. I don't know if you guys felt this way, but it sure felt as if, let me see the timer. So there's like 10 minutes left in the game, but for me, something about that field slant that he hit felt like the end. I was like, and this one is over. And then that one's sick. That's nice. Roll, flip. His ability to make throws has never been the question. Like, Reinhardt, you said it really well earlier. Like, Robert Schmitz's ultimate stance on Fields is, I know you can, why don't you? It a lot of times. I mean, Denver asked him to make throws similar to this, and when you let him just rip lasers on you, oh my gosh, guy is so good. Like, it's so much fun watching Justin Fields tee up and throw. And seriously, DJ just doesn't drop the ball, except for that Chiefs game. And then the moment Ben he has one drop, he is a problem. I remember that one. People were mad. Fields' throwing talent is outrageous. That one's probably off. Then every once in a while he fans. There we're high and outside, but at least we're throwing it. Like step. Quick footwork too. We're not going full drop back. Just a quick hitch, throw the ball. That's better process. Pop, 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 go. We just miss. I don't know, Sir Lord. I get you, but that thing is way out there. And he seems like he's stretching for it. Mooney may have run the wrong route or faded on the route a little bit, per se. That's all. That's possible. But at least from where Mooney is, he sure seems as if he ends up he seems as if he ends up just shy on it. And then and then they take so long, they being the Lions, that you end up, what is this? 5 minutes left in the game. This puppy is wrapped up. We're done. Like, I'll let this play as I close up on this one. We've talked about it a lot. I hit you guys with some energy, dosed you. We've got 133 viewers on this stream. You guys rule. This is awesome. Cannot believe you guys. Thank you. Let's keep up the momentum. Let's build this channel because the next 4 games are going to be wild. I mean, I don't think anything is guaranteed. If you told me that this Cardinals team was going to beat the Bears on Christmas Eve, I would believe you. I think the Bears have got to have, I'm just throwing it out there because it's possible, right? The Bears have that game in them, don't they? Where everything goes wrong. Like, let's see. I'm with Chase Daniels. He makes plays that only 4 or 5 guys in the world can make. That's the thing. Oh, thank you, Rex. But so the main thing I look at with this, oh yeah, this miss was bad. But it's so funny. Like, everybody talked about this miss because everybody remembered this miss. Fields actually attempted this miss, and it's a throw that we can't miss. And I understand that, right? It's the Minnesota game. We just miss. Honestly, Bono, yeah, absolutely. Like, the worst part, Bono, is that I have to make that film review for if he's amazing for the Falcons, but if he's bad for the Falcons, nobody wants that film review, right? But so, anyways, point being, like, I thought it was funny that everybody talked about this throw. The Bears are up 15. If you miss this one, like, whatever. It's a bummer you did, but we can miss this. We attempt dagger. It is wide open. We are trying to layer it. It's a bummer we don't hit it, but it's the ones that he didn't attempt that give me a lot more pause personally. Like, the turn downs are the ones that get me more upset than see dagger, throw dagger, and not complete it. But that's just me. And they do, Sir Lord. I absolutely thought they were toast. Like, toast. Thank you, Glitch. No problem. Like, we're not done all the way yet. I've still got just a little bit of ranting to do. But so the gist as I see it is that I do think the story is going to write itself. I mean, Donald, whether it's the Falcons, whether it's the Packers, God forbid, I would prefer it's the Browns, right? I would prefer the Browns if the Bears are gonna get put away, that the Browns do it, so that it's just quick and easy, and everybody goes, "Ha! Remember that week we thought we were going to the playoffs? That was fun." But part of me really thinks that they're hot enough right now, like that they're gonna shut Flacco out. I just assume there's gonna be a game where the Bears are gonna take a bunch of penalties. The Bears are gonna fumble 1 to 2 times, and a pass is gonna go off a receiver's hand and land in a DB's hand. Like, one of those. Just to be clear, y'all, I'm not saying it's as simple as the game where Fields is bad. I'm saying wouldn't it make sense that there is a game where just nothing works, as happens with every NFL team at some point? The Bears can't afford any of those. Like, doesn't matter if it's against the Cardinals, doesn't matter if it's against the Falcons, doesn't matter if it's against the probably matters a little if it's against the Packers, but the Bears pretty much can't drop a game. Not if they're going to keep up this positive momentum. And so I think that sets up a really fun quandary for us to follow over the next little bit. Like, you have to win out. Here's the road, walk it. Finish the season on a 6-game win streak and erase the 4-game losing streak that you started out with. And that's the thing. They totally could. I kind of feel the same way, Albono, where it's possible, but also it's a Browns defense that is not healthy. If you told me that they were going to struggle, like, I would believe you. And so we'll see what happens. But I don't want to be some negative Nelly. I think the best part about this team is that there are a million ways forward, and most of them are good, if not all of them are good. Uh, and so we'll see what happens going forward. Reinhardt, maybe September won't play into Flus's evaluation, but I think that the opportunity, like to draft a quarterback number one with an offensive coach, I would not be surprised if that is part of it. Like, especially given what happened in September. But we'll see. We don't live in the Bears' head as much as we might want to. But we'll see what happens. I think the next bunch of games is going to be really interesting because, I mean, gosh, the stage is set. Stage is set. Can't wait. I really can't wait. The players do seem to believe in Flus. They really do. And it's one thing to say, well, you got to remember that the players also seem to believe in Nagy. So it can cut both ways. But certainly they believe in Flus, which kudos to them. We will, let's see, you're worried every game. But yeah, they seem to be going one game at a time. It is all you can do. Like, the Browns are in bad shape, Reinhardt. We could see the Bears dominate them. Dominate them. We could see a knockdown, drag out repeat of the Minnesota game. Anything's possible. But we'll just have to wait and see. For now, I think the defense is exciting. I think the offense is all over the place. But right now, the Bears might be able to survive on offense with their good plays if they can replicate them. The problem is, as we saw against the Vikings, replicating them's easier said than done. And hey, at least Fields can go get you some points. And as long as Josh Dobbs or whoever else they play that gives the ball away, like continues to provide you the football, then your defense can basically win a game by themselves. But it would be pretty poetic, Donald. I hope it's not poetic in the other direction, but I really don't think it will be. Y'all, thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have 126 viewers here at 1:45 in the morning, which is probably a new record for 1:45 in the morning. What, Reinhardt? Anyways, tell your friends, like the stream, support the stream if you got the time or the money. Memberships, let me know join my Discord and send me emojis that you will use. I think stream emojis are fun, personally. The fact that we don't have stream emojis that are consistent tells me that we need better inside jokes. So this is your chance to be funny. And I think because of Quinn's gift sub thing, we've still got a bunch of emotes that we can use. So I would love to, I basically want to make these streams as good as we possibly can. Like, we need production value, whatever you guys think that looks like. If you want me to get into more widgets, we can. If you've got notes on how to make the stream better, let me know. But I just love hanging out with you guys every Tuesday night. And we've got 4 more this season. And that's before we get into off-season stuff. So we'll take it a day at a time. But I'm so excited that the Bears made this energetic instead of it just staying this depressing death march that it was starting to feel like, which was awesome. Like, that it got better. So we'll put some of the draft stuff, I don't want to say on hold, but we'll keep it in the refrigerator, right? Because the draft is going to be fun. And the Bears have the number 1 overall pick, probably. Like, we may need to calm down on saying that too. Just because, as bad as I think the Panthers are, I don't want us to curse them. And for them to suddenly run into Atlanta, beat Atlanta, and start to put us on ice. But so, go Bears. Go Falcons. Let's do this thing. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait. Everybody, like, I love that, Alessandro. Who you texted that late? I am watching a friend. With your AirPods, no less. Yeah, Mario, 100%. Zach, it sure feels that way, doesn't it? Especially because I really think that the Panthers are going to struggle against the Packers, and I really think the Panthers are going to struggle against the Jaguars. But we'll see. So Man, they look bad, don't they? The Panthers, that is. I still thought it was really weird. I still thought it was really weird that so many people thought Bryce Young was going to be good out of the gate, and that is all I will say about that. Like, I didn't get it. Now, granted, I was kind of a Bryce Young hater. I love big, tall, athletic, and I wasn't convinced that Bryce Young was. I thought he would get hurt, Donald, and I also thought he would hold on to the ball. Like Reinhardt, to me, statured. So let me use an example, Reinhardt. Um, there's another player nearly Bryce Young's size. That's Kyler Murray. And Kyler Murray gets to be an exception because the dude is nearly untackleable. Like, there is no tackle that happens on Kyler Murray's football field without his consent. Like, Kyler Murray has athleticism and then some. It's incredible. And he's thick, but it's more to say that with Bryce, what really stuck out to me on Alabama tape. So here was my problem, right? I was going through my initial evaluation with Bryce Young, and as I did, I kept noticing him seeing free rushers, and he would do the same thing Justin Fields does. He would hold still, and then he would spin out. And I was like, why is this guy trying to spin out of hits? Like, who does he think he is? And all I could think to myself, because he would also duck through hits. He would like bend over and basically try to tabletop rushers, or he would spin out, or he would try to step up and step through them. And I was like, if that's Roquan Smith, he's gonna hit you like so hard you're gonna lose a tooth, and then he's gonna laugh about it. Like, at least to me, the biggest issue I saw on Bryce Young's tape was that he accepts hits, and it drove me crazy. But I'm stoked about it. Like, exactly, Eric. Next year we'll be rooting for the Panthers to keep losing so that we can get that extra second rounder. But man, like, ain't that the truth, Eric? I mean, he's had no support. I feel for him. I feel for those fans. But also, to be honest with you, I would do it again. Like, if I had the opportunity to undo the Bears trade to try to save the Panthers fans' feelings, nah, I'd do it again. Us tortured Bears fans are tortured. Sorry, Carolina had Cam Newton and got to go to a Super Bowl. Do you know what I would do to lose a Super Bowl right now? Like, oh my gosh, bad things. Like, if you told me that either Fields or Caleb Williams could guarantee me losing a Super Bowl, I think I would take it. Like, at least you get the run, right? I would love to win a Super Bowl championship. Super Bowls are awesome. Championships are awesome. Like, I'm still on cloud nine because the Rangers won, but I think I would also be on cloud nine if they won an NFC championship. Like, Eric, I want to be the fan base that can accept losing a Super Bowl and say, man, what a great run. But I also know what you mean about how you kind of get championship or bust. But we'll see. Like, rather not go than lose on that stage. There are going to be some Bears fans that would be nervous. Oh, man. Speaking of Eric, have you thought about something? Has everybody in here thought about something? You guys know what? Do you guys know what? So if the Bears actually win out and they go into Green Bay with a playoff spot on the line, have you thought about how they would be doing that 10 years removed from the exact same situation, but the game was in Soldier Field? Donald, I know you talk about destiny now and again. That one feels cinematic. Like, it's wild to think that it could be the Bears. But it was after RELAX, wasn't it? Like it's it could be the Bears that could somehow put the Packers out. And that would just be something else. I mean, who knows? But I can't help but sit here and think to myself that no, I mean, let's see, no, you can't mean that game. Oh, like, I gotcha. Like I just sit here, Donald, and I think to myself, the Bears could keep Matt Eberflus, and then they could trade Justin Fields, and they could make everybody sad. And if they beat the Packers to make the playoffs before getting lit up by the 49ers, we would have beaten the Packers to make the playoffs, and that is enough. Like, I understand that there are plenty of times so the Bears in the past have won meaningless games to like they've won meaningless games to hurt draft position, and it's kept them from getting any better. You beat the Packers to make the playoffs. I'm good. I'm good. Like I am a petty man, and if we made the playoffs in Lambeau on the back of that, like anything that happens in the playoffs is gravy, and you could keep Fields, you could move on from Fields. I will live with it with a smile on my face because at least you did it for a good reason. Now, if they go 8-8 and lose to the Packers, I will still prefer Flus get fired. Like I'm gonna be mad about it. But that's we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Cause man, 3 more wins, regardless of how favored they may be. I mean, the Bears have 5 wins and haven't they won them all as dogs? So anything's possible. We'll see. First, you beat the Packers. Next, you beat the Browns, baby. So let's go. I got to get this up on DBB and then I got to get some sleep. But y'all are wonderful. Like the stream. Tell your friends. Send it to your boys. Send it to your girls. Tell them, I don't know, he's short or something. But until next time, folks, bear down. Thanks so much.